Easy for you to say.
It had to be an adventure this morning.
Life is an adventure.
Madam Mayor, it is 9:52 and we are live.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the City of Lake Worth Beach Budget Number 2 Workshop of Thursday, August 21st, 2025. Can I have the roll call, please?
Mayor Betty Rush.
Here.
Vice Mayor Sarah Maliga.
Present.
Commissioner Christopher McVoy.
Here.
Commissioner Mimi May.
Present.
Commissioner Anthony Segrich.
Present.
Thank you. Okay, I'm just going to turn this over to our finance department. Pledge allegiance. Sorry.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I don't have an agenda. Where's an agenda?
That you're holding it in your hand. This is the agenda.
Yeah, I only anyway. Okay, so now we've pledged, and now it's time to work.
You would go ahead and take it over, Monica. I was just going to mention that it obviously took a lot of the comments, insight, everything we got from our workshop 1 and 1B, and have put everything into what you're about to see today. So you'll see a little bit of some different things. So I'll push it over to
That narrows it
Monica.
down.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, City Commission. I am going to point your attention, again, Monica McNaughton, Assistant Finance Director for Budget. I have the budget team with me, Candace Hector, our Finance Director, Mr. Yannick, and our Assistant City Manager, Mr. Troy, Harry with us. We're going to start with the agenda. I'm just going to go through it really quickly. I know we're a little behind. So basically, we're going to go through the schedule of fees first. We were going to have a break. We may have time to move through the significant changes and then break. I'll let you decide. And then we'll have Stantec modeling and questions. We'll take a break for lunch and come back. Our focus today is capital improvement. We're trying to get through the CIP to make sure we make all those decisions because we have our September 11th public hearing and we need time to gather all that and have everything ready and accurate for the public hearing, if that's okay with you all. So I'm going to ask if you could let me go through the schedule of fees and then ask questions.
Sure.
If that's okay with you all.
You want us to hold our
Department
questions to the end?
That would be fantastic.
Okay, so just take notes
Appreciate
of your questions.
and then we'll do the same thing for the significant changes, just to allow us to get through everything, if that's okay with you.
Thank you.
Alright. We have 13 pages of changes, which we've not had before, so bear with me. Again, that's this book here, your schedule of fee book. You got a second book. It was just a minor typo that we changed, not any content. So it doesn't matter actually which one you use, but I'm going to use the second one that you were provided. So we're starting on page 1. And the candidate qualifying fee is increasing from $100 to $175. And the page numbers correspond to where that's located in the book as well, in case you have questions. City Manager's Office, that's a new fee. The case preparation, code enforcement, code director, administrative costs, and the total of that be $103.63. And then the case hearing to contest that. Those are newer fees as well. The special magistrate, the code enforcement clerk, code director, administrative cost, and then the subtotal for that would be $205.39. Appeal, I'm sorry, 203.59, yes. No, I'm just a little fuzzy. Bear with
We're
me.
starting early.
Sick. And then appeal of trespass warning, 307.22.
Who does that get appealed to?
And then fines for lodging or sleeping in public. It was previously $0, but it's up to $500. That's a new fee as well. We're on to page 2. Several changes in leisure services. The youth program resident fee was previously $0. There's now a $5 to $20 fee. The non-resident fee is also $5 to $20. Yes, I'm so sorry. Take a moment. The adult program resident is $5 to $200 as well. Adult program non-resident, $5 to $200.
What does 5 to 200 mean?
It's depending on the program, yes. And I will let Leisure speak to that when we get through the fees, if that's okay. And then this is just some updated wording for the 5K run, just some changes in the wording and spacing. And then we're on to the special events fees. Application fee taxable was previously $53. Now it's zero, so it's decreasing to zero. Taxable and non-taxable, there's just some wording changes, so we're gonna skip over that. The event fees, Lake Worth Beach Business, group or individual. And that's decreasing for the attendees from 1 to 199, from 350 to 250. And then 200 to 499, there's just some wording changing, and 500 to 999, it's decreasing to 650.
Increase.
Yep, I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. Non-Lake Worth Beach Business Group or individual, number of attendees 1 to 199. It's going down to 550. 200 to 499, there's just some change in wording. 500 to 999, it's increasing to 1300. 1 to 199 to 4, from 500 to 400 for the nonprofit organizations. 200 to 499, there's just some change in wording. 500 to 999, it's increasing from 850 to 950. Security deposits, events less than 200 people, 0 to 300, that's a new fee. 1-day event, it's going from 600 to 1,000. We are on to page 3. Cultural Plaza.
It's gonna be too hard to read.
Okay, yeah, I think, and I like to have everything go through and then we ask questions, but what I'm doing is making notes where I have a question. Yeah, well, I didn't tab it, but I'm running, I have notes.
Cultural Plaza, Lake Worth Beach Business Group. It's going from 0 to 175. That's a new fee. Non-Lake Worth Beach Business, 0 to 250. That's a new fee as well. Nonprofit organizations, it's a rate per hour of 0 to 150. That's a new fee. Those are all new fees. We're on to event staff and city services, city electrician on call. That wording just changed to minimum 4 hours required. Grounds maintenance, rate per hour is going from 30 to 53 and 44 cents. Dumpster charges, there's just some changes in the wording, as well as the parking staff attendants and parking staff supervisor and parking staff manager. Those are just all changes in wording. There's not changes in the fees. The truck rental plus driver is going from $0 to $100.59. We are on to the right of way. Administrative fee going from $35 to 0. We're removing that fee. A review fee, $105 to 0. That one's being removed as well. And then the administrative and reviews fees is being combined at 0 to 215. Concession fees for vendors, merchandise, it was 250 to 750. It's now 665 to 175. Arts and crafts increasing from $50 to 120. It was previously 0. Beverage food, it was 300 to 900. It's now 150 to 350. Health and wellness, it was 0 before. It's now 30 to 75. Nonprofits was 0. It's now 20 to 50. Extra space, 0, and it's now $100. Electricity, if available, again, this is for concession fees, vendor fees, 0 to $50. We are removing the alcohol fee. And if it's 1 to 3 stations, it's $500 to $0. It's going from $500 to $0. 4 to 6, 0, 6 stations, 0. So those are all being removed. And then there's just some changes in wording on those same pages. We are on to the library services. Those are just some changes in wording in those fees. The library card holders, it was previously free for 1 hour per day. Now it's free for 2 hours. Library meeting room rental. Those are just some changes in wording until we get to resident per hour. It was previously 0. It's going to 105. Non-resident per hour was previously 0. That's also going to 105. We're on to Lake Worth Beach Historical Museum. There's just some changes in wording in that first one. And then we move on to golf memberships. There's some changes in wording, and then the annual membership is increasing from $16.50 to $18.15. Annual cart, $31.50 to $34.65. Seasonal member, $14.50 to $15.95. Seasonal member cart included, $23.50 to $25.85. We're on to club services fees. The rental club fee was 0, now it's 60. Rental club fees regular set 0, it's now 30. Annual trail fee for single was $1,500, it's now $1,650. With partner, it was $2,500, it's now $2,750. And then there's just some footnote explanation changes. And we are on to page 5. Daily fees, there's just some changes in wording until we get to the times. The chimes have adjusted 7 a.m. to 1:59. That was a change in wording. And then 9 holes goes from 30 to 35 to 25 to 35. Again, some changes in wording and the timing for that 11:30 time frame and 18 holes, 9 holes. We are on to Lake Worth Beach resident frequent player card, 18 holes. Changes in the time ranges, as well as the 2 p.m. or later. And then when we start with the 9 holes, it was previously 20 to 25. Now it's 25 to 35. January to mid-April, there's some changes in wording and the timing as well. And the first change in fee would be the 18 holes was 60 to 70. It's now 65 to 75. 9 holes, 35 to 40. It's now 35 to 45. And then we are on to Lake Worth Beach residents, frequent player card, 18 holes. It was 55 to 65. It's now 55 to 70. Again, some changes in timing and the number of holes. And if we move down to 18 holes, it was previously $40 to $50. Now it's 35 to 45. 9 holes, 25 to 30. It's now 35 to 45. Lake Worth Beach resident, frequent player card, 18 holes. Again, changes in timing for the mid-April to mid-May time period and new fees. So starting with the 18 holes, it was 0. And now it's 55 to 65. The 9 holes was 0. It's 35 to 45. And then the Lake Worth Beach frequent player card residents, 45 to 55. And then some changes again in the timing and wording. So 18 holes was previously 0. Now it's 35 to 45. 9 holes, 0, 35 to 45. And for residents, for 18 holes, it was 0. Now it's 25 to 35. We're on to page 8.
Okay, let's slow down just a second. There's a lot that you're going over, and actually there's some really basic informational questions that I'm about, especially about golf and what all this means. So maybe we could take it like chunk by chunk, because it's a lot of pages. Maybe department by department.
And we
'cause-
finish the golf and then we have.
Finish
leisure,
golf and let's stop
and then
and
we'll have
do,
culture and leisure.
let's do golf as when you're finished with that,
Sounds good.
because it's a lot that I don't understand.
Okay, so page 8, the changes are for mid-May to mid-October.
She's gonna finish golf.
But we're
I'm
not.
sorry.
We're not 8,
6.
6.
Oh. Sorry.
You're just
So
messing with us, Monica.
18 holes, 35 to 45 is now 30 to 45. 9 holes, 25 to 30 is now 15 to 25. The frequent player card, 18 holes was 30 to 40. Now it's 25 to 35. Time changes again, the 12 p.m. to 3:59. 18 holes is moving to 25 to 40. It was previously 30 to 40. 9 holes was previously 20 to 25. It's now 15 to 25. And then the frequent player card, 18 holes was 25 to 35. It's now 20 to 30. Change for the 4 p.m. to dusk, 18 holes was 20 to 30. It's now 15 to 30. 9 holes was 15 to 20. It's now 15 to 25. Residents, Lake Worth Beach residents, the 18 holes was 20 to 25. It's now 15 to 25. And then city employees, there's just some change in wording in that one. And I will pause and take whatever questions you have and also invite up golf and leisure.
There, yeah. Okay, just in general on this, if there's nothing like old and new, if they're blank, does that mean there's no change, or does that mean what? For daily fees, it's, old, new, blank. So I just don't know, that means there's no charge associated with that, or you just didn't put it in because there was no charge?
It was
or
just
change?
change in wording. The fee didn't change, the wording just changed. So like, for example, on page 2, let's just get. Yes, taxable and non-taxable. It was previously taxable, just taxable, but now it's taxable and non-taxable. And all the event fees, the number of attendees, I believe, adjusted. So that change in wording is the number of attendees being 1 to 199, I believe. I don't know if I have my other book with me.
But if parking staff attendance per hour per person is blank, and it says change wording, but there's a charge for it. Is that correct? All right, that's, okay, okay. So it doesn't mean there's no charge. I just want to make clear.
There's a fee. If,
there-
if there's a fee, there's a change in the fee and then a change in wording.
Right, but
If
if,
there's no fee associated, then the fee itself didn't change, just the wording changed.
okay,
And in red is any new changes.
right. It'd be kind of nice to know though what those fees are just for context, but go ahead. Okay, so that was my first question.
Go back to, if you look back to that item, to page, and we can reference back to.
Right, yeah, I understand that. I just had a question about the format. So, okay, so
Are we
You're
talking
like-
golf or are we
we're
talking
talking,
everything?
no, we're talking, right now, we're talking about golf. So,
Golf and leisure. I think
yeah,
we'll-
leisure, sir,
yeah.
as far as we've gotten, we'll just say to page 6. Ms. Malega?
But from the beginning.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Golf. Okay, I do.
First, I want to say thank you to Leisure because we had a conversation, I think, 2 weeks ago about some of these fees. My recommendation would be under the library meeting room on page 4. The resident and the non-resident per hour,
Mhm.
I don't think should be the same. I think that the resident should get either a rate or non-resident should go up. Okay.
Well, that's one person's opinion, so let's see what, no, I don't.
I'm giving.
Just making notes.
So you're gonna go down the list then?
Oh, yeah.
Until,
I don't believe the resident should pay the same as a non-resident.
Okay, thank you.
I want to say thank you for creating some of these non-for-profit categories
Mhm.
that I've seen in some of these. And I'm hoping that we can carry that non-for-profit over to all of our facilities, not just the library. So that's my thought. And I'm hoping that the non-for-profit falls in between resident and non-resident. That's my thought process.
Okay.
From the beginning? Okay. No, but those are your comments.
And pardon me, Tiana McKay, Director of Leisure Services, Vice Mayor, you would like that for all venues as well, including special event venues and recreational facilities?
3 categories. If we're gonna do it for one, we should do it for all. Yes, the gym, the Osborne Community Center, the Cultural Plaza, because you had it for Cultural Plaza and library. And I think we should carry that throughout the city.
We can look into that, should that be what everyone would like.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, Mr. McBoy?
Yeah, I will try.
Oh, you can do it.
It's a real estate issue up here. My comments are pre-golf, so the leisure services section, and I'm very concerned that I'm seeing throughout, basically an increase in fees. And, often they go in the direction that will make it more difficult for Lake Worth residents to do things on city property. And I don't support that. I think we should make it easier, not harder, for events to happen in our city on our public property. I understand that some things do have costs, but I don't, like the Cultural Plaza, we're moving from 0. We let people use it. It's the Cultural Plaza. It's where we have said, okay, we're not going to raise the flag at City Hall anymore. We're going to raise it at the Cultural Plaza. At this point, we would have to, let's say it's a nonprofit, we would have to charge them $150 to raise the flag. And if we wanted to have any sound that the city provided, now you're talking an electrician, and we got to be there for 4 hours. No, these changes are going in the direction of making it more difficult for public gatherings in various places. I cannot support that. I don't see why. We as a city, we are not a business. We are not here to make money. We're not here to lose as much money as possible either. I get that. But we're not here to make money or to evaluate things on whether it brings in more income. We're here to evaluate on what services does a public entity provide to their residents. And as much as possible, we should make that as accessible as possible. So raising fees doesn't work for me. Why would we, in contrast, under the concession fees, where they were quite substantial, selling alcohol, I'm quite partial to alcohol myself, so that's not the issue. But selling alcohol is not a public service. There might be differences of opinion in the beer direction, but
Ask them why they did it.
it that we took the fees from 500, 1,000, 200, 2,500, something that does in fact generate income to the city in significant amounts, and we ran it to zero. Help me understand the logic behind these,
Okay.
Let's do that right now.
and then I'll have some more specific questions.
Excuse me, Commissioner, what page number are you on? So we can all follow.
Three.
I'm on the first 2 to 4 pages.
Alcohol.
Okay.
I'm gonna have questions in the library too, but
Yeah. Okay.
Um,
So I can speak to, first I'll start with the special events venue spaces. So the first one on page 2 of 12, the prices didn't increase. What we did, and it looks a little confusing with this setup, is that with the changing wording and all of that. So to clarify, there was a previous meeting where we were asked to bring the special events number from 0 to 200, which is what we did. So we took the existing fees without changing or increasing and broke them up into sections that made more sense for the amount of people utilizing the park. So with that comes, even if there's only 200 people, we still have to make sure the stage is washed. We still have to make sure it's prepped, the bathrooms are clean, that we have special events staff that are there. There's all these things that come with a special event. So these are the costs that are reflective of that. They were not increased. It's just the way that it broke down. So it looks like new fee, but it's actually new sections of numbers. So the rates were not increased. And when
well,
speaking about the
City
cultural,
Culture Plaza,
Yeah.
they went
Commissioner?
from 0 to definitely non-zero. That sounds like an increase to me.
It is. And the reason we suggested the cultural plaza to be a permitted space is because sometimes we have pop-up events there that police we can't ticket or control because it's not a permitted space. So we're putting it in as a permitted space. So sometimes there are pop-up events that are causing noise, that are bringing a bunch of people, potentially putting tents in the cultural plaza as an event. So we were putting it on there to give people an option to have a permanent event. In
What do you
addition,
mean by a permanent event?
so
Those
it's
two words don't go together.
permitted event. It means special events works with them to ensure they have their insurance, to notify PBSO that there's going to be a special events, to make sure that they're following the legalities of doing something on a public space. So that's why we put that in. In addition to this, these fees were requested to be submitted prior to the conversation about the flag raising. So that is something new that has come up, but we had to submit this before.
Well,
and
I want to
nonprofits
go
are-
on,
Nonprofits, so we're gonna go zero?
no. And I want to be very clear. My colleagues can have other opinions, and I'm sure they will, but I want to be very clear that the cultural plaza, particularly the library, particularly our parks, should be places that people can do events, can do gatherings, don't have to get a permit, don't have to pay money, can gather people from our community. That's what public spaces are for. So I'm quite opposed to that.
Thank you.
Find a way, would be my request to my colleagues, that find a way to explicitly say certain kinds of gatherings, I don't know, pick a number, less than 100, do not have to do all of this sort of thing. They don't get services from the city. They don't necessarily get the stage washed, or they don't get, police enforcement or whatever. But it is important that public gatherings, that's part of our democracy. We have a right to public gatherings. It's in our Constitution. We should not be making that harder.
Thank you. And then I can speak to the vendors and the alcohol sales. So previously, when organizing an event, the city was outsourcing a hiring of vendors and alcohol. And so they were outsourcing that. So they would hire somebody else, a company to come in and add artisans and craft vendors. We are now doing that ourselves. So that is why you see the numbers changing, because this is per tent. So like the night market, each one of those vendors pays the city a certain amount, versus us paying a contractor to come in and use our space and all of our marketing and all of our events And then they get to choose who's on our site. We work really hard to make sure we have a lot of local vendors and support our local entrepreneurs at our special events. And we work hard to make sure we have the right kind of people on our site. When it comes, like, we're making sure that we're not having somebody promoting something that the city wouldn't be in support of. Thank you. I didn't want to say that, but something like that, a handout or something like that, that we like to make sure we're supporting our local entrepreneurs and small businesses. When it comes to alcohol, you're absolutely right. There is a profit to be made off of alcohol. What we have done and what we did, we started it with the street painting festival, is we actually negotiate a portion of profits, which works out to be a higher percentage for the city and a higher revenue, which we just saw with the street painting festival and as well with our 4th of July. The 4th of July, while it was still a little low because we're going to continue to get better with our signage, it was more than what would have been given to us prior to using that fee schedule. So we work on doing a profit share, and we encourage like our local nonprofits to assist us with supporting that bar, and they also get funds too.
Okay, if I might finish some of my other ones, I noticed that, concession fees, I'm not exactly sure where or what, but let's say the city is doing an event like the July 4th gathering, or I believe we've often done one I'm on page 3. For Halloween, we've done various ones throughout the year. If a nonprofit wants to put up a table and tell you about whatever, at that, there would be a fee for them that there didn't used to be. Is that correct? I'm seeing also X space, another 10 by 10, which I assume means a 10 by 10.
It varies between different events, but to participate in our trunk or treat as a community partner, there's no expense for a trunk to come in and promote their services. Absolutely not. But if somebody's going to come in with a food truck and they're going to sell food to our attendees, we want to make sure that, you know, the city's being compensated for that, as well as that they have their insurance and it's regulated and all of that. And
So-
every event is a little bit different. We structure our event fees based on the night market attendance is less than our 4th of July attendance. So to be a part of an artisan vendor at the night market is going to be less at the bonfires than being at 4th of July. It really depends on what exposure and the amount of people that are coming to the events. And we fluctuate that, but they're very low considering the benefits that these small businesses, I mean, with the night market this year, we're going to have quite a few just based on how great it was for them, for their businesses. At the beach, the bonfires night market. Yeah, we've really grown that quite a bit. And that's a big
And-
shout out to our special events team.
All right, maybe it's okay. The library meeting room, again, I do agree with Commissioner Malega that if we're going to have a fee, then it should be different for residents and non-residents, probably. I am not in favor of having a fee for residents at all on that one. That is one of the very few public meeting rooms that there is in the city. The ballroom should be available for that, but doesn't seem to be very much, or at least it, for whatever reason, doesn't get used as much by folks looking to gather and, you know, do some sort of event, nonprofit or educational. So I'm not in favor of a fee for that. It makes it, again, that should, providing public gathering space indoors, we have a hot climate, is important. And it should not be, the bar should not be raised on that, it should be lowered. For instance, there is a group that meets on Saturdays organized by students who meet to practice English, to help folks in the community practice their English, brings native speakers and people learning. I believe they usually get together about 10 and usually are out by noon or so. So you'd be looking at $200 for a student organized event, public benefit, from an organization that has no money, has no income, has no way of generating income. I don't agree with having a fee for that. I understand there are costs. You got to pay for the lights, you got to pay for the AC. It doesn't cost $200 an hour or $100 an hour to run the AC. Yes, it is resident per hour.
Yes. So I completely agree with you. The library is absolutely the hub of community. the reason we add the fee on there is due to the fact that sometimes our staff has to work late for late meetings and we're covering those costs. There's a setup that comes with it. They're removing garbages, there's a cleanup, all
I've
of
been
that
there
that
for
comes.
events. Most of the setup and takedown is done by the using this piece.
Okay.
And that can easily be arranged that they, and there, I've been there for a number of different events. People coming for events have no problem with doing the setup themselves or the takedown.
I'm gonna
Thank
stop
you.
for a second. I see Mr. Every time Mr. Brown's light goes on, I defer to Mr. Brown. So
I just want to admit, I probably should have mentioned this at the very beginning. Given that this is the schedule of fees, obviously there, and Monica mentioned in the beginning, we have 13 pages of changes this year. The way we're looking at this now, and we've looked at fee schedules in municipalities all throughout the county before kind of putting all this together, just to make sure in each department kind of went through all this to see, you know, just so we're not off base, make sure we're looking at what other cities are charging for and everything. What you're seeing in front of you is the cost that typically in the past, we have not covered our own costs. So it's not that we're looking to make a profit, but when we're having these events and things at the library, they're after hours, we're paying overtime to staff. We're looking to at least cover the city's expenses. So we're not going into a hole. So at the very minimum, we're not trying to profit off this. Like you mentioned, it's not a business. I understand. But we do need to at least break even and cover our own expenses. So what you're seeing is fees being put in here to cover city expenses. And in the past, we've just eaten. And you just kind of, and you can only eat so much until you get to a point where we can't do this any longer. So
If I might respond,
yeah, I'm sorry.
2J's was just sold for 3.5 million. It's about 0.4 acres. We are giving a billionaire developer
Okay, we're no,
about
no, no, no,
$14
no.
million
No.
of free land.
Mr. McVoy,
So the
please. Mr.
argument,
McVoy.
no, I will finish my
Please
statement. So the
finish your statement
argument
and then
that
you're
we
done.
are recovering funds, nickeling and diming public organizations, students, this is not a comparable city to other cities. We are not, look at the income levels. You can get the census data. It's not hard. We give away tons of money to developers
Point of order.
and have no problem with that. And we are nickeling dime our public duty to make
Point of
public
order, Madam
spaces
Mayor.
available.
Thank you very much, Mr. McVoy. You've had your say. Okay, next is Ms. May.
Thank you. Where'd you go? Oh, thank you. No worries. I agree with the library rental space for resident and non-resident. That was the first thing that popped out. The other question for me is back on, excuse me.
Does that include nonprofit too?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, page 3. When we're talking about all the concession fees, does that include the farmer's market that's on the old bridge?
No, that does not. That's a separate.
Okay, but I'm a little concerned that that somebody else is making money on that and the city is not.
They have at least,
Okay. So that's all taken care of because I
Yes,
do
that's
worry
a-
about that.
that's a separate lease.
Okay. All right. So that's a separate lease. And then the other question I had, it just in general with all of the different golf things, how come it's going down?
So I'm gonna pass it over to our golf manager. What
I
we
mean, you don't have to go over everything. Just in general, everything's going down. Just tell me why.
So what I will just start off with is that we created a shoulder season. We added an extra season that is more reflective of golf courses throughout Palm Beach County. So that's why, again, like the special events, it's appearing like we're increasing or going down, but really we're separating into shoulder seasons and being
Okay.
more consistent with other golf courses in Palm Beach County.
Okay, that makes
So
sense.
the PGA, he's a professional. So we're matching.
More frequently.
No, that's good. It makes sense.
But you
to
can
me now.
speak if you'd like.
No, I don't want to waste time. I get it.
Got it?
Yep.
Mr. Segrich. Then I'm up.
I have some comments, but I'd like to make a suggestion for how we go through this so that we can get through it. Each of these fee schedules corresponds to a page later on. So all of these changes are referenced in pages later on that give us the complete picture. My recommendation, and there's 78 of them, and we have to get through them. My recommendation would be we take the actual fee schedule and then allow our budget officers to read the changes of what's happening on that page while we look at the complete fee schedule. And we basically give consensus, yay or nay, and just do one at a time. Because what I'm seeing happening is we're bouncing around across 15 different fee schedules. and one commissioner is giving comments on one commissioner is giving comments on another. And we're not actually giving our staff consensus on it. I think it would go much quicker if we just go page by page of the 78. Staff can tell us what's changed on it. And we can very quickly just say
I like that.
yay or nay.
On 12 pages.
Yeah,
They're
actually,
not page 7.
The-
No,
The
but
12 pages of changes correspond to the 78 pages of fee schedules.
recommendation,
Sure.
can we go through section by section and get your consensus? Can we just go
Yeah,
through, I
that's-
think you all have looked at the fees. We just go through each section, get your consensus on which ones you would like us to move forward with or change. Like, for example, we just went through leisure and golf. Tell us what we have consensus on, and then we move to public works and so on. and so
yes,
forth.
not what Anthony just said.
Just because I
Well,
No,
can.
but he wants to go to the pages in the back.
Can we start at the beginning then? Because the first one is the city clerk. And I know we don't have changes, but I have questions and I have suggestions on that.
So page 1 of 78.
Well, okay, I mean, finance had a way they wanted to do it. Well,
What is,
well, I mean, the only, the way we could do it would be to take the. No. Finish.
When we get there, we'll talk.
The page, no, there are
Thank you.
only certain pages referenced on this chart. Not every 78, not every page is referenced, right? So, but I'd
That's
like,
only the changes. What if we wanted to look at the fee itself that we might want to change?
Yes,
That's what I think Anthony's
that's my
saying.
point. And it might be very quick. We all look at the page and say, nope, no changes, done.
I'm worried about us running out of time, but if you'd like, if that's what you'd like us to do.
Well, I mean,
we
it's
can do
better
that.
than just reading it to us.
Then we can
Read-
definitely do that.
I don't think
just-
reading it to us helps. And,
No.
and I think we're all over the
So you
place
just wanna go
already.
Page by page. I'm not gonna be able to follow page by page and do
So-
it, but I can just, I can go to
we'll have to
section.
tell you what,
Could
we'll
we go
just-
to each section and you tell me which questions you have according to the page?
well,
Would
are
that help?
these,
Don't,
You went through it, so you'll go through and tell us what questions you have. I'm perfect. That would be fantastic. Yeah, that would be great.
So
That's a
we
great
can
idea.
start at the beginning.
so page 1.
all right, well, I still have some questions on the stuff that we had gone over, so I.
So can I just ask, are you going to go like each ask your questions? Or are you gonna go by section or page number? Just,
All right, let's start, all right. Page,
because if we could start with section or pages, I don't want us to run out of time. We have to get to the CIP today or we will not have we won't meet our legal September
Right.
11th hearing.
Because I was going to suggest that we go for each page where we have the changes, we just go page by page on those 12 pages.
Right, but what if there's things on the page that you guys changed, but what if there's things on the page that we have questions about that aren't changes, that we might consider wanting changes?
Have you, so you haven't had the time to go through the.
No, we have gone through it. We have
Right,
our questions, but they're not represented.
but they're not
You guys
represented
have
in the
changed.
changes page.
For,
So,
Okay,
yeah, just start on page 1 of 78 and say, okay, that page
anyone
looks
have any
great.
issues or changes? Yes or no? If not, move on.
Yeah.
all right, we can try it that way.
Okay.
So, but now we've gone, I mean, I have not had a chance to ask my
Ask your
questions.
questions.
Did you have questions on what we've covered?
Lean cert,
From this
page 1,
chart?
lean cert.
No, from the chart up to golf.
We're not doing the golf. We're not doing it that way anymore.
Yeah, thank you. I just had a couple questions. Before we jump ahead. Just,
We're jumping back.
well, we're jumping ahead to page 1 of 78. Trail fees, what's a trail fee?
Go ahead. Trail fee.
Is that you're gonna walk and not use a cart?
That's
So-
what,
You're not
what
gonna.
what was your question?
What is the trail
A
fee?
trail fee is if you're gonna walk and not use a cart.
Trail fee is, if you have your own private cart. and
Right.
Some people own their own private cart. That's what they pay to us to have the privilege to play.
It's just something
Yeah.
like I just have basic questions like
Yeah.
that. The library meeting room, I kind of agree about residents, and nonprofits. That is the only chance we have.
So may I speak to that? So the library room meeting room is 65 per hour for resident and 105 for non-resident.
105 for residents.
That's a damage deposit. So that damage deposit
Not what it
is,
says.
it should say that.
Oh, right. Oh,
And when you go into the fee schedule, does say resident per hour 65, non-resident per hour 105. And then that's a damage deposit, just because
All right, let's
sometimes
just-
groups are coming in and, you know, maybe it's a big party, a birthday celebrate, and they're leaving a very large mess
No,
or
yeah.
things like that. We have it, it's standard at all of our venues.
Thank you. Okay, let's just start at page one. And we have, it's now 10:30, and I'm the person that has to keep looking at I don't want lectures. I don't want explanations. I want quick answer. I want questions and answers. Thank you. So, page one.
Here, I'll push that down so you can see his leg.
Do you, anybody have a question on page one? Mr. Segrich?
Really quick, the regular utility only and the rush utility only, why wouldn't it be 30 and 60 to match the cost that is in the standard time requests for electric versus general? It seems like we're shortchanging ourselves $5.
Can I see that page?
Do you know
Oh,
the
wait,
book?
it's here. No, this is the operating budget. Oh, thank you. Okay, so you're on page one, lean search.
Yeah. So on,
Oh, okay. So regarding, you're talking about the allocations?
yeah, the allocation.
I'm not involved in allocations. So those, the allocations were requested by the departments. We have nothing to do with that. Meaning me, Melissa Coyne, city clerk, I have nothing to do with the allocations. There was a discussion because originally there was only an allocation to the building fund. And so the rest went to the general fund, but electric realized they're spending a lot of times on this, and that's what they felt they needed to cover their costs.
Yes,
Okay.
there was an amendment brought forth a few months ago, and we made that adjustment based on electric.
So I see what you're saying, that like
big
it's
cost.
30 and 60 for and then electric, the matches, well, it is, it's double. 45
No,
and
the
40.
the rushes are double, but the actual activity, if you do a full lean search, you're doing building, electric, and general. And the electric portion of that is 30 and the general is 60. And then when you just do electric and general, we've changed it to 45 and 40. I just don't understand if it's the same activity, why it would be different. And we're
Why not 30
shortchanging,
and 60?
why not 30 and 60, and we're shortchanging ourselves $5 overall.
As I said, I didn't pick the
Okay.
allocation,
Yeah, I mean,
so I'm sorry, I
not
can't
picking-
answer.
If we can just ask the question and maybe they want to correct it, maybe they don't, and it's not going to break the bank $5, but
Right.
anyway, that was it.
Okay. Yeah, we'll be here all day.
Okay. If I could just say something, on page 2, the, under public records request, it says to up to 1 hour of staff time. It should be 30 minutes. We just changed that recently, and unfortunately that will be updated for the budget hearing, but we didn't get to update it for this. Also in the footnote, it's up to 30 minutes now, staff time, not an hour. Page 2, under public records requests and also in the footnotes.
Got it.
So it's 30 minutes, not an hour.
Page 2, any other questions? Mr. Segrich?
I thought our notary fees should be higher. Standard notary fees are usually higher than $5, and then electronic copy, CD or DVD. I find it hard to believe our cost on that between staff and hard cost is $1.
Okay, so let me just say, first of all, we keep the notary fee low just as a courtesy. We just instituted the fee, I think, last year. We used to do it for nothing. And it's very rare that we are notarizing for someone other than city related. In other words, somebody walking in off the street to have something notarized is pretty rare. And then a CD or DVD, we haven't done those in years. Everything's electronic. So it's still in there. Maybe next year we'll just take it out because we don't do CDs and DVDs. Yeah, in fact, if we could take it out for the delete electronic copies, because we don't obviously charge to email stuff.
Right.
Yeah, that's fine.
And we haven't done USBs either.
Okay, page 3. Anybody else have anything on page 2?
No.
Page 3. Anything?
No.
Page 4? 4 is good. 5? 5's good. So, shout out if you're,
Yeah, why are we increasing the candidate qualifying fee from 100 to 175?
Because statutorily, it should be 3% of your salary, which is 700 and some odd dollars. I don't feel comfortable getting there, but the intent is to, over time, match the other 1% fee, which is, so you pay, when candidates qualify, they pay the city a fee, and then they submit another check that's submitted to the state, and that's 1% of your salary. Statutorily, the qualifying fee to the city should be 3%. But I want to eventually match the state fee at least. So we're gradually moving it up, and then both fees will be 1%.
Why would you do it gradually instead of just doing it now? If we're already giving a break. If it's not the 3% of $700, I feel that at least matching the state fee would be, I mean, I would support that.
What would 3%?
So no, 3%, I'm not going to do 3% because that's onerous in my opinion. So it's right now it would be 245 or 295. But I just felt that was a big jump from 100 to 2, that more than double. I mean, I don't care. I'm not qualifying. Just so you know, not going to run.
But I think that, I mean, with all the work that the clerk's office has to do, you sit down with each candidate, you have to.
Oh, I know.
You upload all the reporting. Now it's all electronic. I think there's
We're
value
raising
there.
money.
I still do a lot of stuff. So, I mean, I could change it to 1%,
I think it should be. That's.
but that would be consensus. It's 245 for a candidate and 295 for the mayor.
For a commissioner.
I'm sorry, commissioner.
Yeah.
245 for the mayor.
Mine's cheaper.
No, yours is more because you get more money than us.
245, 245 and 295.
Correct.
Would move it to what? To 1%?
295 for mayor.
1% would be 245 for a commissioner, 295 for the mayor. So the qualifying fee would be 1% of the salary, just like the state assessment fee.
That works.
Mr. Segris?
Is the statute a state statute that says we have to charge 3% or we have?
No,
to
but it's
charge up to 3%?
I'd have to read it, and I did not read it today,
So
but I know that we talk about it, the Palm Beach clerks talk about it, about charging 3%.
but is it a statute or?
Yes, it's in the
So
statutes.
I
But it's not
recommend,
mandatory.
Probably not, because if it were, I'd be doing it.
okay, if it's mandatory, I suggest we follow the mandatory. If it's not, I'm gonna.
Okay, I'll check on that and I will,
But in the meantime,
I'm gonna agree.
it'll be at least 1%, possibly 3,
45, 295.
245, 295.
Agreed. Okay. Page 6.
All right, I'm done.
City manager. This is code now, code stuff.
To prepare the cases, right?
And it will say, it needs to say trespass on here. This is part of that new trespass process with PBSO. So that'll be in the final version. I'll actually break it out so you guys know what it's for.
And the trespass warning is appealable to the county? I mean, to a judge? It's sufficient, okay, that's where it starts out, okay. And then they go from there, okay.
So
That's correct.
That applies to the case preparation, case hearing contested, or that applies
That's it.
only from appeal of trespass warning down?
If you're appealing the trespass that was issued by the sheriff's department, that's the fee.
The 500.
Not to.
No. The 307.22, the 500 is for, they hear the case if you were issued a trespass for lodging or sleeping
So
in.
up above is all related to trespass
Yes, sir.
as well.
Correct.
No,
The one that adds
Can
up
we
to that
get
one.
clarity? I'm hearing yes and no.
code, no, okay. The description of service is the top of the page, code enforcement clerk, code director, that's code enforcement stuff, that's not trespass stuff, correct?
All those, because the code department prepares the case,
Yeah,
that's a part of that fee, the
So it is
307.22.
trespassing.
Yes, sir. So when they receive it and they start prepping the case to be heard by the special magistrate, that's the top up to, it's a subtotal 103.63. Once you go to the special magistrate and hear the case and he or she makes the ruling, that total will be 307.22.
and the sheriff's office that gives it the warning though, it's not, I mean, when it starts, so what you're saying is once the sheriff's office issues a trespass warning, this is the charges that we're charging to prepare
Yeah.
that case?
Yes, once the sheriff's office issues the trespass warning, the individual has the opportunity to grieve it, if you want to call
To
it,
appeal it
to appeal it
to the special magistrate.
to the special magistrate. That's correct. That's
And
correct.
if the individual chooses to appeal it, then you're looking at 307.
Yes, sir.
And
And if you were issued one for sleeping in public areas in your car, then it's a flat $500 fee. Fine.
Fine. But there's no appeal fund.
And what were the
No, you still go
upper
with-
two rows, manager office, one's case prep and case hearing? What were those fees before?
This is the first time we've ever implemented this fee. This is new. Remember, at the end of 2024, we implemented the new trespass warning ordinance. So we're just starting to implement it and start to fine individuals who will violate that trespass.
I will
ordinance.
go on record as saying that, again, we are coming down hard, and it sounds like, may I speak without interruption, please? We are coming down hard, and this is things that we as a city are choosing to put in. We're coming down hard on the most vulnerable in our population and charging them additional fees. Yes, I hear that, it involves time and so on and so forth, but remember who is being targeted here. And I'm kind of guessing that most people who are charged with trespassing probably don't have that kind of money. So I don't know how you're going to collect it anyhow.
They won't sleep in the barn. Mr. Segrich?
Just really quick, I would just like to ask my colleagues to turn their light on and wait their turn. It's getting a little ridiculous, but just questions on this. I know we had some questions about when it went to county court and whether or not the monies were coming back. Did we ever find out where those monies went for the fines?
We did not find out, but I believe we found out that we were collecting some money from the courts, but we couldn't identify exactly which case it was assigned to.
Understood. Okay,
Correct.
but we figured that part
That's
out.
correct.
I would like to just make the suggestion that we accept the 307, and then I would like to see the instead of a not to exceed 500, maybe do first offense 250, second offense 350, third offense 500, because it leaves it ambiguous, and we've had problems with when things go to county or that they, when it was left to discretion always became zero.
Repeat that again, Commissioner.
I was suggesting 250,
First
350,
offense,
500. That's all.
Okay.
Um,
First offense.
First, second, first, three.
Yeah.
So first would, all right, so you're suggesting first would be one, second would be another, and then third would be another.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
first 250, second 350, third 500. Is that what you're recommending?
I would opt for the first offense, lower than that, not three, I mean, we're talking about, so I would say first offense, if I could control the world, be like 150, then go to 250, then 350, after the third one. Statute.
I don't
Alley
think it's
bar
up
the
to
door,
10,
it's
is it?
500.
Up to.
So can we have consensus for 150, 250, 350? And then anything after 3, 5.
I personally would think
Ms.
that,
Malega?
do we give a warning first? What do we direct the PDSO to do? On a first offense, do we warn them?
Well,
think the law is the warning.
No.
well, it,
Let's not,
I believe in the ordinance, it allows PBSO to notify the person that you're violating the city's ordinance.
So that's considered a warning.
Correct.
So
But repeat offenders, people who are not listening, certain infractions, they'll go ahead and issue the trespass warning.
do they keep a database of the people that they've warned?
Yes, they do. We have a database. We have a process that's set out where once they issue a trespass warning, they send it to the city. They send it to the code enforcement department. And we have a database that's sent also to the city clerk, and she keeps it online in
It says
a
that we
folder.
warn this person.
Yes.
so our
So
folks will
I
know
would
if it's first, second. or
First
third.
should be warning, then second should be a fine. Because if we're
warning-
giving them a warning on the first infraction,
Well, I mean, the warning is you need to go,
right, but if we're keeping a database,
that
the first offense should say warning, then second one, 150, third one, whatever. If you've been warned once, I don't want it to be misleading that your first offense, well, I'm not going to warn you, instead I'm going to give you a fine. It needs to be spelled out.
Well, and I disagree with what you're saying, though.
Okay, you can disagree.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, I understand what you're saying.
If it's in
You
the
know, if I
ordinance,
get pulled
though,
over for traffic, or, generally speaking, if I get pulled over for speeding, They don't. I mean,
It's not, but that they don't keep a database. We're keeping a database of who we have officially warned.
right.
So to me, if it's an official warning and it's part of our ordinance and our process, it should be part of this fee or fine schedule.
Well-
Sorry, I know we're getting in the weeds, Monica.
Yeah, we really are.
And I think that it shouldn't say fee, it should be fine because it is a fine. It's not.
It says
Well-
fine.
Well,
All right, so so you don't want any fine on the first offense? You want to?
I just want to ask if there's anybody in the room.
I'll call you, Mr.
I thought
McGuire.
you just did.
I
You were
didn't.
Waving your hand, my
I
director.
didn't. No, I wasn't. I was actually just using my hand to,
Okay. May I speak?
I called you.
Does anybody in the room remember the number that's been reported to us, I believe, by the school district of the number of kids who are homeless going to school and specifically sleeping in cars?
I don't have that number myself.
Well, the number was not insignificant. It was in the hundreds, is my recollection.
Mhm.
And I am concerned, again, I understand that if you have somebody who's just camped out by Bryant Park in a vehicle and it's
Mhm.
kind of a mess and whatnot, that's a problem. We ought to do something about it. But I also think we should keep in mind the unintended consequences, that there are people who that is the only home that a family has right now. And every sign that I see is that the economy is getting worse, not better. So there will be more of those, not less of those. I also know for a fact that our available housing for people in dire circumstances is way less than the need. So I would just ask my colleagues to think carefully about, do you really want to be charging a mom who's sleeping in a car with two kids $500? Just think about that. That's all I ask.
And there are private places where they can park as well. I mean, they also, I mean, I think we have, I understand what you're saying. But I also think that our job is to protect the citizens of the city. And if somebody's sleeping in their car, where are they going to the bathroom? I mean, that's sort of just different things that we have to think about. And there are private places where people can park their cars.
I can say, Commissioner, we've been doing this, this process has been in place since 2024, the end of 2024. This process has been in place since 2024. And I believe the Sheriff's Department uses good judgment in trying to enforce it. So that's why you really haven't had any issues being reported.
And I
So-
agree with that assessment and I appreciate that they do. And that's consistent with mine too.
All right, we're gonna move on now. So we were at, Ms. Malega said no fine, a warning first, and then
I do support Ms. Malega's
okay,
scenario.
thank you. I feel like to me, the warning is the police coming up to you and saying you have to go. I mean, that's the warning, because the warning then becomes useless, right? So I would go with 150, 250, 350. And okay.
I would consent to 150, 250, 350, 500 from that.
Three on, okay.
So
Ms. Malega, let's just get back in the room. We went with the concept of being told to go is your warning. And then, but if you don't go, then it's 150, 250, 350, and then up to 500. No. Okay,
Like the
so,
person sitting out front on our bench with no shirt on right now. This isn't about homeless kids who live in cars.
Right. It's about the drunk guy right out front.
right, no shirt on. Well, that's not illegal. It doesn't look good, but it's not illegal. Okay, so next page is page 7. Yeah, yeah. Prove his entire, you've never been a prosecutor. It's so hard to prove all that stuff. It's such a waste of time. Okay, page 7. Schedule fees and, on page 6, can we just put at the top of that thing? Because I apparently was confused, just that it's the trespass. not
Yes,
just-
we made a note of
Thank
that
you.
as well.
Okay.
Yes, thank you for that.
Okay, so the futsal, what's futsal? What's
It's soccer on a
It's
small.
soccer on a
field.
smaller
Oh,
field.
little tiny soccer games, okay. So we have any comments on page 7?
I do.
Okay, which comment?
Again, I would like to see something for nonprofits on this, on all categories in leisure services. Resident, non-resident shouldn't be the same price for the Northwest ball fields. Everything is the same price. Our
Mhm.
residents shouldn't pay the same as non-residents.
So you want to go up on the non-residents or down on the residents?
Well, I would like to do whatever the Director of Leisure Services does research on and gives us her opinion. But I don't think that I know that we're spending a lot of money right now on our ball fields, on all of our fields. We have money that goes into staffing and I understand and respect that and insurance and all that. But if we could create a third for all nonprofits. And I just don't think that residents and non-residents should pay the same on anything.
Agreed. I understand that. I agree with that. So, would we have you then come back with a different number, or do you want to talk about the number right now?
We can, what we can do is we can look into what other municipalities are doing and match what they're doing of like size and population. And then we can come back with what our nonprofit, resident and non-resident rates would be, if that's what the commission would like.
That sounds,
Is that what you're looking for, Ms. White?
Yeah, in addition, I think we should also add the pickleball courts on here for Sunset because we just had a huge ordeal the last 2 weekends of people coming from another city hosting tournaments on our pickleball fields that Leisure's been dealing with.
They don't have to reserve them?
They do have to reserve them, but we didn't. They're all new and we have gotten a lot of popularity because they're so nice. So yes, we will add.
We categorize the pickleball courts separately than Sunset Park in general. But yes, I'm in agreement with that.
Okay, and we're now on page 7 of 78.
just very quickly on the resident, non-resident, let's just all recall that we spent about $600,000 on lights up there. And not hearing, hey, we have to recoup those fees and, you know, and I don't believe that was the only cost. 600,000 and then another chunk. So
Thank you, Mr. Segrich.
I would consent to Commissioner Malega's suggestion. I would say that the tier would be resident being the cheapest, then nonprofit, then non-resident would be my preference. And if we could apply that broadly, we should be able to just rush through, go through the rest of these really quick.
Yeah.
So we have consensus across the board for all of
Yes.
our programs.
Thank you. Page 8.
And can I just add something? When we come back to the next meeting, that'll be the first public hearing where we're actually passing everything. Can we get you that information before? time?
Absolutely.
So that
That's,
you'll-
please.
Yeah, I mean, the way we're going, we're,
Yeah, I mean,
might
that's,
have to
the-
meet again.
yeah, I mean, we have these books
Well,
for,
we're here till after 5 o'clock today.
yeah,
I
you
have
know,
to go to parent teacher conference.
she can't say. Okay, so page 8. Anything on page 8, or we're gonna go with the same resident, non-resident?
Resident, non-resident,
Okay,
And nonprofit.
I know, problem.
right. And so 9 and 10 as well.
9 and 10 as well. Okay. 11,
Oh, I do have a question about 11.
11, that's what it's called, 11, yeah.
11, about the junior lifeguard. Per child, this is really stupid, but if you have a second child doing it, could you have a discount on the second kid?
I can speak to Ocean Magic about that.
It's an incentive for mom to sign up more than one kid.
Okay, 12. Anybody on 12?
Wait, there was a bunch of changes on 12. Oh, they're in red. There we go.
No, they're not.
No, I just remember seeing
3.
12 on that first page.
So that's city services.
And could you clarify exactly what special events, what's defined as special events? Again, I'm concerned that a small gathering at Bryant Park, or I believe it's NA, Narcotics Anonymous, meets at Bryant Park, I believe weekly, maybe even twice weekly.
I can speak to that.
I feel that that's a very positive thing to get that group together and support each other. I don't think we should be charging them.
Can I
don't
speak to
think-
that?
Sure.
One of the traditions in 12-step groups is to pay your own way. There was a small fee for to gather at Bryant Park. The groups themselves would be, through the 7th tradition, be more than willing to pay that because that is part of their participation in society. So they do not expect anything for free.
Okay, great, thank you. Well, now, but for something that was an ongoing thing, it's, would you say 250 time, you know, I mean, let's talk, that's a lot for every time if you're doing it. when we're talking about, and it's a nonprofit. So, you know, is it AA or an?
Is that an event?
Try not to do that to each other. Was that AA or NA event, is that considered an event?
It would depend. What we can do, commissioners, and is that we can break it down into impact and size. So we can break it down to being like if it's a small picnic. But sometimes what we do as a special events department is we might recommend another location, like perhaps Bryant, which is a very large space, might not be the best fit for a certain size of event. So we can break it down. We might recommend a pavilion, one of our pavilions, which is a lower cost and lower rate and lower impact. So we can break it down into high impact, low impact, picnic, and numbers if you would like. Something like that. Would that be helpful?
Parks, I mean, people are expected to go to parks. If I want to say to my friends, let's have a picnic this weekend, I don't really expect that I need to. Hey,
No, but if you're advertising and saying, everybody come to Lake Worth, to Bryant Park to have this event,
Mhm.
that's different than me and my friends going to hang out at the park.
Right, Lake Worth Business, I mean, so the Bryant Park Neighborhood Association has a picnic every year. Do they pay?
It should.
$250.
We have it broken down into numbers.
Yeah, I say it's $250. Okay, it was a question, not judgment. Okay, so, yeah, I think things like AA and any meetings really are, well.
Yeah, then there's no way they're paying $250.
Right.
That will exclude them from
What
being
if,
able to
what
meet.
if we did,
Oh.
what if we did a seasonal pass for places or organizations that wanted to do something weekly? Just like at the gymnasium, if
yearly.
they wanted to use a gym and they want to do an event every week for 6 months. If we could come up with like a seasonal program or something like that.
Yeah, like
for each
usually when an
organization.
AA group maybe rents out a church, so they will pay like $100 a month,
Right, I'm saying like,
and they have 4 weeks to get that $100.
right, if we could come up with something like that, I think that would help.
Okay,
For
and maybe
places
if-
like AA and.
If each of you have some ideas, maybe email to Tiana just with different
Yeah,
suggestions.
but I worry about doing that because if we're making concessions for the AA and NA, and then we have, oh, but what about this feeding
No,
group?
no, I'm not saying.
What about
I'm
this,
just saying,
you know?
I'm
I
trying
just
to-
don't want to put us in a bind.
I'm
And
just trying to save a little time. I'm just saying if you have a different creative idea about how to structure this, email them and that would just help them.
Okay,
come
that's
back
fine.
Back to something with us.
And this event location, this is really our special events Bryant Park. Our pavilions are much more affordable when you're looking to do a smaller
This is the
event.
whole park.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is Bryant Park. This is our big park that takes a lot to upkeep and staff time and all the things. But a pavilion, you know, we're looking at a lower rate, which we're going to get to the next few pages. So that's when I say sometimes our special events team will say, well, perhaps Bryant Park isn't the best location for this type of event. Have you looked into this pavilion, Barton Pavilion down at the beach? Or so we have other options that might fit the different style of event.
Mr. Brown.
And if you guys are looking to do like a seasonal thing, or if someone wanted to do an event like every Saturday for a certain amount of time, it's so event specific, and depending on how many people that would involve, we would have to talk to legal, since it's the fee schedule and technically anything we charge needs to be in the fee schedule. We would have to figure out what language needs to go in here to allow us the leeway to figure out what that is, but also not deviate away from this. So we can look into that.
I think that's what we're talking about, just, for smaller groups, for regular, if it's a yoga club that meets at Bryant Park, that kind of stuff.
Well, we just have to make sure that it's the right language to go in the fee schedule, so we can actually charge that.
Yeah.
So.
Mr. McBoy.
Yeah, and I just want to reiterate that there is a good deal of anti-government sentiment out and anti-bureaucracy. There has been doges at the federal level and at the state level to try to reduce and make things more efficient. Public parks are for the public to use. Let's avoid all the legal hassles and minimize fees and classifying it. And is it this kind of event? And that? Let the public use it. I understand if you're having 1,000 people and it's a major organized event that's planned 3 months in advance and fences up or whatever. Okay, that's different. But minimal, a community wants to get together and do whatever, gather in the park. That's what it's there for. It's a public park. And yes, there's some expense involved in maintaining that, but that's what a city does. I am very concerned that we make it harder and harder for groups to gather. when that is a very central part of our democracy.
Thank you. And I think if a bunch of people show up, I think we're talking about organized, advertised.
That's okay. It's
That's
okay
all-
to
all right,
organize.
thank you. Mr. Segrish.
I would just caution on us getting too specific with our classifications of these fees. Just given some of the ordinance that we have coming down the pipeline and everything else like that. These should remain fairly generic based on size. That's all.
That's what Shannon said, impact on the, and I think people, okay, so. Next page, 13 of 78. Nothing from anybody? Okay. 14 of 78. Anybody? Okay. 15 of 78. I have to. I do. Peer parking pass, where is he?
I think the
Right.
vice mayor has something.
Ms. Malega?
Tiana, you and I had spoke about this a couple weeks ago. I think that there needs to be something in writing here that this is part of the Benny's lease. We don't even have anything to do with this. So this makes it appear as though we're the ones, the city's charging these fees. So if we can make sure that there's a clarification on who's running this facility.
No,
Yeah.
no, so that's operated, so they operate the pier for us on behalf of the city. So they charge the $1 to walk on the pier and the fishing parking.
But that comes to us or goes to them or a portion goes to them. or how's it work?
Pardon? Yes,
It
they
comes
do.
to us.
So they collect them
And
on our behalf
pier
and we
parking-
assess it. Pardon?
So if you buy a where do you buy a pier parking pass? And so if you pay $6, you get 4 hours of parking and you get up to walk on the pier.
You buy it at the pier.
Okay,
Yeah, but it should say operated.
Yes, that's operated by
Mr. Segrish?
Benny's on the beach. I can put that.
A number of the residents have expressed concern over the violation amount being $40 where they have to pay for a parking pass and so on. So a number of residents have been asking for increases in the violation. If somebody
If
parks
they
in
park
resident
more than
parking.
4 hours?
Yeah, or they're parked in resident parking, that kind of thing. Just in general for parking.
Okay. Yeah, I mean.
The residents want to increase as a deterrent. No, they're complaining that people are just kind of parking there saying, well,
Yeah.
it's going to cost me $35 to park all day. I'll just risk it. So
So what do you suggest?
maybe a slight increase in just across the board in instead of 40, maybe 55 or something like that as a more of a
Well,
deterrent.
the way we have that, can't you renew, I mean, if you're up at I don't park at the beach, but when you go to the beach, you do it by.
Yeah.
Pay, but you can add time to that.
Of
correct?
course, yeah. So
So
there's
if you
no,
let it run out and is that what you're talking about?
or they just don't do it at all.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
if you're there without paying for parking.
Yeah,
whether
there's
you've got to,
not a lot of an excuse to.
So make it just in line with boat ramp and boat ramp overflow parking is 50.
Yeah.
Violation, at least to start, so $50.
Okay.
If-
Increase.
Okay.
no, it's next page.
Okay.
And then while you're looking at the second one, the pier parking pass kind of combo, $6 for 4 hours. That seems cheaper than what people would actually pay if they parked regular.
Yeah, but they have to buy that at the pier. They don't buy that at the
But
parking.
should it
pass
be
place.
in line with regular parking?
But I'm just curious, okay.
No, I think it's
if
got
my
to get on
car-
here.
Wait a minute, in order to walk away from my car and not get a ticket, because the parking guy happens to be there right then.
Right.
So I have to walk to the pier, buy that, and then come back and hope I didn't get a ticket in the meantime?
Right, so they go over to the pier, get the ticket.
Talk
and they
to
come
my
back.
phone, please.
Yeah, so they go over to the pier and get the permit, and then they'll come back and put it on the car, and then that's.
But in the meantime, that's my question, because I
Yeah.
know people have
If they,
like,
if they get a ticket, we'll look at it, the time difference, and we'll look at it and see if make a
Okay.
determination there.
Alright,
But
okay.
usually, yeah, it's
Okay.
been worked pretty well.
so we've had that before.
Please state your name for the record.
Oh,
Carlos Bastos, parking manager.
thank you.
Thank you.
My suggestion
Segrish?
would be to avoid complexity and just get rid of that. They can pay via the app and then they can get their little pier pass. Instead of having a special category for it.
Understand that either.
I'm okay with that.
So
I think it was for the, I think it was for the fishermen who go every day.
Oh.
Because they
Yeah.
go out to the pier and they fish every day.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what it really
I
was for.
mean, if it works, it works like, what it's not.
Yeah, I mean, nobody unless you're a fisherman going every day would even know this exists.
Yeah.
Go really-
Yeah,
So let's not get
it's
into.
not broken. So we're gonna raise it to 50 though?
No change?
No,
Okay,
but 50, from 40 to 50 for the
Okay.
fine.
thank you.
Yeah, since it's a change, the parking pass violation.
Right.
Page 16, anything?
I do, again, non-residents and residence fees are the same, and I would like to see a differentiation between those two.
Okay.
Under boat ramp, we've got $15 for,
What if we just say in general, no more non-resident fees can be the same?
sure,
And that takes care of that for all divisions, all departments, everything in this book, so that we don't have to keep saying it for every section.
okay.
Are you okay with that? I don't mean to step on your toes. But it's
Yes, you do.
well, I mean, if we're gonna say the same thing over and over again, let's just make a general statement.
Right. That's fine.
Okay.
I mean,
So if your department had resident, non-resident, and they're the same, you need to go back and change it.
Jump right in there.
I do.
She really did. She's
I
really
did.
good. Okay, I can't lose control of this meeting, folks. No, I haven't. Oh, I will take it back. Don't worry. I'll start 3-minute time periods. Okay, so we have that with the and but we're not giving them the numbers of what the non and they should, but come back with it. Okay. And I think, that's pretty cheap parking for a boat, actually, but, all right. That's what if you can afford to buy a boat, $15 to park, it's pretty cheap. Okay, page 17. Oh, Mr. Segridge?
Is that a logistical possibility with the technology that we have right now?
What?
Resident, non-resident for the boat parking, because it's done with the app.
Get their license plate.
Yeah, all of the payments are due through the license plate, so
Into the microphone.
all of the license payments are done through the license plate via Park Mobile.
So it can be
so-
programmed for non-resident.
Yeah, so something that we might have to work with Park Mobile and see if it's a feasibility to
So
do that.
if it's logistically possible,
Yeah.
I say we do it.
Yeah.
Right.
We do
Okay.
it. We currently have it for the beach discount. So people register their license plate to get their residence discount at the beach. So that's what we'll look into, that similar process. So it might be that the boater themselves would have to take it upon themselves to register their license plate, but we'll work with our provider to see if it's possible.
Yeah, we're looking at, yeah. All right, so page 17. 18. 19. All right, on 20. Electric vehicle parking only. 21. What? 22. We talked about that. We've already talked about that one.
On 22,
Light on, please. I gotta get control. Thank you.
on 22, is the cleaning fee and catering fee, is that always charged? Or is that if there was a need for cleaning afterwards, is that sort of part of the deposit or what is it?
It's as a need per basis. So if somebody's bringing in a caterer, they're doing a big function that has a catering in there, then there's, logistics with that we have to do, extra garbage, extra cleaning, extra things like that. So that would be a catering fee. And the cleaning fee is just, they need to be mindful. And if they're planning on, bringing a lot in and garbage and things like that, they can pay that in advance for us to take care of. Okay.
How is that different? What's the purpose of the deposit then?
The deposit is if they break a chair or damage a table or stick things to the walls and the walls are damaged.
Again.
Okay.
Concern about access.
23. 24. 25. Casino ball, oh, yes.
Considering that we are putting that out to RFP for the ballroom, the rental rates are low, but I don't know if we want to adjust them a little higher, but that might be a moot point depending on what we do. So.
I think we just, in my opinion, we
Leave it the way it is. So, are you making some, all right. Ms. Malega,
I just think that we should just leave it the way it is since we're going to be going out to RFP or RFQ.
Mr. McFoy?
Just reiterate that the original intent of that ballroom was for a substantial amount of the use to be for the public as a public gathering space. So, similar to what we discussed before, we should make that more accessible for at least certain kinds of,
Plaza,
of
where is it?
public gathering. That page 25.
I need to know.
Usage. People want to do a community yoga class, or people want to do, not necessarily. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Some communities provide it, or Tai Chi, or who knows what. But I don't see any provision there to encourage community use of it at a rate that is accessible for community use. Seniors dances used to happen up there on a regular basis. Just saying.
Okay, page 26. Yeah, that's common area maintenance. 27? Oh, that's the car, okay. Where are we next? Public Works. Page 29. Page 29. Anything on page 29, 30?
I have a question.
Unproductive inspections, I like
Just
that.
pause. I think Ms. McCain, Director McCain.
Oh, hi.
Hi, sorry, not to go backwards, but I do just want clarification on page 12 with the cultural plaza. That one, that is a new, and there was a little bit of discussion on that. Is that staying, or are we splitting it up into the 3 different rates? And that will be how we move forward with the cultural plaza?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, Public Works fees, page 29 down, page 30. 31. Yep. 30. Ms. May?
I don't want to skip the page that it's on, but it might not be on this page. Jamie, where is the fee for illegal dumping?
Not there yet.
Okay,
Wasn't resolved.
let me know. Don't let me pass that fee because I'm gonna jack it up.
Okay,
Can I just ask a
sure, of course.
question? So we're planning to make all the changes that we need to make like by Monday, and we don't know that Director McKay will have the ability to get all those answers and all those changes from, could we possibly make a recommendation that she will continue to research those? We'll get you everything that we can. And then the items she can't, we could make a list of those and bring an amendment back.
Sure.
Would that be suffice?
I mean, if you don't have the information, you don't. I mean,
Okay. Thank
it's
you.
Thursday. Let's
Thank
be
you.
kind.
Okay, thank you. We
Just make
appreciate
it
that.
up. Just do Chat GPT and make it up.
No, we will not. Thank you very much. We appreciate that.
Thank you. Okay. Isn't it Public Works, page 32? Okay, up, Ms. May.
Sorry, no.
Oh, okay. I'm keeping an eye out for your dumping. Page 33. Ms. Malega?
I'm gonna bring up, we're on page 33. I'm gonna bring up the mobile homes again and the fact that they are businesses. And I don't think that we should be charging or billing a business and then letting them bill residents according to whatever they feel like billing the residents. So if we can't do direct bill to the residents to make sure that the residents are being price gouged by the owners, I think that would be one way. I don't know if that's possible. I know that it's supposed to be on the taxes. Then I think that businesses are businesses across the board and they need to pay the business rate for, especially if we're doing specialized individual pickup at each single mobile home. That's gas, that's time, that's staff.
Thank you. I don't disagree with you, Ms. May.
I concur.
And just begs the question, what about a person that owns like 1 or 2 rentals? Are you talking about that? Or are you talking about rentals of like a congregate?
No, I'm talking
Mobile
about,
home park specifically?
yeah, because they get billed as a business.
Okay, so mobile home park specifically, I would agree with. Mr. McVoy?
Yes. Could I get clarification from the city manager? If we were to follow the suggestion by Vice Mayor Malega, who is concerned about the business gouging the residents by charging more than the equivalent of the 22.63 per resident, if we moved it to a commercial rate, would that increase or decrease from the 22.63?
increase?
That would be a substantial increase from.
So the concern about gouging the residents is pure noise. Because no, if you raise the rate on the business, there is no way that you are lowering the rate on the residents individual there. So you can't argue for that.
And just for clarity real quick, so when you look at this rate, this is based on per unit per mobile home park. So we have the actual amount of units. I think the last time we looked, like Palm Beach Mobile Home Park was like 334 units or something like that. So it'd be this amount times that amount of units would be the overall cost to the property owner. Now, again, this is just basing it on a unit for city costs, so we can base it on our services. Whether this is the actual amount they charge, as you were saying, each parcel within the mobile home park, we don't know. They could be charging them 50 when they're actually being charged 22 from us. We don't know if there's an administration fee or what they do because they are a private entity, and we
And the
can't-
bill goes to them.
And I
The
think,
bill goes to
but
the
I think
property
Mr.
owner.
McVoy's point is this. If you're gonna, let's say we go from 22 to 50, right, whatever the rate would be, there's nothing to prevent that landlord then from saying, okay, we used to charge you $40, now we're gonna charge you $60. There's nothing to, the resident, the tenants ultimately are gonna absorb like a tariff.
Then
They're gonna
start
absorb-
charging the residents
Well,
directly.
that's my question.
You
Is there
can't
any
do that.
way, well,
Yeah, so the way it works is we go off of the Palm Beach property appraiser.
Mhm.
So when you look at, if you click on one of the mobile home parks, the entire park is one parcel
Right.
per the county. So that's how we base everything and all of our billing off of. We go everything through the property appraiser. So unless they were to go to the county and now break that into all these individual parcels, we can't
Well, I
charge
don't-
separately.
So let me just, like, I have a tenant behind my, you have a little ADU behind my
Yeah.
house, and she has a separate electric.
That's a meter. So
Okay,
that's a different
but what
utilities.
about water? She also has separate water.
A meter. It's also a meter.
So couldn't we do, what's to prevent us then from billing directly the tenants if we're gonna bill in a mobile home park? They're billed electric, we have their addresses, they're billed electric.
I think the big difference is you're talking about utility services versus.
No, I realize that, but I'm
Yeah.
just saying if we can send a tenant a bill for something, why can't we send a tenant?
Is that by?
This is not ad valorem.
Because
by the
goes to
property.
tax
And
law.
and that's why we have to go off of the
And
property.
it goes
appraiser.
to the landlord, not them. Yeah.
Correct. So like we always get phone calls on it just
Yep,
to
yep,
this
yep.
week where,
Right.
someone has multiple parcels. They consider it just their one property, but they receive a separate not ad valorem assessment for each one of those parcels. And we say, well, just do you need a title. So only have one. But
Right.
per the property appraiser, we have to charge them separately.
Okay, thank you for explaining that,
Yeah.
and the fact that it's on the tax roll. And I understand Ms. Malega's thing, but I agree with Mr. McFoy. There's nothing to prevent that. I mean, and our tenants are, and those are low income folks are getting hit. And I don't think there's anything to prevent that landlords say, my cost went up, so's yours. So
Yeah, and there's no
Sorry, we
logical
don't need to-
reason.
Okay,
Yeah.
Ms. May?
I just have a question. Are we losing money when we go service these the way that we're servicing them?
No, not always. Keep in mind that we addressed this rate, I think it was 2 years ago.
Mhm.
And the budget
Yeah.
2 years ago. So prior to that, yeah, it was not beneficial for the city, but we did address the rate.
So what if Commissioner or Vice Mayor Maliga, would you be okay with switching it from, because a commercial would be what, this 83 a month?
Well, they're individual containers, whatever, what does the individual house container cost?
That's the 95 gallon, I think. Isn't it? Isn't
No,
that a
it's-
regular garbage
No,
can?
it's the 20.
Why are we spending time on this? We've established that if your concern is to defend the.
Mr. McFoy, please. Number
I
one,
was shut
Mr.
down for
McFoy,
time.
the light is not on, number one. Number two,
I don't see
we
Ms.
spend
Malega's light on
plenty-
either.
you don't have to argue about everything. Okay?
I think we do.
Besides
Well, I
just the
don't think
garbage
we
can.
do. So, and I'm running the meeting. So, we are very indulgent with your
So like the size of the garbage
exposition,
can at
so
my
everybody
house,
gets to talk. If you get to talk.
how,
everybody gets
is
to
that the same as
talk.
this?
Meg has the floor.
Okay, I just want to understand. So
So
the
let's start
mobile
with
home house, the mobile home individual units have the same size garbage can as a resident.
Correct.
Like the one I have.
Yes,
Okay, and what do I,
you pay in your taxes.
Yes,
Your
but
ad valorem
roughly-
taxes. It's about, what is it, 270 a year.
Okay,
So
so what is that? per
divide
month?
that by 12.
So less
so-
than this.
Correct.
So
Yeah.
this is more than
Well-
a resident, but less than a business.
Well, if you get into a commercial business having one can, same size as
Oh, it's the same.
5110.
5110.
Yeah,
So
a
what
month.
if we just increase this to like $30?
Is that pickup twice a week as well?
That's twice a week
Okay.
pickup.
What
Yeah.
if,
Please speak into your mic. We can't hear you.
That's more than just
Correct.
your twice a week pickup.
You
It
also get
includes your
bulk.
Once a
well, I'm
month.
assuming that they have bulk and stuff
Yeah.
at these mobile homes.
Well, It's
No,
fine, it's different from the mobile home parks though.
correct.
It's a different service type.
Oh,
They're
So
getting
that's
less
why,
than-
that's
Right.
why we have this broken out in the schedule of fees, because it's not residential. It's not necessarily commercial. They're their own thing.
so maybe they should be somewhere in between the resident and the commercial. That's what I'm saying. Let's
Do they have-
compromise and move
Do they
on.
have recycle as well?
no recycle.
No.
But they do have roll-offs
Roll-off
for waste
dumpsters.
management for the veg and the bulk.
And is that included in this price?
No, they pay waste management directly for the roll-off franchise.
So if we, I mean, is
That would.
So
I
what
would
if we
just-
increased it to 30 bucks?
Is 30 for you, okay. Mr. McBoy?
Yes. Is it fair to say, city manager, that for the process that we went through a couple of years ago to come up with 2263 was thoughtfully looked into by the service that the mobile home park senior residents, low-income residents receive is not the same service that regular homeowner residents receive. It's less. Correct?
It's not?
They get the twice a week pickup of garbage, but they don't get recycle, and they don't get the roll-offs that's paid for by the mobile home park.
Well,
So
it's
they're
it's
getting
not
less.
I wouldn't say it's not less, it's just a different type of service because we have to collect it differently. Like for residential, you don't have a roll off. You don't have these different things. Perfect world, and it didn't work out when we tried to do it a few years ago. You'd have centralized collection in these different parks.
Right, and we recognize that seniors are not in a position to schlep their garbage to a center. Well, many are. And we put some thought into coming up with this rate. It is reasonably balanced as to be comparable to a residential rate, given the difference in service. Is that a reasonable assessment?
That was the goal.
At the time, a couple of years ago, things have gone up. Okay, so really, it is now 11:30. So are we going to compromise to $30 or are we going to keep it at 22,
Keep it at the
23?
same.
That's your opinion? Ms.
$30.
30, Ms. Malek?
30.
Mr. Segridge?
I'm fine with 30.
30, all right, let's go up to 30. If we can,
I mean, let's just,
we're still not covered.
this is about.
You all need to own that you just raised the rates on
Yes,
seniors in
yes,
Logan.
yes, put up a billboard. Let's
No,
move on.
you
Mr.
own it.
Mr. McBoy, it is extremely rude for you to completely, constantly value judge what we do. You have a vote
You
like the
just
rest
did.
of us. We
You
have a
just did.
vote like the rest of us. Okay, page 34, anything?
Violations.
What?
This is violations.
Oh, this is it?
Yeah, yeah.
Where is
Oh.
it? Where is
It's
it?
literally at the top. So the violation fee. So it's $100 for the actual
Per
violation.
cubic
No,
yard.
no, that's just your violation. Then
So if
per-
I put the couch out and it's not bulk day, I'm only getting charged
No.
100.
no, plus pickups. So your
Okay.
$100 plus the
What's the-
$35.
So if I put the couch out, it's not pickup day, you guys come get it.
Mhm.
What do I get charged about?
Well, you'll get the $100 citation fee or
Yeah.
the violation fee, and then it'll be per cubic yard. Large, it's $35. So if it's a large couch, usually a couch is about 2. So
Oh, that's ridiculous.
$170.
But if I called a junk company to come get it, I'm paying more. So therefore it's easier for me to put out my couch and have you come do it. So it's cheaper. So let's increase that to $500.
That's.
Well,
All right.
I'm
Let me-
over this dumping.
Well,
It's
the problem,
gross.
okay, one of the problems is, and I've been here a long time with the dumping, my God, and it's better than it used to. Okay. It happens that on a street corner or in front of somebody else's house that's not their house, that someone, actually, I mean, it happens all the time.
Right.
I woke
Empty
up this morning
lots.
and there's a pile of crap in front of my house. Then I'm being violated for that, which is unfortunate. The alternative, I think, if I'm correct, is to say, oh my God, there's a pile of crap in front of my house, call the city and say, I woke up this morning and there's a pile of stuff in front of my house that's not mine. What do I do about it? And I would think
Right.
that would be a special pickup.
It would be a
And how
special
much
pickup.
would that be?
The special pickup
pickup is still the per cubic yard charge, and then it would be the special collection of $25.
So 25 bucks, I
25
can have
plus
the city
collection.
come and get.
We also give the option SWA is right off Lantana and 95. It's a way low fee, but it's also the labor.
Schlep it down
us-
there.
Correct.
Mr. Brown, I see your lights on.
Yeah, just so, the violation fee, just so everyone understands, that used to be 30, that went up to 100. So
Right.
that has increased. If you jump down to construction / demolition debris and you look at the yard, based on the actual number of cubic yards,
34.
that cost, like if you look at the fine 0 to 4 cubic yards under construction demolition debris,
Yeah.
that's 60 per cubic yard. So you're gonna pay the citation fee, and on top of the citation fee, you're paying however many yards you've put out. So I just want to make sure that was clear.
that-
It's just
that's
not $100. Okay.
Yeah, well,
That was very clear. She said basically for a couch,
It's
it's the $35 times
Yeah.
however many cubic yards of couches.
on
Which is
top,
3 cubic yards, right?
I'm sorry.
On top of
A
the-
couch,
on top.
Couch is usually
On
about
top of-
two.
about
on
2 or
top.
3, so there's
Right,
your
$70
$70 plus the $100 for the
$100.
fee is $170. That's not a deterrent. It's cheaper to put it out and wait for you guys to come get it than to call someone else to come pick it up correctly.
So your recommendation is to increase the actual violation fee itself, or are you also looking at the
Pickup
cost per
expense.
yard?
I don't care how you get to it.
I
I
would
just
think
want
it
it
would
to
be
be
the
more
violation.
expensive.
I think
Is
the
the-
violation. Mr.
Is
McCoy.
the cost per
Ms.
yard?
Malega has her light on first.
Thank you.
And Ms. May's not done yet, I don't think.
I want to hear what other people think, but this is getting out of hand in the city.
I agree, because I can't tell you how many emails I send on the dumping, and it's always the same lots.
Yep.
Right.
But again, I'm looking at residential versus commercial. There should be two different, to me, it shouldn't be the same.
Well-
The residential versus commercial violations, because if we have one bad commercial player in town and they just keep writing you a check for, I know one person in town who doesn't care about writing checks to the city and keeps violating. I would like to see a difference between there, knowing, or tell me what other cities do
Right.
in regards to that. But I'm in agreement that we do need to do, even, maybe there needs to be a second fine, but maybe it needs to be, if
It increases as you
Well,
do it.
exactly, it increases, if,
Yeah, well, we did do with the dumpsters. So in the fact of like, with the dumpsters, now we added the overfill of dumpsters. You have a
Mm.
fee for that, prohibited items. We added the $50 per cubic yard. The city, so if you damage
So-
the truck with
Right.
this, with the dumpster, so we kind of increased on that end.
But what
with
if
more
we
of the
do
dumpsters
for this,
themselves.
for this dumping thing, what can we do so do you track what houses do this?
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
I can tell you, it's
No,
1501 North Federal.
Yeah, they
And
all,
every single week they have stuff up.
yes, so
So
we have photos, we have tickets.
repeat offender. So could we
Right.
do an increased fee? So it's 100, 300, 500, something like that.
Yeah.
Are you guys okay with that?
Yeah.
So the first time, oh, shame on you. But then when you continue to do that, it's going to cost you. So I would go 100, 300, 500. And then just continue 500 over and over and over again. Are you guys okay with that?
Mr. McCoy, your light is on.
You speak into your mic, please.
I would do 1, 2, 3, because if you have renters that are doing it and you own the property, even though you own the property, it may be a different tenant doing
Yes,
it.
I'm gonna get.
Yeah, but it's your responsibility. It's your property.
No.
But it's
we
just,
just-
I get the bill and then I sit with my tenants, and then if my tenants don't
You know.
get.
I still think 135, but I'll compromise because that's what I'm here for. But I would like to do 135.
Mr. McCoy?
Yes, I am all in favor of, some sort of punitive measure on repeat offenders of folks who are dumping on empty lots. My only concern, and I don't know whether it applies here, so I'm looking for direction, is over the years, I've also had regular residents, older folks sometimes that they're not able to do certain things themselves. They hire somebody to do it. That person can only come on a certain day to put stuff out, and boom, they wind up with a
They
fine.
call and they charge.
Does that,
Special collection.
my concern is unintended consequences. if somebody can clarify that that wouldn't get mixed up in this, then I'm perfectly fine.
Well, it would be their responsibility to call in and kind of schedule a special pickup or let us know it's out there and we can give the options on what could be the problem. They can always put it in their driveway so they
That's
can
what I
pick it up from there. Because once it's at the road, it's out for service.
And we always work with the resident, especially if it's like a first time thing.
Right,
They just didn't know
right.
the process.
And-
We always work with them.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. then-
Yeah,
They're nice.
We talk to them a lot.
Yes, and it's $25.
Yeah.
Have it come and
Yeah.
pick it up.
13.
Mr. Segrich, you haven't spoken yet?
I would just, escalating it, that's fine, but I would set a time period, if it's, repeated within 120 days or 6 months or 9 months, whatever it is. Because, as a landlord, you might have one resident do it. And then
Right.
3-4 months later, a new resident goes and does it. And then 9 months later, and then all of a sudden
Different
you're in the top
residents.
tier, but you're not really a habitual
Yeah.
offender of it. Well, I mean, you can't be there all the time. And I think what you're trying to do is find the ones that are doing it almost every week. And those ones will get caught up quite quickly. But some sort of time frame on that's fair and allows for the occasional mistake or the neighbor that goes and puts their vegetation in front of your
Right.
yard. I've had that happened to me.
Yeah.
So stuff
And
like
that's one of
that.
the problems. Yeah, you mentioned some, empty lots, people often dump it on.
All
So
the
the, so the guy that has, which is one of the reasons about the, licensing or registering our empty lots is, that unfortunately that person gets dinged for the violation. Well,
Right.
maybe that will spur them on to do something with their law.
Right.
Okay. All right, so 135. Okay.
So is it 1, 2, 3 or 1, 3, 5?
135.
1, 3, 5.
Consensus?
And you guys are fine saying if that falls within a 6-month time frame
6 months, 1 year.
or year?
A
A
year.
year, okay.
From
Fiscal
the
year.
first offense, so.
Yeah,
date of
do the fiscal year so it's easier for you
Yeah.
guys.
Fiscal year.
Everyone's gonna put their stuff out before October.
I think it'd make more sense to have it a year. If we're looking at frequency of violations, is there a way that you could track from the first?
Yeah,
not-
they
not
enter all the
fiscal year, 'cause
tickets.
that could be
Right. So what happens is the day that the guys come back, so the ticket writers come back with with the list, the drivers go out and retrieve those items. If it was picked up, the tickets themselves go to the girls. They're put in a spreadsheet with the pictures and everything. So it's easy to search and go back and see if
So
that
you could
address
tell.
was.
So
Right.
I
We do it
would
by
think
each
that we
month.
Go from the date of the first offense to.
Right. Correct.
For,
And she's talking about admin, solid waste.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just-
Yeah.
the
Girls.
girls, I'm like,
Those are girls.
yeah.
That's garbage girls.
I was
Us
gonna
garbage
say,
girls.
it's women's equality.
Yeah.
Uh,
It's the
this-
garbage
that-
girls. I was one of those girls.
Really
I
quick.
see that girl.
Just how are homeowners notified that they violated this and received a ticket? Doesn't it go on the utility bill?
It does go on your utility bill, or if a active utility bill isn't there, or let's say it's multi-unit, a duplex, we're not sure which one. It gets, if the owner has a utility for them, or it gets sent out like a separate
So,
invoice.
a lot of people have their utility bills on auto pay and they might not notice the first time. We might want to suggest that, before we escalate to something like $500, they receive a letter like this is your second time. I think that would be fair.
Or let it the first time, put them on notice that you
Yeah.
got your.
Yeah, or even
Here's $100 bill, don't do it again.
right.
I mean, really, we're gonna cater to people that don't read their bills? That's
Well,
kind of
it's not-
ridiculous.
but it's not- I don't think if it's auto pay, it's not on their bill. But then they would have, I think they would just have to look at, even if it's an auto pay, they still, in the email, they get an
It's
email
up
the
to
bill.
them to.
So, yeah, I'm with that. They need to look at it.
I just think that's kind of, I
Yeah,
mean,
no, I agree with you.
if my bill goes up $100, $300, $500,
I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna notice.
Okay, all right, page 35, next page, which is solid waste, other, roll off franchise fees, things like that. Anything? 2036, we're getting there, 36 of 78. Code compliance, all right, and this I know all has to be, what it costs us. We can read, there's no profit here. This is just what does it cost the city to do this? And I see there's some.
Did we change anything there?
I'm just looking, I don't think so. So I think we just keep going. All right, keep going.
Is any of this stuff allowed by the magistrate to be
No.
canceled?
Oh, well,
You know how like they come in and then he takes away all the fees?
can they waive
They
administration?
can't waive administration fees, correct?
William Waters, Community Sustainability Director. They cannot waive any costs that have been incurred by the city, inclusive of the administrative fees. What you're seeing is they're often changing the daily fine recommended by staff and also dramatically reducing the actually outstanding lien that a person owes.
Okay, okay. As long as we still get this stuff. Okay, good.
Yeah.
37, postage. Code compliance, next one, page 38, code compliance foreclosure registry.
I have 38.
Okay, let's look at that one for a second. I have some issues with this one, page 38. Empty lot, registration.
We went through this one last
We went through this one, we've gone through this one a couple times and we never really seem to be able to get comfortable with it. Well, I'm not particularly comfortable with, after 5 years, $750 a year is a lot of money to pay. If you're if you're not maintaining your lot, that's another issue. That's lot clearing and all that. And I think, if I have, okay, what's a vacant property? I have an AD behind me, right? I have a rental license, I rent it out. But if I decided not to, and I just wanted to use it as my my closet, is that a vacant property?
No, because you're living in the house in front of it.
Okay, but if I own a house, a separate house, and I want to use it for when guests come down, my friend comes down in the winter for a week, I want to let her, it's vacant the rest of the time.
You can do, I'll just go through the multiple things that you can do. If a property is homesteaded, that means you live in it and that's counted. If you are here part-time as a seasonal, you do an affidavit of non-rental, which means you're not renting it to somebody and the utilities may be on, maybe your family lives there, but it's not you. If you have no active utilities on the property, it is considered vacant.
Right.
If the active utilities are running, which based on the ordinance we haven't gotten into yet, that you would like to put in place on properties that are vacant, improved, or vacant, unimproved, there's going to be a meter running. Because you wanted to have vegetation irrigated, you wanted to have security lighting. I forgot what else it's sort of in the works of being written. So if there is no activity there and it doesn't have a active business license, it doesn't have a vacant registry, it doesn't have a affidavit of non-rental, and it doesn't have a homestead exemption, the presumption would be that it would be vacant. You can then send in a letter to us, and if you're using your property to store your stuff and storage is allowed, which isn't allowed in residential. If you want another carve out that would allow someone to own a house, have no one live there, there'd be no utilities on. It's just a place that you want to.
That's not what I'm asking, but that's vacant. That it's going to get mold. I mean, if you want to have a house with no air conditioning, you're an idiot, but it's just going to sit there. Here's my underlying question, because I had a case a few years ago. A woman used her house as a rental. It's like on North Palmer or something. And then her son moved in, so she wasn't renting it anymore. And she let her son live there.
A family member, since she needed to register it as an affidavit of
Here's my
non-rental.
question. How does somebody know that? That's the thing that troubles me about
Well,
this
if we were to be apprised of that, we would let them know, here are all of your options. Vacant registration, affidavit of non-rental, whatever. And there is no co-case and no fee if you comply within the time given.
That, but let's just say I have a rental and my nephew wants to move into my rental. So I don't renew I don't renew my rental license because I'm not renting it anymore. Very difficult for me to understand, and it's not an easy code to read, how I would be expected to know that I now have to. I mean, if the rental license stops, send a letter and say, why?
What traditionally happens if you do not renew your license and you've had one, we will tap on your door through either a courtesy notice or letter saying, hey, you need to pay for your rental license renewal. You contact the city, tell us your situation, and we'll tell you what you have to do.
Okay, well, that didn't, she ended up trying to sell the house and had a $50,000 fine.
That's one person.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, I think notice is an important thing for that. I think we need to notice the people more about that. Okay, I don't know who was on first. Ms. Malega?
Mine is more on the nuisance, chronic nuisance administration and abatement. Could we just have a footnote defining what chronic nuisance or abatement is, or reference to our code on what that means? Because just the regular person, I don't think would understand what that language means. Just some kind of little under your footnote.
Language from Mr. Waters and.
Do that for bacon. Yeah, just something that references back where these fees
Yeah.
are coming from, like tie it in together.
That's a good idea. Thank you. All right. Oh, Mr. McBoy, then, okay, Mr. McBoy.
I share, I think some of the concerns of the mayor. I know of several people who've contacted me over the years, who are very concerned about this vacant property registry. I know we've discussed it. I don't believe we've resolved it very well. To me, it seems like we have, well, it has a historical origin that it came, if I am not mistaken, out of roughly 2008, the housing crisis things. We had a company that did the work and then the company disappeared, or we stopped doing them or whatever, and now we do it. It's never been clear to me why we need to keep doing that. That the origin need is no longer there. And I know of a number of cases of people who have a home that they occupy and then a lot next to them. And they are now, which they aren't doing anything with. And it presumably should be their prerogative to do what they want with it, as long as it's legal, as long as please.
At this point, we're talking about, if you want to.
What I'm saying is,
Interrupt you for a second. I understand your question and I have the same conversation with that, at least one resident. It's not a question of how I don't think that's a question for today. Whether or not there's a fee might be a question, but what the fee is. We
What, the
do have a
fee?
fee. We do have a fee and we're talking about the level of fee. So please try to contain it to, is it too much or not enough? We're not talking about whether it exists. We're talking about the amount. If you want to talk about whether it should exist, that's a conversation for another day with regards to policy.
the interruptions lengthen it more than they shorten it. I do not agree with those fees being there. I don't agree with the whole process of that, so I don't agree with them. I do understand that there are some interests of the city in certain cases where people have a whole property that's by itself and they're just sitting on it, land banking, whatever the proper word for it is. And we would like to encourage them to do something, although I think there's gray area. Do we as a city have a right to tell them what they do with their private property? I don't know, but I think I don't agree with those fees, particularly $750 annually. And why do they go up? If somebody has, and I know of several cases where there's
Talk about the amount. I agree with the amount. I think the amount is too high. We're not going to talk about the foundation of whether there's a fee. If it's perfectly appropriate for you to ask.
keep
why
them
are
all
the fees so
200.
high?
Keep them all 200, and I would encourage that we either get rid of the program altogether and don't have the fees, so keep them at 0, or figure out that if there is a public benefit that we are trying to ascertain on certain larger properties that we want to encourage them to develop, then let's figure out if that's legal for us to do and figure out a way to do that.
It is. Thank you. Mr. Zegrich?
We recently discussed this topic and took a vote on it and established these fees as is. I would like to get consensus to keep it as is, approve it and move on.
Well, I would like to lower them. I think $750 a year is too.
I would like to lower them.
I would like to have a cap at, say, $300 a year, like 200 for the first year.
I would agree to a cap of 500.
500. I'll go with 500. Cap at 500.
If it allows us to move on,
Yeah,
yes.
thank you, right. So there's consensus to stop it at 500. I think.
Fine. That's fine.
So do you have that? Got that? Maximum 500.
Okay, we got it.
Thank
I just want to acknowledge that we're at 11:45.
Yes.
We had Stantec joining us. We're behind. Do we want to keep moving with the scheduled fees, try to wrap up shortly and then go to significant changes?
I know. And I'm trying to do my best to limit them. We're supposed to break at 11. It's now 11:45. That's, I see your point.
I mean, I do think we should finish this.
I would
I'd like to get this.
I mean, I don't, I mean,
No, I
yeah.
agree.
Yeah, we'll ask.
Can we tell them to, okay,
Thank you.
all right, thank you. Code enforcement 39, I have anything? Nope. 40, code enforcement, building division, community sustainability, here you are, building division. Any problems, any questions? Nope. Okay. All right.
I'd like to do that.
Okay, page 41.
I have a question on 41.
Okay, Ms. May, you're up.
Under the permit fees, it goes from 2.5% of the value of the project to 1.75 to 1.25. And then as the project increases in value, but then all of a sudden you get to a $2.5 million project and it's a 50% fee. That's what it says in the book. Page 41. It says 2.5, 1.75, 1.25, 50. Is it 0.5? What, is that what it is? Okay.
Bless you.
It looks like it's been going down like a little bit each time. And then I was like, whoa, that's a lot of money for a permit. Nobody's allowed to build anything that 2.5 million or above in Lake Worth Beach.
I think it's fine.
I do want to cover, because Mr. Sedgwick brought this up, is like, what is the actual cost for doing a permit? And we didn't want to have a huge jump, but we did a significant amount of sort of research. And though we used the wrong burden rate, because I want to compare it to what they proposed for the co-compliance, we use a burden rate of 1.4, which covers the cost of the staff plus benefits, but not their car or their office or whatever else. And our recommended rate to minimally recover our costs would be $95, not 87, but that's a jump from 67 to 95.
Where are you? The top?
I'm based on the research that we did in the $85 right there.
Okay.
Based on the question that came up from Commissioner Sedgers about, covering the actual cost of service, our recommended fee to cover the cost of the staff with a burden rate of 1.4 would be $95. No,
So let's make it 95.
but if you include the whole burden rate, which would cover like electricity, water, car, it would be like 117.
Let's make it 100.
Let's make it.
Okay.
How about 115? I would rather lose $2 per permit than $17.
Yeah, but those are,
What time are we gonna try on?
He just said 117.
One, I don't know, 115, anybody, 115, 100 going.
is it an auction?
Yeah, that's just what I feel like, for like $5. Somebody give me some direction.
I would say a lot of people have a lot of angst around permitting. I would caution going very high. I would be okay with 100.
I think 100 is a nice one.
And then what is this percent? 0.5? For the two,
It should be 0.5% and 0.35%.
okay. 0.
Yeah, and I'm sorry I didn't catch that earlier.
No, that's okay. Just want to make sure nobody has to pay half of their value of their project just for the permit.
Well, it'd be a deterrent to really big projects, wouldn't it?
Right? Nobody built a $2.5 million project.
5 is going to 100.
100. And then those percents are going back.
Page 42. Anything? $43. $44. Where are we getting there? $45. $46. $47. $48. We're moving now. Up, Mr. Segridge. 48. It's not on a roll there, too.
Sorry. Given the amount of work that it seems that we've been spending on the right of way and other abandonments, I think the application fee there should be increased.
Public services.
Page 48.
Hold on, but that's the DCS portion of the abandonment of the right of way fee. Public Works, and maybe Jamie can correct me, they have a fee for it as well, for their portion of it. This is just our piece, because we do all the processing of the right of way abandonment, But there is a fee, as I recall, in the public works section that also is charged as part of the right of way abandonment.
And do you feel that this 1,500 covers our cost? I mean, just
That
given
cover,
the
that
amount
covers
of-
our cost in DCS. It doesn't cover Jamie's staff's time cost.
I was just thinking about, you know, the recent ones that we've had. It seems like your cost is probably a heck of a lot higher.
Set the application for the right of way.
We process it through our department and then help carry it through to the city commission. But most of the cost of the staff time, unless it's related to a development, falls on Public Works Department. And I believe they have a fee for it, if I'm not mistaken.
All right, Mr. Reagan?
Where are we in line with this, the new licensed alcohol sign up? Because an alcohol license has, there's a lot behind that, and I can't see how $100 recoups our cost.
Okay, based, and this is what I was going to bring up based on Mr. Sedgwich's concerns at whenever that was, is that a lot of our review and work that we do in the Planning, Zoning, and Preservation division has been seen as an incentive to encourage investment in the city. So that division has never had fees even coming close to covering the staff time spent on applications.
And I understand that, but there's a huge profit margin to the liquor license, alcohol, anything to do with alcohol. And I don't think that the city charging $100 to oversee and review that license is anywhere near what it should be.
And I don't disagree with you. However, like give you an example, there is a restaurant that would like to come in. It is a new license for a restaurant, but not only are we charging the new license fee, we're charging a name fee change. There's an application for a conditional land use. There's a distance waiver involved. There is another fee. So when, you know, that new business coming in, though we'll be serving alcohol, is being charged like 6 or 7 different fees. And they are interrelated, but they are separate. The new license fee likely could go up, because I'll give you an example of another that we pulled because we were asked to do it. A typical zoning letter costs the city $421.17 to do, with the burden rate of 1.7. We are charging an average of 212.
It's money.
Yes,
Doesn't make any sense.
but the direction, and you guys can change your own policy, was that trying to encourage people to invest in the city, which often entails a zoning letter, should not be so high to deter them from investing in the city. So there's a happy medium in there somewhere. Because I think you mentioned on a fee review that this can't possibly cover the planning and zoning staff, and no, it doesn't. And the whole planning and zoning preservation division might generate $100,000 a year in total fees, maybe 125, all combined. There's like 6 different accounts, but the cost to have that staff here is like $500,000.
I'm gonna be devil's advocate. Our commercial rates on electric are extremely high. And I think that there's no different cost assessment when it comes to staff time and overhead. I would like us to at least get our money out that we're putting out back. I'm not saying make money, but we shouldn't be losing money either. That's just my thing.
But some of these are small businesses, like what you're saying. And they're just- Thank you. I really enjoy it. But it does add up.
And the truth be told, and this is what's kind of unfortunate, is that the smaller business owners, the ones that are trying to start a business for the first time, who have never done a commercial lease, are the ones that suck up the vast majority of staff time, but often generate the least fee. And so the bigger projects, you know, are sort of subsidizing that, or the general fund is subsidizing it, because just getting an administrative use permit for, say, a lawn care company through, there's not a huge fee. It's $425 on average. But I know of one that I've already spent like 6 hours on myself, and my fee just for me is way more than that, let alone all the other staff that have been involved. Code compliance has been involved, building has been involved, planning and zoning have been involved. But do we want to discourage investment in the city? I think that's a policy that we can, I didn't have time to pull everything, and we can maybe make a recommendation through Monica to make some of the changes to because there's a lot of different fees in planning, zoning, preservation. There's a lot, and none of them, to my estimation, cover the actual cost of providing the service.
But we also do want to not discourage small business. I'm going to go upstairs. You take over, Ms.
Mr. Segrich, your lights on.
Yeah, I would view things like the zoning letter and some of these fees as an investment in trying to bring the small business in. I know the zoning letters do take a lot of time, but they are kind of the first step of someone exploring the route of, can I bring my business to the city? And it's a very important question to get answered accurately, because what ends up happening without that, they come in and then they get told, oops, I'm sorry, you're in a lease, but you can't operate, and here's why. And then everything blows up and it takes even more staff time and so on. So I recognize the costs, and I see value in it, us investing in that. Also, we've talked about bringing on an ombudsman or some sort of role like that to help shepherd new businesses and residents through some of these processes, which would decrease the cost on staff by them following the proper stuff. But until that happens, I would personally like to see any of the new business style fees stay where they are at, or
Including alcohol.
well, I think that's also tied up with a lot of other fees and so on. So to me, I don't have a problem with that one. They also have state fees and everything else they're going through. And normally that would be a restaurant bar, and they're already going to be running into holding staff for 3 months, not actually making a profit, that kind of thing.
Okay.
So.
Anything from you, Commissioner May? Okay. Page 49. Anybody got anything? Page 50. Moving right ahead, page 51. 52. Anything? Page 53. Page 54. I had a couple things on page 54. We have Lake Worth Beach Affordable Workforce Housing Program application fee for under 5 units and over 5 units.
Yes,
Are we charging? And then there's the Live Local, right?
yes.
So the nonprofits that were before us the other day, I don't think you were here, that we addressed, they also have to pay an application fee for each house that they're building?
No, not necessarily. This is only applicable if you are participating in our Lake Worth Beach Affordable Workforce Housing Program. If Habitat comes in and wants to build a single family house on a 25-foot lot and they want to deed restrict it, that doesn't fall under our program. If they want the additional dwelling unit, if it's allowed, that has to be deed restricted, that we control the covenant and all that sort of stuff, then they would pay the fee.
Okay, thank you for your clarification. Anybody else have anything? Mr. Seibert?
It's not particular to this page. I know we talked about the sustainability fees and the amount of fees we charge for parking in lieu. Would that be part of this discussion, or we'd have to have that separate?
It's listed on here somewhere in my fees. I think I have more pages than anybody, unfortunately, or my department does. Right now, the in lieu of parking fee charge is 25,000. It was raised from 15 to 25 in this fiscal year. As we're finding out, to provide a parking space is more like 35,000. But do you want that as a deterrent? Because please keep in mind that businesses downtown, almost none have any parking. And if they want to expand beyond 25%, they're paying that fee.
So we already had an increase.
Yes, of 10,000.
Thank you. Page 55. Page 56. I do have a question. Our minimum rates for electric and water are not listed in our fee schedule. Should they not be? If somebody has a vacant, like we're talking about vacant properties. If somebody has a vacant property and we have a minimum fee that we charge for utilities, I thought 2 years ago it was in the fee schedule, and then all of a sudden it's not in the fee schedule. So we can check on that. Yeah, I think that, my opinion, I think that our minimum fee for electric, water, sewer should be in writing somewhere, so people who come here know.
But keep in mind, and I may be overstepping a little bit, but I don't believe you charge that minimum fee unless you have an active meter at your property. And if there is no meter, you're not paying anything.
Correct.
And that gets back to something like what you were talking about in terms of the affordable housing the other day. We wanted to look at, if you do not pull the meter and leave it, what is the fee you're paying to keep that meter there but not active? So that if you pull the meter out, you're not stuck with that 2-year time frame where you have to replace it, and otherwise you lose your capacity charge waiver. There's a lot that got into that discussion that kind of got a little
So
all
we
over the
should-
place.
we shouldn't have anything in here for the minimum fee for
I don't think, I
electric and water?
think all the electric fees are all separate somewhere else, aren't they?
They're not in the book at all. I couldn't
Yeah.
find them. Sure, I'll check them.
Now,
Okay.
we're just because this page is up here, this is the economic investment incentive program that you all have on abeyance. It's still on the books, but it's on hold. So I didn't think that we should, since it's there, I'll let you know that it's still on hold.
Mr. Segrich?
So I know Stantec's going to come in and show modeling. We talked about increasing base rates and so on, particular to the cost of service fees. It might be more fair to our residents, and so instead of increasing the base rate, increase the actual minimum fee.
I agree.
And so I don't know whether it's during this discussion or another discussion, but I would be in favor of raising the minimum fee versus the base rate.
I agree. We did raise the minimum fee
And
like
then,
3
and
years
then there
ago.
was the storm fund coming up with a calculation so that very large properties are paying an appropriate share. So the example I think that was used is a residence pays $5 and so does Palm Beach State College.
Doesn't seem balanced. Thank you. Page 57. 58. 59. Mr. Liberty's in the room. 60. 61. 62. I have something on 62. We talked about this a couple of years ago. The commercial deposits and them being non-refundable, I still think is archaic. And I think that if a business has been paying their bill on time for 5 years, that they should be able to get their commercial deposit back. Because some of these deposits are huge. So I just want to throw that out there for conversation, Mr. Segrich.
I would agree with that.
I'm okay with that.
And I just need to understand a little bit better. If I rent a place and I rent for X number of years and I have to put a security deposit when I come in, is not the purpose of the security deposit to ensure that when I leave at whatever point and under whatever circumstances, if I just disappear and I owe some money, that's why I paid that security deposit to help protect the city. Why would one not, and I don't have a position one way or the other. I just need to understand better. Why would not the purpose of the security deposit be valid all the way through?
Well, because we return residential deposits, but we.
Like you've proved you're a good
Proves that you're gonna pay
payer
your
of
bill.
your
So we
bills.
return the residential, but we don't return the commercial. We hold the commercial in perpetuity. So we've had some business owners who've been here for 10, 12, 15 years paying on time. And they've never gotten that refund. And some leases.
And ideally, they don't want the refund because they don't want to leave.
Correct. And some leases, when you do sign a lease, you do have a security deposit, but if you pay after 4 years, you'll get that security deposit back once the landlord knows that you're good for your money.
Is that, I was not aware that the resident, I don't know if I paid the
Residents
security
do.
deposit, it's 20 years ago.
For the record, Ed Liberty, Electric Utility Director, which includes utility customer service. My recollection of this discussion, I think this is probably 4 or 5 years ago where we made this change. The reason it did not apply to property owners was that if the property owner were to default on the electric bill, in theory, the city would be able to put a lien against the property and recover its funds through the lien process.
When you say property, you mean commercial or residential?
Residential, for example. And I think the logic would follow over to a commercial property owner if they actually happen to own the building. I don't think we got into that level of detail in the discussion, but I'm inferring that that might be the case, that a commercial property owner property may be in a rental like a residential rental. So what was happening, what we thought was happening on the residential side, on a tenant side, is they obviously know when their lease is running out. And in advance of that, they would stop paying the electric bill. Not all, just, you know,
right. But
I don't want to make that broad generalization.
Right.
It happens. If that happens on a rental property,
We don't have a way to-
we don't have a way other than go through collections. On rare occasion, that individual may seek to open an account a year or 2 or 3 or sometime in the future in the city, and then we try to recover the money then. So the thought was, if the utilities are in the name of the owner of the property, we have recourse to get paid what we're owed. If not, we don't. So I think
Commercial, many of them are rentals.
that's my assumption that they are. I believe that they are.
But they've been in business for 5 years and they've been paying their electric bill and they haven't had late payments. I don't see why, being business friendly, again, like Mr. Waters just said, I don't see why we wouldn't, considering we are at the highest commercial rates that there are electric wise. I would like to return the deposit. Mr.
Well-
Rich?
You know, in reading the finer detail of it, I can understand the need to have at least some deposit to cover maybe at least 1 month. I'm not sure what the actual deposits are that
They're
we
usually
collect on
2.5
commercial.
times the previous renters for commercial, the previous renters bill. So that's what the rules are.
I wouldn't be in reading this and listening to Mr. Liberty, I wouldn't necessarily be in favor of eliminating it altogether, refunding it altogether, but maybe if they have been a good tenant and a good customer for X number of years or months or whatever it is, reducing it down to maybe 1 month.
Right, okay.
Or a month and a half. That way there's an incentive, but at least we're protected for the last month. And if they don't pay for the last month, they get shut off anyway.
So that's certainly something that we could take as guidance. And obviously you're not voting here. But is there a consensus that should that be 2 years, 3 years, 4 years?
Yeah, I think 5 years is, I mean, if you're here 5 years.
Okay. I see the nods. I'll take that as, we'll bring you back something for that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, goody.
Just don't sound.
Just what I was hoping for. You know, and I apologize for having that. If,
I think we're on 63, but I'm not sure.
okay. You have a question, but I realize it's not this question, it's a policy question, so I'm gonna wait and not do it at this meeting.
I heard you.
Anything on 64? 5? We're getting there, kids. 6? 7? Oh, my goodness. 8, we only got 10 to go. 68, 69. 70. 71. 72. 73.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I do have a question.
Ah, damn.
And it wasn't.
guys
me.
were just. It wasn't, thank you, Mr. And I very much appreciate that, Mr. McCoy. I've had enough lectures for the morning.
This is
Page
for
what?
page 70. This is
70?
70.
Oh, can't go backwards, sorry. You don't like the backflow device administrative fee. I can see it.
You already know not the administration fee, but the failing to test or maintain backflow prevention assemblies is $1,000. And a lot of people don't even know that they're supposed to do that when they rent a business, just so you know. They have zero
Where is
idea.
that on
On page 70,
Where?
line number 9.
9.
Failing to test or maintain backflow prevention assemblies as required per violation. $1,000 fee if a business doesn't even know they're supposed to do it.
That's kind of like
Business
getting.
has to know.
That's-
It's a safety, health,
They don't
safety.
know.
Right, that's kind, but it's also kind of like what I'm saying about a ding, about if you don't know that you're supposed to, I mean, it's on us, I guess, we're saying to know.
When
what's
you
going
sign a
on.
lease, there's nothing in the commercial lease, or
Right.
when you get utilities turned on, there's nothing in your utilities that says you have to do a backflow test.
And
I
there's
would-
nothing in the ordinances that say if you don't have that, if you stop renting, you've got to get a.
I just think $1,000 for somebody not knowing that they have to do a $125 test is
Is it
extremely
just
large.
failing to
I
do the test?
think
All right,
we-
Mr. McBoy?
I think we should get some input from
Brian?
somebody. From
Brian?
somebody. Can I finish without being interrupted?
Go ahead.
You kept,
Or just go, keep going.
I think we should get some input from somebody who has long experience in the water side. The deal on backflow valves is if you have a possible cross connection to something that can flow back into the water system, that can present a health hazard. And that's a big deal. You don't want that. That can affect other people. And that's why it has got a high thing on it. And I would bet a lot of money that if you open a commercial establishment that has water sewer connections, you get some literature from the state or somewhere. Hey, that's a big deal. You got to pay attention to that. It's different from electric. You can't really, I mean, there are other backflow issues with electric, but with water, it's a big deal.
Well, I'll speak to it from a billing point of view, and or Brian can address it as well. Backflow preventer is typically on a building, not on an individual account within the building. So in some cases, I'm thinking, and I'm not an expert in this here, that it might be something that's a requirement of the owner of the building to have that backflow preventer inspected, because you might have, let's say, 5 tenants in the building that have nothing to do with that. They're just paying and they may not even have their own, their water meter may or may not. So I think that's a gray area. It gets in the code, but I think the point is well taken. The backflow preventers do have to be inspected.
My point is just the violation is high.
This wasn't, can I make a recommendation? This wasn't a change or a new fee. Could we take it back to the director in October, bring something back to you at the utility meeting to discuss the fee end of October, early November? Would that be okay?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Going back up, now I think we're page 74. No, we were down. 75. 76. 77.
I have a lot on 78.
I'd like to go back to page 3.
No, you got to get her first.
Attack on a city official. I'm guilty. Okay, so 70. Okay. 78 of 78.
Going once. Going twice.
Okay, if you do have, and some, sometimes we look at these more than once and we see other things. If any of us up here do have something like, wait, I forgot to mention that, or I skipped that, do a memo to the department head about that. Okay, just so that we don't have to, I don't want to, we're getting down to the wire with time now. So I would rather have them have a heads up as to what's coming ahead of them before. So just give them that courtesy.
And can you copy budget so that we can see it as well?
Copy budget?
Yes, and we'll try to make all those changes, anything that we
So
can.
how would I would send it to Yannick, and then it would copy
Perfect.
fine, yeah, that's who I would send it
Or
to.
myself.
Yeah, and I would send it to
either's fine.
finance
Perfect, great.
and Mr. Brown.
Yes.
Okay, it's 12:13. Let's look at our schedule. We have finished, for better or for worse, fee schedule. The next,
So we're going to make the recommended changes that we can make, bring those back to you at the first public hearing. Anything that we can't, we'll let you know, and we will make sure we bring that forth in an amendment. First public hearing is September 11th.
if you can do these ahead of time, because again, we get these books and we all have jobs and stuff, so that's a lot to look through. So if I know that the thing is in September, the earliest that you could get us the books, the better.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so we now have an hour, a 45-minute break. Santee, can we get in touch with them with Santex?
They know that we have a break. We had the significant changes. Would you like me to go through those first or come back to them after lunch?
I think we need a break.
Okay, so we'll come back to the significant changes. I'll run through those quickly and then we'll have Stantec come on and move into the CIP.
As opposed to, okay. I don't care. I don't care what we do. I'd have lunch.
Do you want to?
Santec is going to take, well, significant changes and new supplemental requests is going to be, how long is that going to take? A while. I don't care. Let's just keep going then. I got my coffee. We'll keep going. I'm fine. We'll keep going. We'll keep going. That's fine.
Can we get consensus if we want to break for lunch or keep
We're
going?
going to keep going. Wrenches, it's back there. That's what.
Lunch is,
It is. People are eating back there.
I could use a break too.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't had a break. We didn't take our 15-minute break at 11, so.
Can we break for just 30 minutes? Is 30 minutes enough?
For lunch, do
Yes.
lunch, 30 minutes, yeah.
30 minutes. Let's get back here at 15, quarter to 1.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's not gonna have to go order anything. It's here.
Madam Mayor, are we ready to reconvene?
Well, I mean, define ready. I suppose we are. Let's just say we have 5 people sitting up on the dais and our finance people are here. So yes, I guess we're ready.
All righty then. It is 12:52 and we have reconvened.
Thank you and welcome back everybody to the wonderful workshop of budgets of today, the 21st of August. Now we have, we're looking at significant changes and new supplemental requests. Our favorite part.
Yes. Okay, so you're going to be in the agenda book. That's this packet, yes. And the tab is significant changes.
I love that.
So I'm just highlighting major changes and then there's corresponding supplementals in the book as well. And these would be requests that are either unfunded or were added after workshop 1B. So I will give you a chance and it's you can technically start page 4 and 5. Page 4, that's the appropriation summary, which shows fund by fund, the total source of funds, use of fund balance, salaries, benefits, operating, and then the total use of funds. And then if there's net revenues, so if there's an overage, it shows in that column. Again, that's page 4. So I'll start with general fund. The first thing I will start with is the ad valorem. We updated that to reflect the 7% increase. And so that increased slightly. The CRA estimate also increased slightly. There was a change to 4.1 million from where your book was previously. I think it was about 3.9 million. So minor changes, but still wanted to acknowledge those. The state revenue sharing, it kind of all balances out based on the estimate that we received after workshop 1. We took it down to 2.2 million, update it from 2.4 to 2.2. We always try to estimate conservatively. And then of course, if we come in higher, we're happy with that, but we just don't want to overestimate revenues and fall in below that.
And when you say state revenues, you're talking about grants,
The state revenue sharing that
we get
receive
from everything. Okay.
the state. And then based on the recommendation, we took the admin fee for building and moved it back to building. And there's a transfer out you'll see in the budget to correspond to that. The same thing with the beach, that there's a corresponding transfer out to cover that admin fee related to the beach. And then the police and fire fees, there was, we were absorbing $283. Again, we put it back in the budget and then we're doing a transfer out to the beach. 283,000, sorry. So we're absorbing that. There was a recommendation to reduce the acreman, and we did confirm that that is now, we're no longer have that contract. Those are offset by WGI increases. And you'll see that in a supplemental. And the supplementals for general fund can be found on page 3 of the supplemental tabs. And then there's the volunteer appreciation lunch that was added. There's funds in HR. We're going to update that to itemize it. It's not itemized in the budget, but we'll itemize it to make sure it's clearly reflected. And then contractual services, there was a recommendation to remove the consulting services and move them into the CIP. We did that. And then the last one is the 1.3 million use of fund balance in general funds. So there was a question to verify that the PCA revenue was not included, and we did verify that, and I apologize, that was an error in our formula. So we've corrected that. And so what that means is that's going to increase the offsetting increase is to the electric fund. They had an increase. It's not that we lost money, but the general fund is not going to be receiving that revenue from electric. And we'll cover that when we get to that fund. I am going to move to just acknowledging the general fund supplemental requests. So there are, let me just find the page. There are additional supplemental requests unfunded in the amount of $131,000. Page 1 of supplementals. So there's a tab. It's, I think, the last tab actually. It starts on page 3. It includes the funded and unfunded, just so we can show you the different supplementals that we had previously and then the new ones. And so there's an additional 131,000 requested for general fund to include those. Let me just confirm what those are. Give me just a second. The unfunded are actually towards the end, and those start on page 59. There were some salary needs for self-insurance benefit and general fund to take an intern from part-time to full-time. The next one is on page 60. That is also, I believe, additional salary request to cover a 5% for additional duties. 61. This one is related to the roadway management technologies. You may have heard that brought forward basically for the paving management system software. And you'll see that come forward in an agenda item, I believe, next month to purchase that. I think it's next month. Last month? Oh, Tuesday. Okay, thanks. And then the last couple that are unfunded, again, 4,800 in grounds funds, again, additional salary, page 63, that was page 62. Page 63, there's an additional amount requested of 62,404. This relates to a library manager to train while they have someone who may be retiring. Yes. And so we need to make sure we staff up so we don't have that loss and that gap in service.
Don't approve that.
And then the last one, they're promoting an internal staff member from an assistant event coordinator to a special events. And so that's all for the general fund. I will, I just wanted to acknowledge, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead if you, because I see lights on, so I want to.
You know, we've been having a discussion about the Stantec modeling and where we're going to be in 2030, 2032, 2035, depending on which model we're using. So we are reviewing in collaboration with the city manager's office and also the departments. We'll be working for fiscal year 27 as we start the new budget process to look at mid-year where we are for budget to actuals. It's going to be a multi-pronged approach, basically based on the GFOA, that's our Government Finance Officer Association, the best practices on how to approach the budget and how to approach long-term financial planning. We'll be working on our strategic plan, which you'll all be involved in. More information coming soon from the city manager's office on that. So we do acknowledge that, and we do have plans to begin that work and begin that discussion. And as we start our new budget process, take direction from you on what those steps are. And we're hoping that'll happen in May, probably prior to obviously the strategic planning process. But this way we have a multi-prong approach to the budget and planning and can really kick off fiscal year 27 with your recommendations.
Okay, I just have a question on page 64, Tiana. Is this a full-time regular salary, a new? It's only 8,000 for, is it, you making a part-time,
getting it
full-time?
Hi, Tina McKay, Director of Leisure Services. So this is an existing person who's already working within the city. We're going to be promoting them and giving them some additional duties. We're regularly being asked to increase some of our special events offerings. They'll be assisting with that, as well as taking on our 100th anniversary golf course celebration lead for multiple events that will be happening in 2026
And
too.
that salaries are up 51,000. 51 is what I'm looking at.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So up from existing. Thank you.
Okay, so as far as we've gotten, let's have some questions so we don't get backed up. Ms. Malega, I think, was first.
Actually, Commissioner Segrich first.
Well, Mr. Segrich then.
Thank you. So it was a little difficult to go between the old book and the new book and see the changes because format changed a little bit between the old budget book and the new budget book. But in looking through it, there were some things that kind of jumped out. And I'll just use it as a general example for my question. For example, community sustainability went up by approximately 200,000 from the old book to the new book. 100,000 in code, 70,000 roughly in planning and zoning. And that's not highlighted in a significant change.
Tell me what page you're looking at.
I'm just comparing the expenses from the old book to the new book, the major budget book. So pull it up. So on page 35 of the new book.
The operating budget?
Yep. And I'm comparing that with the same figures in the old book.
You said page 35.
35 in the new budget book.
Yeah, no,
the
operating,
other
budget,
book.
the operating
The
budget.
operating budget book.
I'm not sure
I don't
why we're
have my
not
old
in
one
the
with me.
same book, but
Well, it has to do with significant changes. A $200,000 change in a department to
Okay.
me is significant. So yeah,
35.
on page 35, the 2026 proposed budget for community sustainability is 4.5 million. In the old book, it's somewhere around 4.3 million. And going through, matching the details back and forth, it looks primarily like there's roughly $100,000 in code enforcement increase and $70,000 in planning and zoning, and then some miscellaneous stuff here and there. I'm just wondering, from a process standpoint, why wouldn't that be highlighted in a significant change? Because I've seen this throughout, and my concern is we have a list of significant changes, but unless we go back through and compare every line item between the old book and the new book, we won't know if there's a $200,000 increase somewhere.
I can check on that one for you. I generally take larger items. The general fund is 51, I'm sorry, it's the total budget is about $52 million. So I take the largest items. I try to take the higher percentage of items and highlight those significant changes. If you have items that you want to discuss, I'm happy to discuss those. And this one I have to look. I don't have the other book in front of me. I'm trying to pull it up.
Well, I guess just from a process standpoint, this being my first time, we reviewed the budget book and went through it. If there were changes to that, I would think they would have to come back as a supplemental after we've already reviewed it. Is that?
The fees you're talking about are all related to the staff that were migrated over a little bit by a little bit, beginning in FY 2018 or 19, out of the general fund to the building fund. Now that the building fund does not have any money, those positions are being moved back fully to the general fund. The overall departmental expense, including the building fund, hasn't gone up very much. The part of it being attributed to the general fund has gone up.
Okay. I just, I don't want to belabor the point, and we need to get through this. And but I guess for next time, when we're looking at an operating budget, and then the next time we see it, the format changes and we don't see the deltas, that makes it very difficult.
What you're just talking about with the format, because I'm missing that. I'm sorry.
So there are certain summary pages that are present in the new book that are not present in the old book. The category names have changed.
It's part of the recommendations
Yep.
for the revenues. We did take those as the recommendation was to categorize the revenue.
So, things don't line up from what we looked at and had our questions on and so forth. So it made it very difficult to kind of see where things were changing and understand that. What things actually changed. Because I was under the impression that we were basically going to be using the book that we had and then highlighting changes for that as supplementals. And it appears that a lot of things have changed. And it's almost like you got to go back and re-review the whole entire book. So I guess moving forward in the next time that we go through this, it would make it a lot easier if we could highlight what's actually changed between two things. Because for me, looking at a budget, I need to go right back through the whole thing because I don't know what's changed. And I have to find the changes. And that's of concern to me, especially when some of those line items are large, like $200,000, I consider large. And there's a perfectly logical explanation. And I wouldn't have to ask the question if the changes were actually outlined.
So there are also remember we had supplementals from the last. Yes, those supplementals were then included. So any supplementals that were approved were included in.
we've already talked about.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about this. These are not in the supplementals. The specific example I just gave
Year, I think what you're saying.
is not in the supplemental.
That specific example we talked about staffing, moving back to, in the first, when we highlighted the significant changes, we talked about the staffing moving from the building fund over to general fund, and we moved those staff over.
Okay.
And the format from last year, and God, if you'd been here 4 years ago.
Yeah.
It
I-
was
if I may,
incomprehensible.
Madam Mayor, Commissioner, if you, we would be happy if you just, send us an email with all the details of the questions you have, and we'll be happy to respond to you as soon as possible before the first hearing. We'll be more than happy to, again, we're still in the budget, in the budget process. So if you have questions, any details that you want from us, we'll be more than happy to get that to you as soon as possible.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we do get these books and there's a lot to go over. So I think, and I've said this before in this meeting today, if you have specific questions, comments, concerns, email finance, email Jamie, and hopefully, and I don't know, I mean, to me, it seems like, okay, I don't know if we can email them to each other because, we want to know what they are.
Should come back.
The answer, the
So-
question and the answer should come back to us. So
Correct.
as we've been doing
Right.
it. Yep.
So
Okay.
any email, any questions we get from the dais, we'll respond to all,
Okay, perfect.
so that everyone is aware, is
Thank you.
aware of
Yeah,
it.
appreciate
Just
that.
Talk to each
Right.
other.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so we were somewhere else. Where were we?
Madam Mayor.
Yeah,
we have a
oh, I'm
light
sorry, Ms. Malega?
Thank you. In the supplementals for general fund, we had talked about park rangers. And Mr. Perry, I know, has done some research in regards to that, but I don't see any language in
We
here.
have a document. We just finalized everything. Would you like to see that and discuss that now, or do you
Well,
want to come back to?
Would it be part of the GF?
It would be part of the general fund.
Well, then I'd like to talk about it now, if that's where we're at now.
Because we also talked about the sheriff's office.
That's part of this.
So what you are being provided are two different options. I think some of you may have seen this already, not sure. But the city manager's office reviewed to determine if we did it in-house versus externally with PBSO through our contract. And that's what Hector's handing out now. And I'll pause and turn it over to the manager. And I believe Director McKay as well has been working on this.
Each take one,
Yeah.
pass it, and
Take
take two,
one.
pass
Madam Mayor,
Yes, sir.
you have before you two documents. We had a meeting with the Palm Beach County Sheriff's
Can you
Office.
speak into the mic?
Sorry.
Yeah, that's not loud.
We had a meeting with the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Department to talk about them possibly providing services consistent with what we were looking for as park rangers. And they gave us two different scenarios. We tried to base it on a 10-hour day. We haven't determined, how many, from what time to what time, but we basically said for 10 hours a day, for 7 days a week, how could you provide additional services? Well, they have two mechanisms. They have what's called a contract deputy, and they have what's called a permit deputy. For the contract deputy, they gave us two prices, one for 4 deputies and one for 2 deputies. But they could not provide a base cost on how they came up with their figure. So I just want to let you know, that's why it's not
That's
there.
interesting.
They would not give it to me. I guess they said it's top secret or whatever the case might be, but that's what they said.
And that's including benefits.
Yes, ma'am. Cars, whatever the case might be, holidays. From the permit deputy, that's an overtime rate. What they would do is interview the current deputies that provide service within the community, and they will select those deputies that they feel would do a, adequate job throughout the city, and really provide them with an overtime job. They'll work whatever parks that we would like them to work, and they will perform overtime duties. And they gave us a price for that. For the 2 deputies, it would be a permit rate at $68. But on August 1st, 2026, that rate goes up to $87. And that's because of the bargaining reasons, their overtime rate would go up. And then you have your final figures there. Their figures include a car, uniform, fuel, yearly maintenance of the vehicles, etc. So all capital costs will be included. So that figure would be depending on which scenario we select, between $401,000 and $803,000. So that was their proposal. Then we did some research on through the Leisure Services Department, did some research, and we used Palm Beach County's current hourly rate for park rangers. And that's what you have there at $22 per hour. And we estimated maybe maybe four park rangers. That way we'll get the type of coverage we're looking for, again, for 4 hours, maybe for 10-hour days, 7 days a week. That includes benefits, holidays, and we came up with a total personnel cost of $336,400. And then we start talking about operating costs. We would have to purchase, we were looking at purchasing maybe 2 vehicles, fuel, uniform costs, yearly maintenance. So we estimate around, what's that figure, 15,000 in annual operating costs. And obviously we have like one-time vehicle costs of maybe $35,000. Again, these are just estimates. So we would do more research. But in the end, we estimated around $351,400 to do that, and a one-time cost of around $70,000 for the vehicle. So we went over this with the vice mayor and wanted to bring it to you with some type of direction today.
Okay, thank you. This is very helpful. So the minimum that we would be able to pay if we wanted this sort of park ranger program would be $351 if we did our own.
Plus 70.
Yes, I understand that. Now what my question is the duties and responsibilities and jurisdiction questions. The county uses park rangers in the park just to go around and make sure people are being respectful. They don't make arrests, or do they make? They don't make arrests, I don't think.
No,
They don't have armed, they're not
They
armed.
would contact Palm Beach County Sheriff's Department.
Okay, if there's a
to-
problem, they call the
Correct.
sheriff's office.
Tattletales.
Well, eyes and ears, listen to eyes
Okay.
and ears. All right, so I'm gonna hold off with other questions. Mr. McFoy?
My next up. Okay, so clarification, sorry. Too many pieces of paper here. Clarification, the park ranger option. I'm gonna add the 70,000 because I presumably need vehicles, so we're looking at 420 roughly for 4. And these would be how many hours a week? 40 hours a week each?
Yes, we anticipate maybe 10 hours per day. The scheduling can vary based on the day of the week, maybe of holidays, that type of thing. But we estimate around 10 hours a day. And that could be increased, but we just use
10 hours a day,
Yes, sir.
but still 40, so that's only 4 days a week. So 3 days a week, there would not be any coverage.
Well,
That's
I'm
4
sorry.
workers, they
no,
stagger.
there's 7 days a week. And that's why
Okay.
we talked about two
200 at a time.
and one at a time, plus for vacation, sick time, whatever the case might be. So that's why we were going with 4.
Yeah, 2 at a time would.
Correct.
Okay, and unarmed, unable to make arrests?
That's correct.
And so if there is a problem, they have to call PBSO. PBSO can say, hey, we're busy doing something else. We'll get there when we get there. Or if they don't have anything else to do, they can come.
Well, that's always a possibility.
Yeah, for anything.
But the case, we're looking at maybe that park ranger enforcing the city's ordinances, making sure that people are doing what needs to be done. And at the same time, if it becomes a situation where they need law enforcement, they can call them.
I need a little clarification. What does enforcing mean if they do not have arresting
They can find
possibilities?
people.
Well, they'd be able
Like
to
our
write
code
That was, I was,
write
okay, we gotta, let's
citation.
not all jump in.
Can I get an
I see
answer?
Mr. Brown's light is on and he might have some clarification.
Sorry, Commissioner, you were asking about enforcement?
It was mentioned that they would enforce our ordinances, resolutions, whatever. What does enforcement mean, given that they cannot ticket, they are unarmed,
There'll be citations. They could issue citations.
They
okay?
can't make
They
arrests.
would need to have the same certification that like a code officer would
Right.
have. So you would be able to enforce ordinances that are on the city books currently.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. I think for the moment, that's what I have. I'm interested that the cost for PBSO, I'm not totally clear what the difference between a contract deputy and a permit deputy. I understand it's a little bit, the permit ones, if I recall correctly from the explanation, are existing deputies who work overtime.
Correct.
Which I'm not sure that I think that enhances our,
Well, let me try to
They-
clarify a little bit, Commissioner. On the contract on their contract program, that will be open to all deputies that work for Palm Beach County Sheriff's Department. So any deputy who wants to be placed in an overtime position for that day can apply.
That's
Okay.
the
That's
top line,
difference.
the contract.
Yes, sir.
So the difference is basically contract deputies would be from anywhere potentially in Palm
That's
Beach
correct.
County. Permit deputies would only be within District 14.
That's correct.
Okay, I would not have guessed that from the naming, but now I know. I'm interested that I'm assuming that it would be the same 40 hours. And that if we did it as a park ranger, we're looking at a total of about, including the vehicles, of 420,000. Whereas if we did it with PBSO, it would be 800,000. Am I reading that correctly?
At the top end, yes, sir.
So I guess my question would be, that's quite a difference in price. It's about twice. I want to understand a little bit better before we move forward on any of it, why that price difference. And one possibility is that PBSO charges a lot for the same service. That's one possibility. Another possibility is that there is a significant difference in the service provided by the contract deputies versus by park rangers. And if there is a significant difference, I want to understand before we approve any money, what is that difference? And is that difference significant to us doing? There's a big difference in price. It's a useful data point that it's twice as much. And I don't think it's just because they have a different color uniform.
Okay, you've asked your question. We're going to get a response. I mean, part of it is they're not sworn police, they're not sworn law enforcement officers.
That's
They have
correct.
to go through the whole law enforcement thing, that have to go through the academy, that have to be certified law enforcement, that carry a gun.
And,
That's correct.
and the question for us in decision-making is, do we achieve whatever our objectives are? Do we in fact need an $800,000 version?
Well, I think that's what
Or
we're looking at right now.
whatever our objectives are? Now, we don't need that. We're fine with a $400 version. But I want to understand clearly, I think we should all
That's what we-
understand, what is the difference in
That's
functionality
what we're
that we
talking
get?
about right now. That's the conversation.
One of the things.
Okay,
that
I'm not seeing that in anything
Well-
that I have written in front of me.
When we put it together, we gave them an overview of what the commission was looking for
Mhm.
during our last discussion. We let them know, we want coverage in some of the parks, especially those high traffic parks where we have a lot of activity going on. We wanted them to enforce the city's ordinances. Right now, one of the complaints that we always receive is that we have a lot of ordinances on the book
That we know.
that are not being enforced.
Right.
So that was clear to them as well. The next thing we told them that the commission would probably want a report, a monthly or quarterly report, outlining exactly what was done, what happened, to determine whether or not that program was effective or not. So they know exactly what we were looking for. Again, the difference between, we still want in the scope of things, we still wanted them to provide those activities as, enforcing our city codes. But obviously, if you see a deputy with a firearm and have arrest powers, probably achieve a little bit more compliance. But it's our, hope that having the presence of park rangers would also help us to achieve the same thing. Someone with a presence, if something were to happen, then we will contact the sheriff's department, and hopefully they're still doing their rounds and they will come out and assist. So,
Can I
yes.
ask one clarifying question?
Yes.
You mentioned something interesting, that part of what you explained to PBSO is we wanted some additional officers to enforce our ordinances. Can somebody here please tell me, does our contract with PBSO, existing contract, does it specifically say that PBSO will enforce our existing ordinances?
Our agreement with it does say that, yes, sir.
Then why on earth, if we're paying them 14 million a year to enforce our existing ordinances, would we now pay them more to do what we've already contracted for?
Well, no, all right, please don't.
Please don't interrupt. Thank you. We have a contract with them to enforce our existing ordinances. And I think what I'm hearing from PBSO is, we're very sorry, we contracted to do that, but in your parks, we're not going to do that.
Thank you. You've asked the question.
And to answer the commissioner's question, you make a good point. But one of the things we hope to achieve by having this program in place, they'll only work specifically in the park. So they won't be leaving.
somebody
they
in the
won't
park
break,
all the
somebody
time.
will be in the park at all times. So they'll have more time, not having to break to go to other calls. They'll that specific part, they'll work there and make sure things get done. That's what we hope to achieve. Now, again, as part of the evaluation process, if it's determined that they can't do it, then we break the contract.
If it were any other contract,
we're not gonna go-
this would be a change order that says, hey, we contracted to do this, but we can't do that, so we're coming back for a.
You asked the question, you got an answer. I have this, so if we do the park ranger route, rather than a police officer, they could, in fact, the ordinance that we just talked about, once, twice, three, again, trespassing, they could enforce that ordinance. They could issue a citation for that ordinance.
I believe based on the trespass ordinance, you have to have a police, sheriff's deputy on scene when you issue those types of,
Okay, so they would have to call, okay.
unless you change.
But I think one of the advantages to this, and I understand what you're saying, Mr. McFoy, but one of the advantages to this is it's a pretty regular group of people at the parks. And I think one of the advantages to having somebody there is to develop relationships. Hey, you're back. What are you, with the people that are there, to establish relationships with them, to encourage them not to do the things that we don't want them to do. Because they're allowed to be there, they just can't. Okay, I think Jimmy Brown, Mr. Brown.
I was just going to mention, as you guys have this conversation, just so we're all on the same page, everyone's clear. These are not positions. If we looked at city positions and bringing this in-house, they're not going to be working past 10 p.m. at night. This is not something where they're going to be working in the parks. Obviously, there's a big difference if we went the PBSO route as far as the hours they are allowed to be in the parks and enforce in the parks. So that's the major difference there. And it seems like a lot of times the issues that we get calls on and stuff happen after hours. It's not during the daytime at 1 or 2 o'clock. A lot of times for the major things that we hear about
You mean in the parks or in general?
in the parks.
Okay.
It's not daytime hours when people.
Right, but that's a little counterintuitive. Then it would seem like the sheriff's office would be more important than in terms of if we have an incident in the park, does the sheriff's office respond?
Yeah, if
Right,
they're
of
called,
course, if they're
yes.
called, yeah.
But again, they are not actively as in with this particular program, they're not in the parks, just there and never leaving. It's
No,
part of
no, we
it's part of
understand that.
their
Right.
route and everything else. So
Right, but
they're
if-
patrolling everything throughout the city. The difference is you would have dedicated personnel in the parks.
But as you just said, not after 10 o'clock, which is when stuff happens,
PBSO would be there.
but not
After
our
hours.
person, right?
Correct, but not if we did this in-house. So, and that's the real question. What are you guys looking to get out of this? What times of day are you really looking to have this type of enforcement from park rangers done? Because again, if it spreads into the nighttime hours and after 10
We're
PM,
talking.
that's
yeah,
not city staff.
PBSO. My question is to our finance department of these wonderful charts, is there anything in here that we can afford? I mean, here's the prices, one's higher than the other, can we afford anything?
I think it's better if we cover that in the Stantec model,
Okay,
because there's more to speak on it. With the excess fund balance that we have, for fiscal year 26, we definitely can afford it. And if you recall during our pension board meetings with the unfunded liabilities for the police and fire plan, basically being fully funded now, that expense of 7 million will significantly go, will be like by 50%, if not more. So all these access, if it's to serve the community, we should be able to afford it.
because we'll have money that we no longer need to send to the pension because of attrition.
Correct. And also the unfunded liability.
That's what I
is
mean,
being
yeah.
fully-
And they're all
with those
very-
plans being
not
fully,
ongoing.
with those plans being closed since 2009, so we've been able to fund that liability. We have about, I think, if starting fiscal year 2027, we should be able to afford these.
Be in better shape with that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Exactly.
That's, and always, we should need to broadcast that a little bit. that we're gonna have that.
I would wait.
That's
till-
only from the actuary. We don't have the official
When- when
report
we get the
until next
official word,
June.
when we get- But I said,
Haven't
I said
broadcast
those
anything.
pension meetings, that was the very good news.
I would like to say also, when you take a look at both of the options, one option being the park rangers, it's a recurring cost. Once you hire those employees, then you have to do the same thing every year. If you look at the sheriff's department model, it could be a one-time cost, two-time cost, whatever the case might be. So based on the funding that we have available, we want to do it 6 months. We're not hiring employees, we're just hiring services. So just keep that in mind when we start looking at the Stantec model.
Right,
It's something you
but
might
they're
wanna look-
twice as much. And the idea of having any off-duty officer come in randomly is not attractive to me. I think that they need to know the park, they need to know that he was here, you know, that kind of, that relationship between the occupants and our staff. So, I think Ms. May or Ms. Segrich, you fight it out. Who's next?
So thank you for pulling this together. Very helpful information. It's my understanding that the permit rate is based on about a 10-hour day, kind of the same metrics as a full-time park ranger. But it is also my understanding we would have the flexibility if we wanted to say, okay, at that permit rate, we want them to patrol from 9:30 p.m. to 1 o'clock in the morning, or, you know, we'd like a shift from 5 in the morning to 8. So I think it, you know, gives us a little bit more flexibility for some of the pointed operations that we are looking to take on. And there's other areas in the city that I think could benefit from that we don't necessarily have something that, at least I didn't see it. Things like overnight parking, and dealing with some of that. The permitted option could be an interesting tool that we could use in the meantime before we are large enough in those needs to establish a full-time staff. On the flip side of that, I do see the benefit of daytime park rangers. I do think, you know, there are activities that do go on in the daytime. It's just they are less severe, so they get a little bit less attention and they're tolerated a little bit more.
If I may, I don't know that they are, because of most of the complaints or comments that I hear from folks are, it's during the day. I don't want to bring my kids in the park because the homeless people are harassing them. You know, my nephew walks his baby in the park every day and there's people pooping in the park.
Fair enough. I would say maybe my personal experience with it qualify it to that. So, but I do see the need for the park rangers there. In terms of, you know, which officers know these people and so on, they have their FIR system. Everyone's cataloged in it. And, you know, my one concern, and I believe you did bring this up in our meeting, and it echoes a little bit of what Mr. McVoy was saying, is, you know, PBSO is currently being paid to do this. And I have personally seen a greater increase in their attention to this, which I applauded them for and thanked them for. However, I've also had, you know, sat there and witnessed the extra pickup truck with the PBSO officer pull right up to the seawall where there were two individuals setting up camp, shining his headlights on them, never got out of the pickup and drove off. And then I had to report it. So my worry with doing the permit option with the individuals who are already patrolling in District 14, you know, now they're going to get overtime to get paid to do what they were supposed to do on their regular shift. And to me, that's a little bit of a conflict. I would like to see it open to individuals who are looking just to pick up a shift and do a great job on that shift. So, you know, even though the contract rates are higher, to me, it's almost more attractive for the task at hand to have individuals who are not as familiar. Because one of the, you know, again, this is something that happened to me personally. I had an individual threaten to shoot me in the head and told me he had a gun in his backpack. And I was told by the officers that that wasn't a crime.
It's not.
And it was because they knew the individual. They were very friendly and oh, he's no problem. He's not a big deal. And it's that familiarity with these subjects that I actually think is to the detriment and is part of the cause of why a lot of this isn't being cleaned up. So I don't know where we're going to end up with this today. I think this is worthy of a workshop, and a lot more discussion, but, you know, I think definitely I would be in favor of allocating some funds towards this goal, you know, whether we pick a little lump sum or something like that. I don't know what's appropriate for today. And then lastly, I am disappointed, Jamie, that I did not see an estimate from Wackenhut.
No.
I thought your idea there was great.
No.
I'm joking.
Good.
That was a joke, but it did grab attention.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's how I feel
Yeah, in
about it. I
terms
think
of
there's a
that-
hybrid
Yeah,
approach
no,
to this.
yeah, I mean, this is, again, I also think we need, you know, it's now 1:30. We're trying to get this thing done. In terms of the crime, though, I mean, saying I'm gonna shoot you is really, and I have one, and I have a gun in my backpack is not a crime. If a woman is in her home and her husband says, I'm gonna kill you, bitch, but he doesn't raise his hand, it's not a crime.
It actually is. There's a
It's not.
statute. I went over it with PBSO. I met with the colonel or the captain, and it's called a terroristic threat. There is a statute for it. It has certain limitations, and I understand that your experience as a prosecutor tells you
kind of
it's
tricky.
it's difficult to charge that. However, they did take action on that individual.
And I wonder where that went.
It doesn't matter. If you're a resident, if you want our
Okay,
PBSO
I'm not
to
gonna argue with, no.
well,
I'm
you
not
did
gonna
bring it
argue
up,
more.
Mayor, and it's
Well,
important
you brought
because
something up too. so I just wanna
you're
clarify.
basically saying that it's okay
No,
for
I'm
an
not saying that.
individual because it's difficult
Not
to
saying that.
prosecute them to do that.
That's not at all what I said. All right, so let's keep going.
Oh,
So in
well,
terms of, there's other lights on. Thank you. You said, you've had your say, Miss May's turn, then Malega, and then if we have time to come back, but well, I'm not gonna be, you have to leave at what time? 5 o'clock is a hard, dead 5 o'clock stop here.
I mean, you guys can continue without me, but I won't be here.
Okay, so Miss May.
Okay, I think for this conversation, I was gonna kind of go into it, but I think what we do is allocate funds in the general fund
And just
because this is a budget meeting,
a placeholder.
specifically for this. And then later on, we sit down and we talk about what is this going to look like?
I agree.
But
So
do
we
we
have-
allocate 300,000? Or, I mean, there's four
Well,
different
let's talk
numbers.
about
Okay, so
number.
we're looking at we have a 300, 400 or 800 is basically what we're looking at here.
Or if we go on our own, we have 350,
Well, 420 for the first year, because you would have to buy the cars.
So allocate 400,000?
And then if it gets to be more than that, we do have other money in the budget that we could, I mean, at least we have a
I
placeholder
think,
we're
yeah,
anticipating.
500,000 in the budget for the placeholder.
Okay,
If we
I'm good
don't
with-
use it all, then
I'm
that's
good with
better.
Okay, and we're gonna move on then.
Before we
Mr.
spend the
Brown,
money,
Mr. Brown?
we'll bring this.
So what are we gonna do with that money right now, October 1st? Say if we allocate $500,000 in the budget.
Well, can't
Since
we
we-
meet before October 1st and figure it out instead of today?
Well, you, Commissioner Secretary mentioned a workshop or something. If you guys, I mean, depending on where you want to go with this, we do budget amendments throughout the year. So
Right.
if we don't have time right now to set up whatever the program is you guys would like to do and then allocate the proper funding for that in the budget, we can always come back as part of a budget amendment once that is ironed out and say, this is exactly what you guys decided on, and we'll put that on a regular commission agenda for approval.
As long as it
That's-
stays, I mean,
yeah.
that's okay. I think our
But-
point is we want that money, we want acknowledgement that that's something that we're gonna be spending this year, whether it's 3 or 5 or 8.
Well, we just agreed to 5.
Well, I'm saying, but that was the
Yes.
placeholder.
So we can we can have a placeholder in the budget, but before we approve any spending or when we bring it forward as
It
a
would have
staff
to be
report,
identified.
then we'll decide which route is best.
Just so we know the money's there.
Yeah, because I'd like to hear a little
All right.
bit more about
Yeah.
each of the things. I want to hear
Okay,
from the
let's keep-
public. So
I
let's
agree completely. So
not
let's
make that decision.
move on.
I just wanted to make sure we had something in there. 'cause
Right,
that's
we
something
have
that's
something
on-
on.
500 placeholder. I don't want to wait for Jamie and make it a budget amendment. I want it in the budget. Because that shows our, that we're very serious about this. We
Right.
just don't know
We're
exactly what
right.
it's gonna look like.
We'll Still bring.
But I
forth the
also
budget
agree
amendment.
with Mr. McVoy, like the fact that we have $14 million employees that aren't doing it is very concerning.
It is concerning.
And I know that it's the smoking rule and it's the no drinking in public and it's like all those little things that add up to a very uncomfortable situation in the parks.
Well,
So we'll.
All right, no, they were off that
Do we,
subject.
do
They
we
were
have
moving on.
consensus for the other supplemental?
I'm sorry.
Do we have consensus for the other supplemental items?
Well, we're not done yet. I don't.
Can I just ask a question about those real quick? How come the other departments are putting their supplemental into the general fund? Is it because they don't have that money in their department?
So general fund includes multiple departments.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Okay,
Yes.
okay, my
Yeah,
bad.
it's
All right, all right.
admin and Service. Okay, no, that's okay. It's good.
I consent with everything we just reviewed. I'm
Okay,
good.
great. Thank you. So we'll put 500,000 and then when the program is developed and we have a process, we'll bring
have
it
it.
back forward in a budget amendment. Thank you.
It's fine. No, it's, we all agree.
I want to be clear on the consensus. I am not
Yes,
part of that
that's what they-
consensus.
Thank you. Okay, where were we? We were, I
Okay,
think,
so
on
we're
page
to
63.
Building fund, if that's okay. Let me just
Okay.
get to the main change there was the admin fees moving back to the building fund as you recommended.
Page,
That's
where are we?
page 5 of
Oh,
the
going back.
significant changes. And then a corresponding transfer out for that
Wait a minute.
item.
Hold on, stop. Where are you?
Page 5 of,
Page 5 of the
Of-
significant changes, and if you go
oh,
down. to the
significant, go
building
back to
fund-
significant change.
Yes,
Section, they all
Right.
started. page
We were
one.
in supplemental for a while.
okay. Beach fund, the same thing, and I can kind of describe that in the general fund also. I mentioned those items that we moved back to the beach fund. I just want to confirm, there are a couple of supplementals in the beach fund totaling, that are unfunded, totaling 156,342. Those start on page 68 of the supplementals. And the items unfunded, give me a second to get there.
What was that page number again?
68.
Page 68. And then the items unfunded start at page 79. And this is, yes, page 79 of the supplementals. And you'll see it says unfunded. Starting with changing a current part-time customer service position to full-time. And then changing 2 part-time parking enforcement officer
Hold on,
positions.
I have a question. What is the customer service person at the beach?
Yeah, I was a little confused about that too.
I mean, I've been to the beach. I don't see a
Okay, well, let's
customer
just
service
ask.
sign.
I'm sure we'll get an answer. We have one part-time person now.
That is our parking customer service. They come out of the beach fund.
So it's the parking.
Customer service as we move into potentially having more evening officers and covering more ground at downtown. We will have a more influx of phone calls and things. So that's why we put that position in.
So that's the person. Customer Service building.
Phone in, yes, in our
Okay.
parking office. It's our customer service. That's right.
Yep, Ms. May?
Yes, Dave.
Okay.
I seem to remember discussion about taking parking out of the beach fund. Did we not do that?
I turn that over to my colleagues in finance.
That's what that was the guidance that we gave.
Yeah, I thought so too.
And they did.
They obviously didn't because all the parking's under the beach.
It's supposed to have its own fund created.
Yeah, it was supposed to be its own
Yeah.
fund.
So when we looked into the ordinance that created the parking improvement fund, turns out that per Florida statute, we cannot mix up parking revenues within that fund because that fund is basically is mainly dedicated to parking in lieu fees.
Parking what?
Parking in lieu, right?
In lieu?
Yes.
Okay.
In lieu of parking. So per statute, we cannot mix up those revenues with parking revenues.
We didn't say to do that. We asked for a separate parking fund.
We asked for, paid parking fund, paid parking division.
Okay, so,
Not
because we already have a fund that's called parking improvement fund, so you.
But
want-
that's different. That's for the people who don't want to pay for their spots to pay the cash in lieu of.
This is
In
people.
lieu of, right.
This is
That's not
people,
the
you
same.
want-
we want the fined, the people who pay the fines and the people who
And
pay
the
to park.
money that they pay to
And the val-
park.
Right, and the valet
violations.
parking and the beach parking
Anything-
agreement, all of that to go into a separate parking fund, not
Violations.
parking improvement.
So it'll be like a separate,
Yeah, like Carlos gets his own department.
okay.
So I guess, I'm sorry,
Go
Madam
ahead.
Mayor.
That was-
The question would be, how do we balance the beach fund now? Because the revenue and everything from the parking is the main generator of revenue.
Transfer it
beach
from the
fund.
general fund.
So how does the beach fund support itself if we remove the parking at the beach from the beach fund and put it in its own separate fund?
When we spoke last
We did
time,
have a conversation.
we had a whole conversation that we agreed to the $85,000 contract that we just did for the
So it's
hotels.
for 4 seasons for
Yeah,
Old Bridge
for 4
Park.
seasons was going to the beach fund and we said, okay, but next year it's going to go into a parking fund. So we had this whole discussion and you got guidance from us a year ago, 8 months ago for this.
About
But that
setting up
doesn't
a
answer
fund.
the city manager's question.
The next question is, how do we balance the beach fund? Since it started, the revenue from the parking is the main revenue generation for the beach fund. There is no other real revenue coming into the beach fund. So how do we balance that fund when we remove parking from that?
There is revenue. We have leases up there. We're doing a huge study on how to make that beach better.
Doing a study, do not have a study.
I'm a little frustrated. I'm glad you brought this up because we've given direction that we want parking.
We
to be
can
a
do that. I'm just
priority.
letting you know that we're gonna have a
Everybody take a
big
deep breath.
issue with a big red number in the beach fund. So the question is now gonna be, how do we balance the beach fund? Yes, we have leases up there.
Can the
We also
beach
run an
be
operation
considered-
up there year round.
Could it be considered like just another park? Or is it specific?
Well, I think what he's saying is that they need the money to run
It's
the
a
beach.
separate fund right now. So right now it's a
I
separate
understand that
fund.
it's a separate fund, but does it have to be?
You can name it
Or-
whatever you want, but you still got to balance your revenue and.
I understand that,
expenses.
sir. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, we've had several discussions about this
Yeah.
at the staff level. We're just trying to find, what exactly are you looking for in terms of those funds? What's going to be done with them? Because that has a lot to do with.
Our parking income, we're talking about specifically from parking meters or at the.
So you want that money to go back into an account that would allow us to do repairs and.
Yeah, we want to repair the streets.
I-
We want to have more parking people. We
Yes,
want to have our paid parking program. We need all of this.
That was one of the things staff.
That-
was
but we've said
confused
it
about
like
what
6 months ago.
Exactly what you.
Take a deep breath. There is.
But that's part of that would be part of a paid parking program for downtown, which we're about to
Which you
go
don't
into
have.
right now. You basically have east of the Intracoastal Waterway and west. Revenue you would generate in the downtown corridor if we had a program like that. That would be separate from revenue you're generating at the beach in an Old Bridge parking lot. So it's a matter of how would you guys want to set up the different areas of the city in which you would possibly be charging for parking revenue. But again, we don't have that program together.
I was gonna say,
We
right
haven't
now,
done that
there's nothing for
study.
the downtown.
So as going back to what Troy is asking, if we did that, what would you guys want that to go toward right now, prior to having any type of parking study done?
Okay. Mr. Segrich and Mr. McBoy?
So just a general finance question. I understand there'll be a big red number. Is there something statutorial that makes that an issue, or is it just the issue that we have a big red number?
What? It's an issue that we'll have a big red number.
No.
Statutorial or just we don't like seeing a big red number?
You would probably have to eventually go into the fund balance. You'd be going into
Right.
fund balance.
No,
to move that.
I understand. And I'm just asking what's allowed financially, because I'm not
Like
an
from the
ex.
fund standpoint.
From a fund
what's-
stand, yeah, I'm not an expert on it, but
Look at
so
the
we have a big
ordinance.
red number in the beach fund. We have this separate parking division fund over here. And it generates, using fake numbers, $1 million that can be attributed to the beach. And we show a transfer from the parking division fund to the beach to give them that money back. It's just allocated differently. Is that a legal problem, or is that just, because it just, in different businesses, you have different divisions and you move money back and forth. I just know with funds, it's a little bit different. Is that scenario a problem?
It just won't be best practices. I'm not sure if that answers your question. It just won't be.
No, that's a valid answer.
So
that
it's basically on the financials, we're just gonna be showing that in 2 years, we'll have the beach fund in a negative fund balance.
Well, we would have to be constantly transferring into it.
Exactly.
And I understand that. I'm just saying if there's nothing legally preventing that, then it's a matter of how do we want to see it in policy.
Correct.
If there's something legally wrong with that, then we don't have a choice. So it sounds like we do have a choice. It's just a matter of policy. Yeah, it's not a good look to have a giant red fund, but the beach is an amenity, right? We're never going to make money on lifeguards and that,
Correct.
well, unless a calendar or something, but okay. So that clears it up for me.
Good, thank you. Mr. McBoy, and it's almost 2:00, folks. We've got 3 hours to finish this up. Or we're gonna have another day-long workshop, which is, I think is gonna end up happening. Mr. McBoy, did you have something?
I did. I just got word that there was a armed individual incident at the high school, so I'm a little distracted.
Okay.
But, so I didn't hear all of what Commissioner Segret said, but I am very concerned if, it's fine to separate out the parking in different ways, but for as long as I can remember, the parking has been the main income source for the beach fund. So if you move it to something else, last I heard from Mr. Yannick, you can't spend the money twice. So you can move it somewhere else, but it doesn't solve the problem that is currently working by having the beach fund parking, the parking at the beach and associated revenues go to the beach.
Okay. So,
Madam Mayor,
Ms. Malega?
just real quick, I would just like clarification because the other worksheet that we were given shows that we have a $3.2 million fund balance in the beach.
Yes.
So we're sitting here talking about the sky is falling and it's not.
No, I mean, I was responding to Commissioner Segwich.
No, I'm talking about if we take the parking out, we're acting like we're gonna be $500,000 in the hole to the beach fund when we have fund balance right now.
Well, we will be in the hole eventually, because I think the revenues from the parking is approximately 2 million, if I'm not
Well,
mistaken.
that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
It's 3.1. If I look in the budget on page 171, it's about 3.1 just for beach parking revenues.
Correct.
And plus another like 857. So that's like 3.9 million for this year. If we took that and transferred into a parking fund, then we would be
That
basically
much.
supporting
Right.
3.9.
And we'll be below the 25% minimum fund balance. So we'll be definitely against our own policies.
And there's a big difference if I'm not.
I'm still talking, please. So I would like us to have another conversation about this because we did give clear direction from this dais in regards to what we want the parking to look like. I know we have a parking plan rolling out, we're in budget, but I just feel like if we don't do this now, I've been here for 4 years. A year from now, we'll still be talking about this, and I don't want to keep talking about
All right,
this.
Okay, so if I understand clearly, because initially I thought we could use the parking improvement fund for those revenues. So now you want an additional fund separate. Let's say just parking fund in addition to parking improvement fund. I was just trying to
Yeah.
avoid having an additional fund that's pretty much.
Mr. Brown?
Again, we have the parking improvement fund. We're going to do a separate parking fund. Again, what is the point of that fund? What are we going to be doing with what's going into that fund? Because I understand what Yannick wanted, what they're doing. GFA or just general accounting practices. You typically don't want to set something up that is going to go negative the following year and continue to go negative every single year. So you're always doing a transfer from one fund to another every single year. You've set something up that is not sustainable. So I'm just trying to figure out what are we going to do with this second parking fund and what is the purpose of setting this up? That's all I'm
Because
trying to
every
find
time
out.
we try to talk about parking, we hear we don't have money to hire people. We can't enforce. We keep hearing the same stories. And how do we change that is by setting up a fund and starting to finance it. If we want to hire more people, we need to finance more people. And if it's parking that we're trying to enforce, then we need to make a parking fund, hire parking people under Carlos to address the entire city. It's not just the beach that has parking issues. I hate to tell you that. It's the all the residents are the ones who are dealing with parking issues, not the people at the beach.
But you can't spend the
Alright.
money twice. And your light was not on, so my light is on. And you
And
can't
I didn't
spend the
call you,
money
but go ahead
twice. So if you take in parking money at the beach, and we have traditionally kept that fund more or less whole, and you want to take that out and hire parking people to do other things other places, okay, cool, you're doing things other places. How are you going to make that fund whole? As we just had explained, government finance officer best practice says, don't create a fund that you know is going to be in the hole every year. That's not good governance.
And again, that would be part of this upcoming study as far as when we look at a possible paid parking program in the downtown. You would have to separate out beach revenue for parking versus other parts of the city for parking. So that's how it could be done.
Because we're
It's just, again,
anticipating perhaps.
correct. It's just, we're not there yet. We don't have that stuff.
Bear with me. Right now, I get a parking ticket at the beach. Where does that money go? To the beach
It
fund.
goes into the beach fund.
And the beach fund pays for salaries of people at the beach?
And parking and.
Yeah.
yes, we just
All
added
the
customer
stuff at the
service.
beach, so yeah, I don't know why we would defund that whole system. Why would we defund that whole system?
To create funds somewhere
No, it's
else.
not.
But we
we
need the funds at the
Right,
beach. All
Exactly.
right, all right.
Exactly.
Miss May
That's
has
my
the light on, Mr. Segrich has his lights on.
Okay, so
We're gonna have to.
I've
look
got a
at it.
compromise. How about we leave the beach parking payments in the beach fund? The $83,000 or whatever we get from the Four Seasons and the valet parking and any other funds we get from parking, we're going to put into a parking fund. I also kind of think that the parking fees that are paid for the beach, correct me if I'm wrong, are those enough to support without parking tickets? Are those enough to support if everybody parked legally and never got a ticket? Can that support our beach? And then if so, the parking tickets should not go into the beach fund, even if they were occurred at the beach fund. All violations go into the parking fund. The parking permit can almost be an administration fee to get onto the beach because you have to pay to park. So that I understand, keep that over there at the beach, but any fines, anything that violations, anything else, put it into the parking fund. Does that make sense?
Same problem.
No,
No, they won't.
no.
There's enough
Of
money
course, the
to
capital.
support. The capital will be there. The money from me going and, well, if I paid to park and didn't have a resident thing, I would pay my $8. I would go to the beach. They would get my $8 and that would support my part of that day. If I got a parking ticket because I didn't pay it, there's my $40,
Right.
which is now $50, which will be going into the parking fund.
That makes sense to me.
Okay.
I
So we're
believe.
estimating.
All right, and again, Mr.
I don't know
that
if you
makes
guys
sense.
agree. I'm just
Mr.
throwing something out there that's
I
a
think that
compromise.
makes sense. Mr. Segrich?
I think we have to take a quick step back and just avoid getting into the rat hole as to basically telling someone exactly how to do their job on this. I think the goal is we need greater clarity on how much money is our parking generating and how much do we have to spend, whether that isn't, the idea of doing it as a separate fund makes it very clear. Oh, okay, here's our parking division and here's all the money's coming in. Here's where the revenues go out. As Jamie brought up, there is a way to account for it that these parking revenues are tied to the beach. We do that now. If you get a parking ticket at the beach or you pay money at the beach, it goes into the beach fund. If you pay money somewhere else in the city, I don't believe it goes into the beach fund. It might, but hopefully not. But I think what we are seeking is greater clarity in and around parking because it's about to become a major revenue driver within the city, hopefully, through proper governance and good planning. That it's difficult when you look and you have to go through 6 different funds to figure out exactly how we doing with parking. And my feeling is I'm not scared of seeing a big red number on the beach. I'm also not scared of seeing a big green number in the parking division. The parking division is a revenue generator. It should never have a red number in it. It should always be nice, big and green. And then those revenues get distributed out to whatever areas need it from there. So I don't think we're voting on anything right now, but I would be in favor of seeing the separate fund. But it's not paying twice for things. It's, those revenues can get immediately reallocated. It's just a financial accounting thing. But I guess from my standpoint, the goal is clarity
So however, we can actually answer the question very quickly, how much money are we making on parking? Do we have enough money to increase our resources there? When we increase the resources there, how much more new revenue do we make on those? If we can answer those questions, to me, it doesn't matter how you back end account it, so long as it's very clear.
As long as as long as the finance department is comfortable with how we're doing it. To me, what Mimi says makes sense. If you pay for parking, it goes into the beach fund. If you get a fine, it goes into the parking fund. I don't know why isn't that just simple?
I think the reason is that what I remember, and it's vague, but somebody here probably has the numbers. I believe that the fines portion from the beach, I don't know what I feel about that, but the fines portion is not an insignificant portion of that beach budget. And I'm seeing a nod from our finance director. So it's fine to distinguish the parking versus the fines for not parking correctly. The reality is both of those buckets are
still
keeping the beach afloat. So you can pull them out and call them something else as long as you transfer them right back into the beach thing, but then you can't spend them to do something else.
Yeah.
So I don't have a problem with having different buckets. I do have a problem with setting up a bucket that we know has got a hole in it from the get-go.
Okay.
If I may,
Please.
can we come back with the numbers as suggested by Commissioner Segridge? Our total parking revenues from different funds will be general fund. Will also include the Bohemian and the beach and the actual costs related to it, including the valet and the Four Seasons. And then we can also come up with a resolution to create that separate parking fund. And then just for discussion purposes, and then we'll go forward from that.
You're the expert. You come back to
Okay,
us
so
with
that
what you
would
think
be
is
clarity.
best. You and your fine team. Okay. All right, where are we? It's 2:00.
We are on the Gulf Fund. We removed the contractual services in the amount of $250,000 for the historical asset review. That is page 6 of your significant changes in your agenda book. IT, there was an error. The net revenue decreased by 63,000 roughly.
Wait. We're still getting to.
Oh, sorry about that.
Right here.
Yeah.
She's good.
Good. Okay, so we updated, there was an error. I think that was actually in the beach area. We updated that. If you remember, it's internal service fund, so the revenues come from the different funds. So that was updated in the amount of $63,000. Garage fund. This one is related to the GPS tracking software. This is actually already included in the supplementals. It takes extensive time to add those costs across each fund and each vehicle. And the garage team and my team worked really hard to get that done. So that's why we did it. We didn't think we'd have enough time to do it between now and the first public hearing because it took them about 2 weeks to go through that process. But this is so that we'll have GPS tracking in all the vehicles. And then there's also going to be a process to have asset tracking on heavy equipment. So they're working on that as well. And we may have some updated figures slightly that we'll bring back in the first public
So I
hearing.
can't steal the street sweeper now?
No, please, we will find you. So we're going to update that, and we made some updates, and we may have a few updates on the schedule, either in the first public hearing or as an amendment. I just want to give you the heads up on that.
Okay.
Electric fund, so this is that $2 million surplus. You'll see that in the Stantec model. We talked about it. This is based on that general fund PCA. So that when that revenue went down by 1.3, it increased electric fund by 1.3, which gives them a surplus. If you look in the back, they do have some supplemental requests. Those supplemental requests are about $72,000. Page 109. One was already included for a staff promotion. We'd already included that and they'd already started that process in between us. Page 109. So the supplemental requests start on page 109 and the unfunded start on page 134, I believe it is. Thank you. 136. 136. So there's just a few. And actually there's only one, and that's for that position. And then if there's no questions, we'll move to the water fund. Water fund, that was based on the consensus, the 5% rate increase. And then there was a salary and benefits increase by $24,000. You're actually going to see as the electric has been decommissioning the power plant, some of those staff have been, been hired in water, and we're slowly, so you may see some changes either now between now and the first public hearing or as an amendment to make sure we move the staff over and capture all of those changes. And I'll pause for questions.
Mr. Segrich?
On the waterfront and on the utilities with the rate increases, we discussed this very early on today. We've had some talks about potentially increasing the minimum service charge that could possibly offset this rate increase and create more of a balanced system. I'd be interested in hearing Ed's thoughts on whether we should be just going for a regular flat rate increase, or should we try to look at that minimum service charge as well?
For water or electric? Are you electric?
Both.
Both. Okay. Do we want to bring in, if you're okay, could we bring in the Stantec modeling, let him show those scenarios and then get into that discussion?
Yeah, okay, I can. Yeah.
Thank you. Good. Thank you for your questions. Okay, so we will, David and Nicholas, our partners from Stantec are on, and we will start the modeling. And from there, we'll go into CIP.
So, Mayor, if I may provide a little clarification. For the record, Ed Liberty, Electric Utility Director. One of the thoughts that I had after we talked about the potential for an 8% increase in base rates was really taking a step back and saying it's not so much an increase in terms of a percentage to the base rates. What we're trying to do overall, what you all are trying to do overall, is raise the amount of cash on hand or working capital that we have. So it's really a revenue requirement. So as Stantec does their modeling, and they'll be on in a second, they can speak to this, is they calculate what increase in revenues do we need above our expenses that can grow those blue bars in the graph that you saw. So the simple answer, and I call this the Stantec model, while it's a good model, it's really a blunt instrument that says you need 8% more base revenue if you want to grow those blue bars on that trajectory. The thought process that we then went through back in the shop, as I was thinking about this more, is, well, are there other ways that we can increase revenue without putting a blanket 8% increase on the base rates for all customers, which can be, frankly, somewhat regressive. So I'll put my advocate hat on for the customers and say, maybe there's a more equitable way or a different way to do this. I know the commissioner mentioned earlier on, for example, if we look at the storm fund, which is an excellent idea, we have to have a storm fund. But what we all effectively did was we put the same cost of storm fund on our smallest customers as we did our largest customers. So how do you pick in that group who should pay more, who should pay less? So the thought was, is there a way to perhaps have a higher level storm fund for the largest of the customers and leave the storm fund the same for the smallest of the customers? The same thought goes over to, for example, on minimum bill. And we recognize that the minimum bill is substantially below the cost of service. And we don't want to penalize those customers, but can we raise the minimum bill? And when you look at the distribution of the minimum bills, which we're not getting into that today, just to give you background for future policy discussion, you realize that the minimum bills drop, the number of minimum bills that we issue in any given month are much lower during the summer months. And that baseline, it's probably, we think, a baseline of either snowbirds, empty units, storage units that have a meter on it, things like that. So could those accounts pay a little bit more? All of us aim to grow additional revenues. The other concept that we...
Because
yes.
And I know they've been waiting for about
Yep.
4 hours. Can we let them start? the
Sure.
discussion?
Yep. And I'll add more comment on other sources of revenue. Yep.
All right. Well, good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the
Good
commission.
afternoon.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Perfect. So I'm sharing my screen and I'll step you through the presentation. And we're going to primarily focus on just the results today. Not a lot of background, but we'll focus on the enterprise funds first, go through each of those, and then look at the governmental funds. My colleague Nick Giuliano is on as well. He can pull up the models if we want to look at any additional scenarios. So just a tiny bit of background. Again, we are using the audited 24 financials, the amended fiscal year 25 budget, and then the updated budget for 26 to do our modeling. Our modeling does include that 26 budget as well as the 5-year CIP. And then we're also including any known changes in the future beyond 26. So particularly when we talk about the general fund and the potential for some changes to the defined benefit contributions, we are reflecting that. In terms of the recommended increases, they're the same funds that we talked about in the budget workshop number 1. And then the other update is our modeling has been updated to ensure that we're in alignment with the city's fund balance reserve policy, as well as making sure that we're just aligned with the cash balances, beginning cash balances that the finance team has shared thus far. So just a quick reminder in terms of the fund balance reserve policy for the general, governmental, and internal service funds. You do have a target or a minimum that you want to maintain of at least 25% of the general fund expenditures for the most recent concluded year. It does consist of the 4 components listed here. And then on the enterprise funds, you have a minimum of 50% or 180 days of annual operating expenses. And that does include transfers. So transfers to general fund, transfers out, as well as debt service. Comprised of the 4 reserve accounts shown here. And then the policy is that if you're below target, you want to restore that target to that target within 24 months. So all of this to say that this policy is an important part of the sustainability analysis. We're showing a forecast where we're trying to demonstrate that you meet that policy over a 10-year projection period. So I will jump into each of the funds. So first slide here is the electric fund, as was.
Excuse me, David, really
Yeah.
quick.
Okay.
You have this in your book. It's under the tab Stanton modeling. So you also have it in your book.
This book, the proposed operating budget.
It is in the agenda packet. Stantec modeling. The tab 3. And he's on page 4. Okay.
This book?
Yes. You're back over to David.
Okay, great. Thanks for that, Monica. So what we're showing for the electric fund, again, just orient a little bit. Up at the top, we have the fiscal years. We've got the recommended or proposed changes to the demand charges. So 8% in fiscal year 26. And then we are showing a step down in terms of future year adjustments to the base charges. We're showing the debt service coverage on the system, as well as the typical residential bill for somebody using 1,000 kilowatt hours. So current bills 127. With that 8% increase in demand charges, it would go to 134. The key discussion point, what we mentioned earlier in terms of the fund balance policy, is the blue bars that Ed was alluding to. You're currently well below your fund balance policy for the electric fund. But this plan, given the significant increases that would be generated from the net cash flows, as we're seeing positive net cash flows, under this forecast, we're projecting that you'll be just about at the balance by 2030, and you'd actually exceed that balance by 2031. One of the reasons that this looks better is because there is less of a transfer in terms of the franchise fees. As Monica mentioned earlier, the PCA is not included in the franchise fees anymore, so that's been updated. And so this does demonstrate that you'd be building that target over time. Another key assumption is that you will be doing additional borrowing for some additional capital projects in fiscal year 27. So I can pause for a moment if there's any questions on the electric fund.
I do have a
Mr. McFoy?
quick question, and that is, I understand that we've taken the PCA out of the calculation of the 8% coming to the general fund, I believe. How big a hole? I think we heard a number of around 2 million.
0.3 is what.
1.3. Okay, I remembered wrong. That was not our thinking a few months ago is that hole in the general fund. I mean, that's good from the electric fund perspective, and I support that. How big a problem is that creating in the general fund?
It's the 1.3. It's 1.3 million. So we're using fund balance to cover that.
But using fund balance to cover it, this is a ongoing reduction. If I understand correctly, and please correct me if I don't,
It is ongoing. Yes. So we will
we
look-
used to do this.
And now
So,
this is
so
for
fund
year.
balance might fix us for this year, but next year we're gonna have
I don't want
a similar order of magnitude shortfall, and at some point we got a general fund issue.
Yeah.
Yes. So that's, as I was mentioning earlier, next year, we will have a new estimates of our required contribution for the police and fire plan, which right now currently is at 7 million. It will be reduced by definitely by more than 50% as the unfunded liability is now close to being fully funded.
Okay, so we have a bit of an unexpected, or maybe expected, but in any case, coming to us soon, windfall of about 3.5.
Yes.
Before we quickly spend that in our enthusiasm, we need to knock 1.3 off of that ongoing.
We would start with the fiscal year 27. We would look at all the revenues. We'd start the whole process all over again.
Okay, I don't know which year it is, but
It
is
would-
my thinking about right that we have a windfall of X amount, but we
That's
have
for
an
27.
additional expense of 1.3 order of magnitude?
Correct.
Okay.
So if it wasn't for this reduction, and we will see it in the models, whatever percentage of that deficit, we'll have to redirect all the departments to make cuts, whatever cuts are necessary to balance the budget. Because it's
Okay.
it's our practice.
Just
to
want to
bring
make
your
sure I'm
balance.
understanding the
Yes.
bigger picture here. Right. Thank you.
Okay, anything else? So we'll have to dip into the general fund, but that next year when our obligation for pension goes down, it's not like 1 year, it's like, that's forever.
It's
That's
ongoing. That will
right,
be-
yeah.
Yes.
I just want to point that out.
Okay, there's no questions. We'll let David move on to water.
Okay.
Want to come back?
Yes. So for those rates,
what?
Ed wanted to continue his discussion with it, but Ed, if we could please
Just trying to lay out an idea as a concept. Yep.
We have.
We won't solve it today.
Quickly.
But I just want to get a consensus. So I would argue that probably the most important section of this is that of this slide is the working capital fund. So what you all are trying to do is to grow those blue bars up to the black line, and you're using the percent rate increases to achieve it. When I did my little analysis, I was not taking into account any change in the PCA contribution to general fund. So the thought here is, how do we grow those blue bars? Is there another way to do it rather than hit anybody with the blunt, 8% increase of cost? So embedded in these models is a annual revenue growth number and an annual expense growth number. But the revenue growth number, typically we model at 0.75% growth in number of customers per year and a 0.75% growth in revenue per year, assuming that that's linear. That's over time, that works out to be a pretty good planning number. We actually realize if you look at a 7 or 8 or 9 year average, we're probably close to around 1.1%, 1.1%, something like that. But we also recognize that it's lumpy. So we have some large lumpy revenue sources that are coming into the model in 2026. And I'll just give you some examples of some of them. That would be remarketing of our gas capacity on the Florida gas transmission pipeline. We typically market that at a pretty healthy number. You'll be discussing that at the next commission meeting. There's an item in an agenda packet you should take a look at. I can't discuss too much about the revenues and the prices associated with that because that's competitive and confidential, but that's going to be a little bit higher, nicely higher than it had been in the past. And we know that that particular line item typically significantly overperforms. We will typically do well over $1 million a year of revenue there. That was not quite what we expected to the good, which benefits base rates. That goes into base rates. So that's one of the lumpy things. Another one is, of course, the conversion of the college over to our commercial demand rate. That produces a step up, and that continues into the future. Another one is that we expect certainly in probably after January 1, sometime is the Gulf Stream as the building exists today, will begin to have meters spinning, and so will a new hotel on 10th Avenue North. So those are one-time lump step-ups that I could argue kind of fall outside of a typical 0.75% growth that we see. So what I'm thinking here is there room for discussion to look at some of these other revenue sources, even if it means adjusting fees like a minimum bill or adjusting how we collect the storm charge, to say, if I can get a little bit more revenue that we hadn't planned on, can we soften the 8% increase in base rates to all customers? We can't solve it now. We don't have the time to do it. Mainly just want to plant that seed and see, is that something that you would like to talk more about? Even if we're right now, we'll have a staff report teed up to go ahead and increase the rates by 8%. That's teed up and ready to go in the packets. But if there's room or time to discuss it, we'd like to do that. But we can't fix it today because I am under referees running the clock on me. So that's good. Right, and rightfully so.
Changes to the budget at this point because we have that 8% in the budget. So just keep that in mind. We will have to rework the electric budget. I really recommend that a discussion.
So it's an 8%
Bring it to the
increase.
utility meeting and we have a discussion after we. definitely-
This coming utility meeting or?
Or something that the 8% revenue increase is not something that we're moving off of. It's how we get the 8% that we would be willing, that we suggest you discuss further.
Some of that is increase in customers.
Yes, that's coming. Yes. But
Can you just give us an idea of how soon you need us to do this discussion? Because we're concerned.
So I got it.
Well, the as designed, the new rates would go into effect October 1. So we would need to address this pretty soon. If you want to change the distribution of how you're going to get the 8%, just want to make sure we understand it. Monica's pointing out very wisely. We're not talking about an increase in revenue of less than 8%. What we're talking about is how we get that increase in revenue.
Okay, so let's keep moving. What's up next?
All right, we do have just a comparison of typical residential monthly bill comparison. So where you are today in comparison to other
Still low.
jurisdictions.
Does that include the rate hike for FPL that they just approved?
This is as of June 2025 , so I don't think
So
it
it
probably
would be
does.
modified.
Yeah.
Yeah, just they got approved.
Yep.
Okay, we're still in good shape.
Yep. Still well below. All right.
Our PIO, we should really advertise this heavily.
I'm sure she's going to. Okay, next up, water fund.
All right. So what we have for the water fund is shown here. We are showing a 4% increase in 2026.
We actually have to correct that, David. I missed
Okay.
that. It should be 5.5. We agreed to 5.5 and we have that. That's what we have.
Okay.
5.5. Yes.
In my book
water.
is 4.
We'll update that. One of the challenges I just want to mention that we've been hesitant to increase that residential rate in the book and show those revenues. As you know, we're going to be doing a study. They have not met their targeted revenue. So I'm concerned about, we can show that. We will show those residential increases. However, I want us to not spend that based on us not meeting that target for the past few years. So he'll update his model, we'll update the budget, but we have not met that target for the last few years in our revenue. So I think I mentioned that in the first one, and I just want to make sure there is going to be a study when the director of water utility returns, she can discuss that, but it's something that we're working at looking into and making sure that, again, we don't want to spend that 5.5 increase. We don't want to spend that because we haven't met that revenue.
And
Mr. Brown?
Yeah, just what she's referring to, the cost of service study.
Yes.
That we have in
Thank
the
you.
budget for this upcoming fiscal year. So that's what, I know you were saying the study, but I just wanted to make sure everyone knew what we were talking about.
Yeah, thank you.
So I
Yeah.
apologize for that. We'll update that and I'll have David update his model.
Okay. So with this page, what are we doing? Anything? There it is. Yeah. Yeah.
We'll get the updated.
All right.
David, can you plug that 5.5 in there?
Just to see, yeah.
Just so they can see that?
I will have to shift it over to Nick if you, I'm just showing the presentation. If you want me to go ahead. Nick, can you go ahead and do that?
Yes, I can share it.
Thank you.
Yep, 1 second, please.
All cranky and grouchy. It's a cranky, grouchy day.
Well, while David's doing that,
I
I'll
haven't
just,
called on anybody.
it's just
I
an
haven't called on
anecdote.
anybody, so why don't I just call on you?
Okay, just a little anecdote that the Standec modeling was for the, at least electric, I think water, but I don't remember, from way back, was done by a small firm.
Point of order, Mayor. I have a
With a-
real question.
Yeah, okay.
I'm
this-
just giving you a little background.
All right, well,
That's of interest.
It's not of interest.
okay, well,
That's your opinion.
all right, listen, boys.
I was just going to say that this was a small firm that used to come here and do this. And it was very impressive. He would be sitting right where Monica was and boom, brrr,
Thank you. And
would
now
do
they
it
do it
and
online.
let us analyze things real time. It's
Okay,
pretty
thank
cool.
you, Mr. Segrich.
Can we get consensus to allow Ed to give us the alternative to doing the flat base rate, like he was talking about, getting creative with the other revenue sources? Because I really don't think we want to just go into this with a flat base rate increase of 8%. And similar for the water.
Well, the
I
water.
would
is
ask
different, but
consensus.
For the electric, yes.
Mr. McFoy, please. Ed, is that something you can do? We have with Stantec here. I mean, that's, I think, a conversation. We don't need that.
I don't mean today.
We don't, oh, all right, so
I mean,
go sit down.
I mean, come up with a strategy.
Go sit down.
But I'm just asking for consensus to
In
direct.
general, okay.
We did do that.
Yeah, I thought we had to, but
I thought we had to kind of give it up.
A while back.
To figure out a way to
So
get us
when
the
when we
revenue.
come back with a resolution, that's when we will, have to make
Okay.
those
I thought- I-
decisions, yes.
yeah, we have done, all right.
All right, can everybody see my screen?
Yeah,
So I plugged in the 5.5% in 2026. So if you can recall what Dave was just showing in the presentation, we were just at the target before. Now, obviously with this 1.5% earlier on, we just build up more fund balance towards the latter end of the projection.
Yeah, so it provides a little bit more cushion. And in the future years, maybe we don't need to do as significant increases. Maybe in 2031, it could stay at 4% or something like that. In terms of a customer bill, it's at 4%, it was 45.27. Now at 5.5%, it's 45.90 in terms of the bill. And then I guess to the question from the commissioner regarding the structure, the way we're modeling it right now is just across the board 5.5%. You do currently have both a fixed charge and a usage charge. It would be possible to bifurcate that and just increase the fixed charge more and not the usage charge as much, if that's something you want to look at.
well, you've only got it 5.5% for 2026, and then it goes back down to 4 on the,
Yeah, I think that's going to be helpful
Correct.
for us to understand. I mean, just from a
I'm sorry, Monica, what?
from a finance perspective, we're hoping that our goal is to get that cost of service study this year
Mhm.
to be able to understand what's.
So just, so the 5.5 for this year, then see what happens for next
that's
year.
what
Okay,
We are recommending.
Okay. I mean, that's,
I mean, we had direction, I think it was workshop 1 to do that. Do we know what the costs are, that we're
Right.
incurring in that department to provide the services? And that's not just water, that's, yes.
Just for clarity, we're not waiting. We're not going to wait till FY 26. We can piggyback a contract. We have funds available. We're going to move forward on this cost of service study. We're not going to wait till October, or we have funds available and we have a piggyback contract. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so is there a question in front of us now? Do we want to go 5.5 for next year on the water rate? To bring it up?
We already, yes, that's what we.
Yeah,
yes, that's
so
what
we're,
the
we
consensus on.
use 5.5.
Yes.
Okay, then we're good. Okay.
Okay.
Water maybe a
Okay,
little
I
more
will share
expensive,
again.
but it's really good. Sewer,
Yes. So sewer, the recommendation is a 5% increase across the board. Again, one of the reasons why that's needed is because this is one of the funds where you're below your target. And so these increases would allow you to get up to that target. Within the sewer fund, there is some borrowing that's required for capital projects in the future. But we're thinking 2 years of maybe 5% and then just inflationary increases in future years.
any questions?
Any questions on sewer?
How'd you get the blue bars to track the black that closely?
They're
No,
experts.
essentially, that's right. The model's actually solving and saying, well, I have enough to meet my target so I can cash fund some of my capital. So that's essentially the green bars down here in the CIP funding are just anytime I hit that, any excess is used to fund capital. So you don't have to borrow quite as much. If we wanted to borrow all of it, we could have it be above. Yep.
Okay, so sewer done.
Sewer's done. So total bill currently $98 would go to 102. A little bit higher than that with the 5.5 on water.
Year or month? That's
So-
oh, that's a month.
This is
That's
per
a
month.
That's per month.
This is
yeah.
the monthly bill. Yep.
We is it correct to say we are on the high end on water? Yeah. But I think we're hearing clearly we need to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the one caveat is we don't know what these other communities are going to do in fiscal year 26. So the 26 bill is somewhat of an apples to oranges comparison.
And I seem to remember maybe it was
Mr. McVoy?
Vaughn who told us, or maybe it was the city manager, that we kind of expected that some of the other communities were on the way to
Yeah.
increase.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next up. Okay.
Next up is
Stormwater.
the stormwater fund. So 2.5% increase in the non-ad valorem assessment for stormwater. It's taking it up from 117 up to 120. This has already gone out, so that adjustment's there. We're forecasting, modest increases in the future. You do have excess funds above your minimum target right now. And so essentially what the model's doing is we're spending some of that fund balance down to the target by cash funding projects. If you wanted to bond fund projects, you would be able to keep that balance up higher. But in future years, it looks like it's around 2.5% to 3% is required.
So for the 1, 2, 3, 4 years that would be in the red on the net cash flow, that's because of the transfers from the capital fund?
Yeah, we're essentially funding capital with cash in those particular years and drawing down on our balance. Yep.
Just to supplement it, so we don't have to raise the rates more.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
This is an area
Mr.
that,
McVoy?
okay. Yes, thank you. This is an area where I think we've all talked about that we can expect perhaps quite dramatically increasing costs due to being a coastal city and due to climate change, sea level rise, intensity of storm rise. So I think on this is one where we don't want to be conservative. We do need to plan ahead that we may be looking at some quite big costs. It's not necessarily a linear increase on it,
Well, we'll
unfortunately.
cross that bridge as.
I
Well-
want to make a comment also. Oh, excuse me, I'm so sorry.
The cross the bridge when we get to it is not a very
Well,
good
we're working
approach
on
on
it.
stormwater. This is something where we can see it coming already. We know that the water management district is looking at very major costs for exactly this kind of thing. So it'd be foolish for us not to plan for it.
Okay, thank you.
May I make a quick comment?
Sure.
For the public, there's been questions about the stormwater fund increase.
Mhm.
That is a 2.5% increase, which is estimated to be $2.93 per residential customer.
Yeah.
That's an estimate
Per month.
Yeah.
per
Per year.
Per year,
that's
$2.50 a year.
$2.93 per year.
A year.
$2.93. So it's like 25 cents per month. I just want to clarify
Outrageous.
that in case anyone's
Thank you. That's
listening.
very helpful to
So
know. Mr. Brown?
Again, in the future, we're going to need to, when the notices go out, there is legal language that has to be in those notices. That can be confusing because there have been a lot of calls that have come in with people thinking that that cost is a monthly cost
Right.
instead of the actual annual cost for the stormwater assessment.
Thank you for that.
And it's so we're probably gonna have to put out just something separately from the actual official legal notice that has to go out. That kind of explains more in layman's terms what that means. So it's not as confusing, but
Thank you. Okay.
Are
Mr.
we allowed to put that
Mr. McVoy?
explanatory one as an additional thing in the same envelope in the future so we don't get a double mailing cost?
no, those have to be separate because this is a legal notice that has to go out.
Okay, thank you. Next up is garbage and recycling.
Yes, next up is refuse. And what we're showing is you are seeing increasing costs and just the capital needs to replace vehicles is putting pressure on the refuse fund. So what we're forecasting is in order to maintain that minimum balance, we're going to need to increase the refuse rates going forward. So there's a commercial recommendation of commercial increasing by 7% in fiscal year 26. There is no increase in the residential refuse rate in 26, but in future years, we're thinking around 6 or 7% for residential and commercial. And that's required given the increasing costs and in order to maintain that balance.
And that's 287 a year.
Correct.
Okay. Again, I just want to point that out. That is,
Yeah. So how it compares, there is no change, obviously, in the current year for residential. This also is a non-ad valorem, 271 per year. On the commercial side, just to show an example, this is if you have a dumpster, it's a 6 cubic yard dumpster, depending upon the number of times per week that it's picked up. You can see the current charge and then what it would be with that 7% increase. And then for a compactor, 6-yard compactor, you would still, even after the 7% increase, be at the bottom end of the range in terms of the comparisons.
yeah. All right, good. Okay.
All right, the next fund is the beach fund.
Yep. Oh, I'm
And-
sorry. I'm sorry. I did see
Sure.
some lights. Mr. Segrich?
When we had the other budget workshop, we talked about the impact of an extra bulk day. Did we figure that out? And
Let me pull up.
That sheet where we had worked out all of the data on the additional day and the additional truck following for cleanup.
And the
for
additional
things,
position.
Additional positions.
But I will print it out. Let me print it out. We just haven't printed it.
What's that?
I don't think we printed that. I think we didn't make the budget. We just-
Yeah, that separate sheet we did for solid waste that had the additional information we requested last time with the additional truck, the additional collection for bulk. We moved to the additional bulk days. Remember that's supposed to go in the,
I think we'd already printed, but let me see. I'll just get it printed out.
Okay.
I can forward it back to you.
And my second question was just a little bit more general. The refuse fund operating budget or expenses went up 40% between 2024 and 2026. What's just the high level general reason for that large of a jump? Most of the other funds were between 5% and 15%.
We said trucks.
Sorry,
That
do
was
that
a
one more time.
capital.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, well, I'm sorry.
So yeah, the operating budget for refuse went up 40% between 2024 and 2026. And most of the other funds were anywhere between 5 and 15%. What do we roughly attribute that large jump to?
Gosh. Come on up.
Look, here we go.
Oops. Oh, go ahead, Yana. I mean, yeah, it was salaries, but it was all, yeah.
Right. Salaries was Melissa Sturdivant.
You need to
Budget,
speak rated.
budget, Public Works. Yes, we had overtime in every department. And then this year was our the union contract. So there was a big jump. Our staff was most of the lower paid staff. So we got with the union contract went into that as well.
Yeah, with the comp and class study, and if you remember
Was
correctly.
all of our people. Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
you should have seen them.
So a lot of the positions you saw that we were talking about bringing, the bottom up to like the median. A lot of those positions were public works positions between solid waste, between grounds, between our different
Right.
public works divisions. So you saw a lot in salaries alone.
Majority,
for
yeah,
that.
correct. Because last year it was still, it was just approved. So going next year, it all had to be
Yeah.
corrected to what they are now.
Okay,
And
thanks.
yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other questions about the beach fund? Refuse use?
Okay.
Yep.
So next fund is the beach fund, and based on the prior discussions, we can certainly run some scenarios. As was mentioned, the parking metered rates make up the vast majority of revenues for the beach fund, and so that is the kind of the one toggle that we use or we have used historically to balance the beach fund to make sure we're maintaining that target balance. And so we are forecasting going forward that by like fiscal year 28, maybe add a 50-cent increase to the parking rate in order to keep that balance. It was also, I can just mention earlier, the fines within the beach fund. I think it's about $850,000. I ran a quick scenario, and I'll pull up the model here. That if I went in and took out those fines in future years, keeping everything else constant, it does have a pretty significant impact. We're showing you drop below the target balance in fiscal year 29, be pretty much exhausted, and then totally exhaust the funds. Again, assuming we don't do anything to change the parking metered rate. So it does have an impact, but that is certainly more modeling that we can do.
Just ask a clarification.
Mr. Segrich's light was on first, actually.
Thank you. The deficit that we have in the beach fund, are we making that up via a transfer from the general fund, or is it coming out of fund balance from the beach fund?
It is coming out of fund balance, so we are spending that down a little bit. Yep.
So it's coming out of the general fund?
No, it's coming out of the beach fund.
Spending fund balance this year.
Are you referring to the transfers related to the reallocation of the admin fees and the PBSO? Because that's what.
Yeah, we're transferring some money out of the general fund into the beach fund.
To cover the admin fee and the PBSO, and those were the directives that you gave us.
Okay.
in the last workshop.
Is there a reason we're not touching the fund balance of the beach fund more, considering it's well above our target?
So right now it's 57,000. It's coming. Alternatively, we could transfer that money back out of the general fund back into the beach and use that. It's like 500,000 roughly.
Do we have like an earmark for some of this from a capital perspective? That's the reason why the beach fund's so high in terms of its fund balance?
I think when we issued the non-ad valorem bond back in 2020 to reimburse the beach fund for the casino renovations back in, I think there was $6 million worth of casino renovation that happened prior to 2020, and we issued a bond to reimburse the beach fund. Prior to that fund balance was a negative $3 million. So when we got those funds, the beach fund decreased to like $3 million positive. So that's what caused the big to go above the 25%. Now, to your point, if you'd like to save some money for the general fund instead of the general fund transferring the money out to the beach fund, we could, keep the money at the general fund. You don't have to. It's just that we like to stay above water because the beach fund has been underwater for so many years in the past. So I just don't want to go back to.
Yeah, no, I also just look at the general fund and we're trying to rebuild that fund balance. Maybe it makes sense to not hit the general fund for the beach fund since it has a good amount of balance.
Remember, there'll be an additional about 157,000 because of the supplementals that they have as well.
Mhm.
So it'd be the 57, almost 58, plus the 157, plus the transfers back of about 500.
So about 700,000.
Fund balance of each.
Use of fund balance.
That's what you'd like to do.
We'll still be fine. We'll still be above water
I think we should use the beach fund
just for this 1 year, and then let's see how it works out the next following year.
Take it out of the beach fund balance as opposed to the general fund.
Okay, we'll make that update and we will get you the updated budget, David, so that you can update your models. And get your models to you.
It's just going to be for 1 year.
Okay, I see a couple lights on, Ms. Malega first. Any way you want to go?
Thank you. I have a recommendation in regards to the parking. I don't know why we charge the same flat rate at the beach that if I have to schlep 17 rows from the basement all the way up. If I get front row parking, I should be paying more hourly, in my opinion. So is there a way, since we're talking beach fund, that we could separate those charges? And we also said we wanted residents to pay a smaller fee. Hourly, correct? So, and that, I just think that not including ADA compliant people who get the front parking, but to me.
Oh, you mean the upstairs?
The upstairs,
Oh,
when
yeah,
you're
that should be
parking,
double.
that should be prime parking. And I would, no, I don't know if we have support, but to me, I think that that should be a higher paid hourly parking up at the beach, because a lot of those people, I mean, I just don't think that it's not fair. It's not equitable. If you're schlepping all the way down from the bottom to the top and you're paying the same hourly. So I would like to know if that's even capable with Park Mobile. I also know that Palm Beach is charging $7.40 an hour to park now by their beach. But I'm trying to find ways for us to make money in the beach. And if we can separate those parking and call it prime parking or whatever for the upfront by Benny's and over by, the upper deck. Oh, love it. Not a bad idea.
So I will speak with our parking team. We'll look into that and see if it's actually even possible. And currently our residents do have a 20% discount rate when they register with Park Mobile. They have to go online, register their license plate as per last year's
This is 70
budget.
cents less for them.
Correct.
So they're gonna do. Anyway.
The residents do get a discount.
If we can do this premium parking.
If it's possible for us to do it, we'll look into it and see if we can do it.
Thank you.
Yeah, a couple of things. One, on the premium parking, the only thing that, and I recognize the logic. I don't think that's crazy logic. I would point out that to my knowledge, there is a cohort of people who come very early in the morning. And as far as I understand, some of them stay in their car, but they come for the sunrise and whatnot when there's nobody else down below. I would think if we can move around things with Park Mobile and be specific, I would say maybe give a little bit of not mess with the rate. I don't know, before 7 o'clock in the morning or something or other sometime. And do it when the parking lot tends to be filled up, do that differentiation. I think
Fine.
that would be, I think a nice thing.
Or just not enforce until 7 o'clock.
Well,
not like we
yeah,
are.
whatever.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't
The
think
the
so.
question I had was just because I was out of the room. David, I think, did a little bit of a sensitivity analysis that showed the working capital dropping down very quickly. I missed what the sensitivity was. Was that just doing parking? Yes, that one. Was that just taking out parking fines, or was that taking out all parking revenues?
No, that was just removing parking fines.
So
I
I
have-
guess what I said earlier, parking fines is a very big deal part of this budget.
Yeah, I can run a quick scenario if you'd like.
No, I don't need more. I just wanted to make sure I understood which it was, whether it was
Yeah,
the fines
it's-
or the whole budget.
It's just the fines.
So we do want to encourage people to violate their parking up
Stay
there, but I
clear.
didn't say that publicly.
And can people up, like from the beach, if I'm at the beach on these parking meters, can I renew it? Can I, or do I have to go back? You can do it from your phone? Cool, excellent, thank you. Okay, where are we? Palm Beach rate comparison.
Yep, we had just a parking, updated this for the current rates. To the best of our ability, identified which require more than just an hour minimum. The only one we found was at the Phipps Park Palm Beach. They require a 2-hour minimum. But the rest of them, it appeared you could just purchase an hour. But
Okay.
fast range is between $3 and $4, with the exception of Palm Beach.
Right. Is that correct that we're 1 hour minimum? I thought we were 2 hour. At one point, I'm pretty sure we were.
Why are we even?
Park Mobile.
1 hour.
Why are? we
Okay,
even
cool.
bothering?
I didn't know that.
Next up.
Okay.
I know.
Final one before the general fund is just the
David,
golf
do you have-
fund.
Do you have a question?
Do any of the beaches do seasonal rates? So charge more in the high season versus the off season?
I know.
Yeah, like the golf. people.
Not currently.
I know we're not doing it, but
We
is
should.
it a general practice to for other municipalities, maybe to charge higher in the high season for beach parking?
We do not have that answer, but we can look into that.
What would you say? Just
Thank
that
you.
it's 350
Shoulder
goes
season.
higher or 350 goes lower in the summer? You're saying in this season.
Have a
they go
low,
350?
have a lower rate in the summer
Less than the
and have the
350.
high season rate where we're getting more
My
revenue.
question is,
I would leave the 350 as is and charge a higher in the high season,
so 350 would, okay,
maybe 375, 385 or whatever.
so 350 would be the low season.
Yeah. Because we already
Well,
have,
but in
we have a
lower-
resident discount, which helps.
Right, Ms. Maleta?
Thank you. So I'm on Park Mobile now and it says that it's $3.90. And that's including is that adding the credit card fee to it? Because we're looking at $3.50 on the screen before this, but yet on the Park Mobile app, it's $3.90. So they're charging the 0.40 cents, which is the credit card fee, correct? So because 2 years ago, that was coming out of our hourly, so now they're charging in addition to.
But only one time, right?
One
Not
time.
each hour.
Right.
So
It's
that is,
raining, Sarah. Why are you going to the beach?
Let's keep.
Thank you.
All right, can we move on?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Boy,
I was just going to add to Commissioner Segrid's is that the idea, since we're doing the parking with an app that, is dynamic, the idea of basically demand-driven pricing makes a lot of sense to me. The only caution I would have is I don't know that I would want to up our seasonal for our residents. They get a discount, but I still wouldn't up to make it more expensive for them in the winter. I don't think that's a very good thing to do. I have no problem with non-residents going up in.
they could get a sticker though. They could get a parking. We have resident parking.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, next up is.
Yep, next is the golf fund. And the golf fund, based on the updates, we're showing in future years, you'd need to do inflationary increases in the membership fees, the green fees, and the club services. That's all largely contingent, though, on doing some borrowing for the lawn irrigation system. If you try to cash fund that you don't have sufficient funds within the golf fund to be able to handle that. So assuming you could do some borrowing for those improvements and when those improvements would occur is all going to have an impact on the golf fund. But currently above the minimum and with some inflationary increases, you would maintain those balances going forward.
It's May.
Didn't we already go through this? Because these are not the same numbers as we went through. We did increase membership, we did increase club services and greens. No,
It was very complicated stuff that we changed. I don't know if that's.
the fee schedule and this doesn't match.
Are these new changes that we were?
No, the ones that Marty suggested for today, we read through, she read them all. And those aren't reflective in the Stantec model. I'm just pointing it out. It doesn't matter really, but like we can't predict using this model if we don't have the accurate data in there. And it's not the end of the world. We're not running out of money at the beach, but I just make sure nobody's using this as the Bible
For golf.
for golf.
We'll send in the updated now that we have consensus for those fees.
That's right.
Because he said he had used the new budget. On the first slide, he said he used 26.
Probably not new fee schedule. So we'll
Okay.
Get him an updated fee schedule.
Okay.
Make sure he has the
Okay.
updated membership.
All right.
fees. So
I am
Yeah.
picking.
To the extent, I guess, Monica, that the budget you provided had the revenues, that's what we're tying to, the 26 revenues.
We'll look at it. Those should be captured in the budget, actually. Now that I think, yes, those will be captured. in the budget. So
In the
But
budget.
we'll confirm.
we need to look at, we need to look at that, but we'll get with you and Marty and Tiana and make sure everything's.
Okay, just a very quick question. How
Yeah,
how
Mr.
dire
Senator.
is the situation with the irrigation? Is it about to fail on us, or could you get another year out of it? The only reason I ask is because we might be considering some sort of public-private partnership,
That's the-
and it might be good money after bad.
What was your question on irrigation?
How How bad is it? Is it about to explode and die on
irrigation
us?
system is pretty bad. I can actually get a consultant to come out. They won't charge anything with it from Toro. And he can meet with one of you guys and really explain things and give a good breakdown as to time frame and the urgency of getting this irrigation system fixed. This irrigation system's got to be like 30, 40 years old. The maintenance company, Brightview, they're fixing blow up pipes all the time. They're constantly doing extra work at fixing
Water,
what's that?
make it a water feature.
What feature? But anyway, yeah, we're at the point where we need a new irrigation system because we can't even regrass the golf course and upgrade the grass until we get a new irrigation system.
Instead of having that consultant talk to each one of us, maybe he could just do a report and file it, and then we know. Whichever. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Whatever you want to do. Yeah, it's fine. Sure.
Presentation or report? Which guys? What do you want?
Okay.
Presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
This is my thinking too. Okay.
Thank you, Marty. We can work on that. We'll get a presentation for you, get an assessment of the irrigation system. But yes, like Marty did mention, that is kind of the ground up, right? So we can't put planting anything because until we can properly water everything. So we'll work on that and we'll present it to all of you at the same time.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McBoy?
I only wanted to underline Commissioner Segrich's point, which seems very reasonable to me, that if we are considering some sort of major change of how the golf course works, do we want to be funding?
That's why we all have that on our mind. It's a question in everybody's mind.
Okay.
Okay, next up.
All right. Final is the general fund. And we've got 3 scenarios. So this goes to the earlier discussion in terms of the reduction in the franchise fees from the electric fund as a result of taking out the PCA. So this scenario is status quo, continuing to fund the defined benefit contributions for police and fire as they are today. If we don't obviously have any millage adjustments, we do have our projected property tax value increase. But we are showing a deficit, as was mentioned earlier, of 1.3 million in fiscal year 26. And then that deficit would continue going forward as our expenses basically outpace our revenues in the general fund. And given the fact that the franchise fees are reduced, that we see a more dire situation than in our last presentation where we're falling below the target minimum fund balance in 28. And then essentially we would go negative in 2032.
What's that?
It's not going to happen.
That's just the status quo, assuming some reasonable changes don't happen. So again, no millage adjustment, property tax growth. If we do see that 50% reduction in the police and fire defined benefit contributions in fiscal year 27, that does reduce your expenses quite a bit. And now our revenues are forecasted to exceed our expenses going forward. We're still going to have that shortfall, obviously, in 26, but in 27, we start seeing some positive cash flows to where we're actually building up balance within the fund balance.
Which means we can do
the general fund.
structure.
Does that scenario include the PCA 1.3?
It does continuously, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the reduction in the police and fire is substantially greater than the loss in revenues from the PCA.
Yeah.
So
numbers. Mr. Segrich.
One thing I think that we need to watch closely is the joint resolution 1016, where they're looking to raise the homestead exemption to 75 versus 25.
We're going to fight hard against that.
Sure, but it seems like the winds are blowing that way, and looking at our general fund budget, even though we have this great thing going on with the pension funds, I think we still need to look at tightening some areas.
Okay, Mr. McBoy.
Would it be possible for, I think that's a very good suggestion, that if we can see that on the horizon, and I would think it'd be pretty easy to do that scenario of, at least I think it would be easy to do that scenario of assuming that the homestead moves from 50 to 75, just for our own planning to see what that might look like.
We have no idea what it's going to be. Yeah, not today. We've got to get through
There's
this.
a third.
This is
scenario
the
where-
whole point of modeling is it lets you look
Thank you.
forward, and if you can see something potentially coming and it doesn't
We
cost you much
appreciate-
to look.
We appreciate it. So this, and we certainly don't want to go up in our military. I don't think we can go up
We
in our
can't
military. We
actually,
can't,
they're all
right?
statute-
And we are, they were just in Palm Beach. I just at the Florida League of Cities, we just heard what is in store. Doge is going to be looking at our budgets, everybody's budget is going to be looked at. And I know that we're in compliance, and thank you very much. We were on the list of compliant cities, which was there was a whole list and we were on it. Yeah. So it was cooperating, but we're cooperating. So, and we can always have Stantec come in when that happens, figure it out. I mean, we just don't know. We're going to fight that on the legislative committee very, very hard this year. And see because they're still talking about, sovereign immunity. I mean, we just don't know what's going to happen this year. It's crazy. So, where are we at with the general fund?
So we did do one final third scenario, which was modeling the reduction in the defined benefit contributions, but also using some capital or some dollars for capital, 1.6 million starting in fiscal year 26 for road capital improvements. So with the freeing up of those dollars, if you did want to invest in some capital, you would still have your revenues and expenditures pretty much in alignment to where you're maintaining that minimum balance.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the working capital balance and it's above it's in good shape now. So we could do a little pothole filling and fixing and stuff like that.
We could do
Correct.
pothole filling.
And is that an annual 1.6?
It is.
That's the
Yep.
goal, yes. That's more than, yes.
Yes.
Still deficient. Don't fist pump too hard.
Don't spend it just yet, but that does look quite positive.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, and I get-
Don't say that, sir. You need a little bit more in that district.
I get 1.6 for I get it times 4. Okay, so do we have a choice? Are we making a choice between scenario 2 and scenario 3?
I think they're just
We're just
models.
letting
We'll
it
go
go.
into the capital if you're okay. And actually, I just have two comments. One, remember we talked about debt service in the very first workshop and we had a reso and we were going to reduce it to 0.4, then we're going to bring it back
Yeah.
to 0.58. Well, we confirmed legally, we have to keep it at 0.4 because at the time we did the resolution and sent it to the county.
It was approved.
It was locked in, yes, and we'd have to re-notify residents, which would be a couple 20,000 or more. So it's going to, the debt service fund is going to be 0.4. You'll see that reflected. It's a separate, completely separate fund. We are meeting our obligation and have reserves.
Can we pay towards principal?
It will make such a small dent because we have a.
So we
have-
just
have
keep
like
that
20
extra?
years
So we
worth
pay
of
our minimum
debts.
payment, keep the extra?
Yeah.
Okay.
yes.
Well, the extra that we have, we'll just
We're
have to
using
dip
reserves.
into it starting in fiscal year 27.
Yes.
So before we dip into all of it, again, that's assuming, property taxes don't go up. But
Or
I think
just
we'll be in
weird.
good shape with the 0.4, which is we're reducing the millage rate by at least 50%.
And that's a separate fund. Remember, that's not,
Yeah.
I just wanted to acknowledge that because I forgot to mention.
Yeah,
that.
thank
So
you.
no Changes. And then the other item you mentioned, just before we go into the CIP, Mr. Brown had provided me some documents and I didn't get a chance to print them out, but you've been provided on the solid waste budget impact based on those additional days. And I'll pause and turn it over to.
Yeah, so when we were talking, I emailed it to all of you guys as well. Because I didn't know they were gonna run and print it out right now. But I kind of broke out based on the conversation from the previous budget meeting. But for next year, we'd be looking at just over $1 million impact, like about 1.1. For you guys that looked at doing an additional bulk day each month, as well as having a vehicle follow behind another vehicle. So that 1.1, and I kind of break it down into the 2 additional rear load trucks, 2 additional operators, either equipment 2 or equipment 3 operators, probably an EO2 more than likely. And then I did mention the additional bulk day. There's some information on that as well. And I mentioned here that we currently get veg credits. So the reduction of if we eliminated one of the, I'm assuming you guys wanted to eliminate one of the veg weeks. Or did you want to do an additional bulk? Because that means we would now be either running on Wednesday, which they currently don't work, or Saturday. We'd be adding an additional day.
So
No,
half-
So
two
right
veg
now we
days,
have,
two
right
veg
now we
days
have,
bulk, but
well,
he's
right now we
saying
have
we
3
don't
veg.
get the rebate from the
Yeah,
veg day.
yeah, so right
So
now we
that
have 3
price
weeks
would
out
add
of the
on.
month is veg. The third week of the month is bulk.
Oh.
So you either remove one of those weeks as veg and you would have 2 veg weeks, 2 bulk
bulk
weeks, or you leave the 3 veg and the current 1 bulk and we add an additional bulk. So you would have 3 veg and then 2 bulk, which means we would then be adding either a Wednesday or Saturday each week to now run an
Which would be
additional.
I like the idea of cutting out 1 veg and adding a bulk because
too.
it's the bulk that's really the problem.
Well, years ago, we actually used to have 2 veg, 2 bulk.
Yeah.
The reason that changed was there was, especially District 3, District 4, there's so much veg and there was such an outcry to have an additional veg pickup.
Mhm.
That's why that changed a long time ago.
And you can have like when I cut or do, I just leave it on my front lawn or yard, it's on a lawn until the day comes, then I drag it out. But
Yeah.
a bulk thing is like, I want to paint my house. I want to get rid of this dresser now or this thing. 'Cause I mean, I think as we drive around, in terms of quality of life, as we drive around, it's
Yeah.
not piles of trees.
It depends on the district because he's not wrong. We have a lot. I mean, there's always piles of veg. It doesn't matter what day of the week it
It's
is.
very heavy in District 3
Very
and 4.
heavy.
But I did want to mention, we do get veg credit from SWA. So if we did eliminate one of those veg
We would lose
weeks,
that.
we would be losing, I mean,
Would,
it's
would it,
something-
would what we lose balance to what we would gain, have to pay in an extra truck?
We would be losing and losing.
Yeah,
bulk
no, I'm sure, I understand that.
So I mean, I don't know if you guys wanted to model, like if we had another 1.1 coming out of the operational, what that does to the model for solid waste. I don't know if you guys wanted to see that or not.
What
but-
about if we just address the idea of someone going after, because they really, when they, I mean, I love them, but when they leave a mess on the bulk days or, or even on garbage days, if there's somebody coming after them, instead of adjusting the bulk, having somebody follow the trucks as they go by as an alternative.
Yet again, it's just a matter of looking at 2 additional vehicles and then 2 additional employees, like 2 EO2 or EO3 positions. Because we can't do it with current staff.
Right.
Because we're
Obvious,
pretty lean.
you're busy,
Um,
they're working. Okay,
so it's just a matter of what you guys.
Ms. Malega?
Thank you for doing this research.
Mhm.
I personally would love to see a truck with a person going behind bulk and garbage. I didn't tell you this, but yesterday I had to stop one of our crews. They were 4 houses past a house that they had left a ton of garbage in that had fallen out of the can. And I
They
literally
don't
pulled
pick
up,
that up.
I pulled up to him and said, can you guys please pick up all that garbage you just left behind in the street? He's like, oh, we were going to get to it. No, you weren't. You were 4 houses past. And I was frustrated that I even had to ask because it is a level of service our residents are paying. We're trying to clean up the area. And to me, just having 1 truck go behind and making sure that that's not left behind. Number 1, it protects the water system. It protects our sewers are constantly filled. The grates are filled with leftover bottles and plastic and garbage. And to me, I think it's an investment. So maybe we can start with 1 thing and that if that doesn't work or we're not seeing improvement, look at what we should do on a second bulk. Because if you're saying there's more vegetation, and there is a lot of vegetation in your district, but like with me, I have a landscaper, I have him take it with him. I'm like, don't fill my can, take it with you because my can doesn't hold everything. So maybe we just need to encourage people to start having their landscapers take it because most of the people in that district, I see a lot of landscaping trucks. But I'm thankful that you did this. I think it's, again, a quality of life and a service that we really should be offering to clean up the community.
Thank you, Mr. McBoy, then Ms. May.
Just a question, we heard that it's different in districts 3 and 4. Would it, and I suspect that the bulk is also different, that the bulk is probably higher in districts 1 and 2. Would it make sense to do differently, do 2 bulks in 1 and 2 and keep the 3? Is that possible or is that a problem?
Well, the difference, bulk is citywide though. That's pretty much citywide. It's the vegetation is a lot heavier.
Okay,
east
so
of
the
Dixie.
bulk isn't as unbalanced.
No, it's not like it's heavy on bulk
Okay.
in districts
There's
1
an
and 2
extra.
and
Then that
it's-
idea's
that's
not
citywide. That's citywide.
All right.
Ms. May.
Oh, okay, I remembered. it kind of goes back to like what Mr. McFoy was saying about the sheriffs, like, I mean, we just said that they make a ton more money, you know, and just, not maybe a ton,
I wouldn't.
but like, I don't know. I mean, do we really need to get a $500,000 truck to follow people to do their job? I don't
You want the
know.
employees making a ton more money?
Not a ton, obviously.
I didn't know who we were talking about.
Obviously.
Choice of words.
Okay, not a ton, but like, if there's, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. I just, it says that if you're gonna have the person going behind them, you need to get the truck, right? And someone to drive it and get out and pick up the garbage, but the garbage man was just there.
Correct. This is not a typical operation that's done.
Yeah, I wouldn't think it would be.
My neighborhood's a perfect example. Every week, like this is just something you see. Like when I go get my garbage can, I always have to, you know, scoop up whatever was kind of left over, put it in the can. Wherever you go, that's just what you see. I understand what you guys are saying. If we're going to do this, it is not a standard process and it's not something you see. So we need to make sure that we're doing it the right way.
Yeah, I can't get
And I
behind
don't
that.
want to put a false expectation out there that without doing it properly with an additional truck and hiring the additional people to do it, and that's what they're dedicated to do, where we're not saying, okay, you're out doing your veg route today. When you finish up, now jump in a rear load and grab someone else and now go behind and redo a route again and pick up anything that was left. You really want a dedicated person that does this throughout the day. So you're not kind of jumping around, because then it's not going to get done properly if you do that.
And I have a question. The crews that go around, excuse me, folks, the crews that go around, do they have a certain time of day that they end their workday, or are they end their workday when the route is done?
We are out there until the route is done. We
So
have to make
there's,
sure
I
if
think,
it's
the
done.
problem. There's the problem. They need to slow down and.
I was gonna
do
say,
a
not
better
just that, there were 3 people on this crew.
Yeah.
There was literally 3 employees on this one truck.
Yeah, that's the problem.
What-
I mean, the quicker you get it done, the
somebody
quicker
shoulda
you
had a
go home,
broom.
you're not gonna do it well.
Somebody should have had a broom and a dustpan,
Yeah.
and even the driver was out emptying cans. All 3 of them were out of the truck.
Yeah, I don't understand why. I think that
Maybe we just need to concentrate on better training for that and add a bulk day, but
Stay at work until it's done.
right. I mean, they get paid until they're done.
So do we want to look at adding a bulk? Do we want to look at adding this part of the operation? If so, I think we need to run like this extra 1.1 on the Stantec model so we can see what that does. Because again, we're
Well, is
looking
that- But
at
if that's for an extra bulk day. Well, but that's the garbage mostly, which okay, the daily stuff. What we're talking about is having an extra bulk day. Where we-
correct, if you
right.
want an extra bulk day, or if you want to do this follow behind operation. There is a fiscal impact, and we have the Stantec model up right now, but I just
Right.
want to make sure.
So
'cause-
the 1.1 million is the number that was come up with in terms of what we would do for 2 extra trucks, 2 extra people. all that.
To-
Let's
to
just see what
run-
it does.
Correct, because again, you see that there is no increase for residential this year. There was
Right.
the 7 for commercial, but we need to know moving into, I guess it'd be 27 now, what this is going to impact as far as our fund balance in solid waste.
Certainly. So I can add that in. We're talking 1.1 million.
Yeah.
Yep. And for residential,
Resident.
Oops, not 11 million.
That's all. Yeah. Oops.
Okay, so I've added 1.1 million in expenses. Oops, hit the wrong button.
But wouldn't 400,000 of that be capital, or it's the trucks? It's not operating expense.
Ooh, ouch. That was a pretty big change.
Yeah, we're increasing your total expenses about 8.2, so that adds in it, or yeah, close to 8.6. That would bring your expenses up to about $10 million in 27. So it does have a pretty sizable impact on the.
But that's a yearly rate of 287, 305. I mean, that's, if we did 1.1 million and added it to the rate, that's a yearly rate that it would go up.
No, that's not, he didn't adjust the rates. He just.
Yeah, I kept the rates the same.
So we're saying leave those rates. The model says leave those rates, add on an extra $1 million of expense. So clearly it's going to come down. In order to compensate for that, and you can't do it this year because it's already been out into our tax, because it comes out of our taxes. So it would have to start next year if we wanted to add to it. So if he wanted to change that to cover it, you'd have to change the 27 rate.
We're still only talking about, it's a yearly rate, it's not.
Did I?
Rate, it's not that much.
Yeah, but we also have to keep in mind too, that when we look at the overall layout as far as cost to the customer and where we fall in that, and are we comfortable being at the top of that list?
No, because the other ones are doing bulk every week in other cities.
Some cities do. They also have a slightly different budget than we have.
Yeah, of course. And
And-
they go out west. I get that. I get we're not the same.
And triple the amount of employees, and it's
And not quite as many, transient.
Mayor, can I just say something? I know everyone's lights on, but the 1.1 or 1.3 that you just added should not be year over year, because the $400,000 is the trucks are going to be a cost up front. So what's really our year over year cost once we do?
this is for next fiscal year for FY
Correct. So what would be
27.
our year over year cost
26, I'm
after our initial investment?
Take out the truck cost. I mean, they get added to, you'll see it somewhere else because they're now added to our overall heavy equipment budget, which then gets
Turns over.
turns over. So you still see it, it just shows up in capital and not in actual operating, but it will be now added to our capital expense and part of that process.
I think the.
But just,
Anthony?
So to cover the yearly cost would approximately be about $42 a household.
A year.
Per year increase to cover that added cost. Personally, I would not want to add that without increasing the rate. And I think we would need to talk to residents as to, how badly they want that. I'd rather see us spend, if we're just going to take it out of the fund, I'd rather see us spend that on road improvements and infrastructure. Because I think more so than complaining about not having enough bulk days, our residents are very passionate about getting those roads fixed. So any kind of,
That's why we
like-
got to get as many calls about
Yeah.
potholes as I do about stuff in the streets and.
No, I understand. I was just, if we're going to do it, I would say
And if we had two.
increase the
bulk-
rate.
let me Just ask a question. If we did decide to add two guys, two trucks and a staff, couldn't they then, as they see an illegal pile, could they pick that up as they see it?
No. Sorry, I don't.
Miss
I'm assuming that they can't just stop and pick it up because they have to have their cameras and their little Xing paint and all of that stuff because they have to document it so that they can charge the
It's
person.
not a big enough truck.
Yeah, so depending on what the pile is, there is a process we go through. We have a tech that comes out. We do document everything because we want a phone call if someone gets a citation. It wasn't out there. It wasn't that large. We measure everything. Everything is documented properly. And the citation goes out and then we go, and then we do the collection.
They could do that. All right, but I mean, if they can do that, they have a camera on their truck and they do that and then pick the stuff up. They've got the record. And
But it's not that truck though. The people who are out there actually doing the collection on the routes are not the people who
They're
tech.
not the.
Correct. And they're in a regular half ton or under truck, not an actual heavy.
Right,
equipment
because,
that
because what I
collects
think what
material.
people, bottom line is whether it's potholes or bulk, it's quality of life stuff that people can look.
You know what I'll do in Vice Mayor, weekend, and Melissa and Mina are sitting here too. We can make this priority. And like you're saying, happened early on this week where, you were falling behind. We can now push this as priority that it takes the time it takes. And,
Yeah, I
and
mean-
we'll just, we need to do better and just, do as good as we can to get as much up as possible, especially if it falls out after. But again, we can have that conversation with the division and make it a priority and try to see if that makes a big difference.
I think if, the quicker I get my work done, the less Perfect. I'm gonna do my job. So if we can start by taking a look at that. We all okay with that,
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's take a look at that. Okay.
I
Mr.
completely-
McVoy, I see your light is on.
Thank you. I'm just thinking that I don't know if we're being realistic. I too see stuff behind the trucks occasionally. I have a big broom. I go out and I sweep it. Now, I have a bit more flexible schedule, so I can often work that in. Two thoughts, though. Some is we might want to have some resident involvement. And we have a street sweeper, which also does some of this in theory. To me, I think we ought to follow those trucks a little bit. Those guys are going as fast as they can to do the route for a reason. They're trying to get that all picked up so they can get the whole route done. For
So they
them
go
to
home.
stop, well, I don't think it's fair to blame them that they're doing it to go home. They're trying to get the route done. And for them to stop, get a broom, get a dustpan, that slows each pickup down a lot.
Right,
And
so they'll go home a little later after they do a more thorough.
I don't
job.
think it's a little, I think it's a much bigger,
And also depending on the time of year, daylight savings, a lot of it is trying to get done before it gets
Dark.
too dark out. So it's not that they're rushing to get home quicker. It's just,
no,
we have a certain amount of people that need to get a certain amount. These are large routes for the number of
Yeah.
people we have. So it's not that they're, yeah, I want to be out here by noon. That's not the case. They're trying to get these routes done and get them done efficiently. And sometimes there's just a lot of material out there.
right. It's
There's
not
just a-
always
there's
just
just a
in
lot
the
of material.
bins.
So let's just say, like you said, give direction that stay out as long as it takes, do better. And if we have to come
Yes.
back and have this conversation, we do.
And what time? They start early. I know they start early in the morning.
Yeah, they're in there at 6 every morning, in trucks by 6:30.
And generally, what time do they work until?
Depending on, if you're doing veg, recycling, regular pickup,
regular
depending on the day. But, like Forest, sometimes it can push as late as 6 or 7, depending on how heavy it is that day.
Right.
Yeah, they do 410s, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. We also have other crews that run on Wednesday, which is only, Wednesday and Saturday, but it's only commercial, like front load pickup
Right.
for restaurants and stuff like that.
So we've.
And as you
talked
guys
so much
see,
about this.
there are oftentimes we don't finish routes and we have to
don't.
push out the notification that route didn't get finished today because there's so much stuff out. It pushes into the following day. We have to say,
Right.
leave your stuff out and
All right, so where are we at, folks? With what? Well, I know, right, but I'm just, what have we decided what to do with this? All right. Do better. Okay, that's our direction. And we'll come back and see how it works. What?
Can we do a 10-minute break?
Yeah, I was just looking at the clock. If I know that there's a couple, yeah, we can do a little 10-minute break.
Take a break and come back for CIP. Thank you.
Running out of rain. Be careful.
Is it raining right now?
It was earlier. I don't know if it is now. Um,
We got her to like cut it in half, but I can't eliminate it
Hold on,
completely.
I'm trying to get something out. Yeah,
And,
okay.
so it's very aromatic when I go home. Lou has all the fans on.
Mine
them
comes on
open.
on Tuesday.
Yeah, I like Thursday because then the weekend seems longer.
Yeah. I mean, every other Tuesday, not.
Are we ready?
Madam Mayor, it is 3:34 and we have or 3:35 and we've reconvened.
Well, we haven't actually. Mr. Segrich is going to be back in just a couple of minutes, so let's just give him a couple more minutes to get here.
We can start without
We can start without him. Where are we at, Madam Finance? Madam Finance?
We would like to walk through the CIP recommendations. And I'm hoping we can get through that today so that we can then obviously have something for, yes, that sheet, that one sheeter.
Oh.
Okay. So.
All right, let's go.
So.
wait, there's two one-sheeter.
Which one
You're
sheeter?
gonna start, so this.
The one with
is
the
has
green?
This is
Okay.
your traditional format. You have that in a book. You're used to all like the cool pages with pictures. There's an updated format. Hector helped us to format that new format, but we know you're used to this. So we're going to continue with this for now and move to that in a later date.
All right.
Let's walk through the CIP.
This bistro lighting has been on here for years. It's a 5-year CIP.
It is. All right, yes, so that's on there.
It's funded. No, it's not.
It's
I
on
gotta
there.
find
It's
my
on
ruler.
budget
This is
again.
when I really need the ruler and I can't find it.
65,000. As you recall, we keep items that are unfunded on the CIP. If you decide that you want to fund them, or if we were to go out for grant funding, we need to have those items on the CIP in order to show that we still need that item. And I know that Leisure does that a lot. So we want to, Water has done that. So we want to make sure we have those items on there.
Got it.
So right now that's showing as unfunded. K Street parking, you, I think, know a lot about that one. It's the 8.5. We currently
Wait,
have
what
it.
is that again?
Never heard of it.
We have the 8.5 on there. It's a combination of discretionary sales tax and other funding sources. We have a separate sheet with that breakdown. Arts Alley is 340,000. Currently, we have a recommendation. These are all recommendations, and of course, we'll take your feedback to use fund balance, and that would come out of the
Is that
general
the
fund.
J to K one? I mean, the I to J?
The next one is the City Hall Annex that was moved to fiscal year 27. I think that's somewhat self-explanatory. And then the City Hall Annex planning as your recommendation to move the 250,000 for the review. And that's also included. And that's 250,000 currently unfunded unless you'd like to fund it.
Okay, let me just ask a question. The 7 million for the City Hall Annex, all the repairs. It says, so at this point, my understanding is we don't have $7 million to do that. Is that?
No.
No, if you recall, we had the 2
Right.
million that we had allocated and the study and everything came out of that. So that was just that balance showing that's what, if we were going to look and do that ourselves.
Because it's going to be closed until that happens, right? Did we close it too early? I mean, I feel like it's sitting there for so long.
We had some issues and then we had to do that full structural assessment and everything on that building. So
And it's haunted.
Well, it's a shame because we have is the stuff up in is the museum intact? Does anybody, is the museum intact?
yeah. She's asking if the museum
Yes.
is intact. We had covered a lot of things when they were doing a lot of the assessment work, but I believe everything's back to.
Yes, everything is intact. There are still some drapes on some of the doors just to protect the dust from in and out.
Right.
But our team does go in there just for periodically different things. And we've recently
So
checked on it.
some Wacky level. If we wanted to open it up for a day or two now and then, could we do that?
That would be if the building is safe to bring people into structurally.
We'll get back to you on that.
Get back to, because we have a museum, people are asking about it, and I mean, the building's been empty for a long time, and it's not gonna, and nothing's happening for a long time, so if we could, that's kind of sad.
I just want to confirm, just based on some of the findings,
Mhm.
that it would be okay to allow the
What?
public to come back in the building. for like leisurely purposes.
Because from there, it's like a bolt of death sitting there.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Malega, so your light is on.
Because it's late, Monica, can you refresh me? We took $250,000 out of 3 different buckets that were going to be used for studies, planning, something. Can you refresh my memory?
Yes, we had one for City Hall Annex, there was one in Gulf, and there was one in code remediation, but code would not be or code review rather, code would not be a CIP.
Where were we funding that from? GF?
The 500,000 was general fund, and then there was 250
From the Gulf.
in the Gulf. Yep.
Okay, so we technically we had that, we just moved it and took it. Now we have a placeholder for it.
We did not fund it right now.
Okay.
So we unfunded it, but if you'd like us to fund it, then we can do that.
Not gonna go in the weeds, but this is where we have to talk about our triple P policy that we just approved in regards to this project, this property.
I think
The triple P policy that we just
Right, right,
approved,
right.
that's
I know,
right.
that's in the
I think that we need to
However-
talk about that for the annex, not now.
But what about the
course.
250, just to know what the building needs? I mean.
We already did that. We've already done
we
an
were-
assessment.
That's,
Separate things though. So you have the two things, you had the City Hall Annex, you had City Hall, you had the golf course. If you recall, Commissioner Segridge had brought up asking if you guys wanted to hold off on that because of the triple three policy and everything we just done. So that's what those three pots of 250 were in there for
But the-
initially.
We already did the inspection on the annex. We know. what the
Correct,
annex
that
needs.
analysis is done,
No,
correct.
that's- that was just my
But that
comment.
was not that 250 though.
No, I know that.
Okay, just make sure.
so if it's done, why is it still there?
It's separate. It's a different, it's what.
That
Oh,
was almost like this,
that's for the-
like
all right,
the,
all
almost
right,
like the
all right.
Discovis process we're going
Perfect.
through
Got
on the
it. Okay.
beach.
No problem. Thank you. Just needed a question. Whoops. Okay, cemetery,
Yep, moving to the cemetery, 140,000 for backhoe replacement. That's for FY 26. Total funded would be out of fund balance for 140,000. Again, recommend it.
Is that coming out of the
Yes.
sinking fund?
Yes.
Out of the what?
So, I believe it was 2023. Now before, we had allocated 45,000 every year in perpetuity for the cemetery CIP project. I think we up to like 140 some change.
That's
So-
awesome.
So we'll take the money out from that.
Backstory,
What account
it's called the sinking fund. So backstory, all the sales of the cemetery plots used to go to GF. And then it would just get eaten up. In 2023, we created the cemetery's own sinking fund. So all the sales goes into that fund. So when the cemetery needs something, like a new backhoe, the funds are there. Love it.
But where does the name? Oh.
Cemetery.
because I was gonna say.
Interest earning.
We just set the fund.
Okay, so are we saying to do the 140 out of the sinking fund?
Yes.
Okay, sound good? Which is in the
Which is in
general
the
fund.
general fund.
Okay,
Pinecrest Mausoleum, we've had that on there for a while. We have the 1.3. It's
Yeah.
currently unfunded.
I'd love to see that. Yeah, that's a triple P.
Okay.
Okay, Sunset Ridge, okay, keep going
Moving
down.
on to Sunset Ridge Park West Pavilion, 100K. And that is currently recommended to be funded out of ARPA funds.
ARPA fund. Was that part of our ARPA fund plan?
These are a reallocation of funds, I believe. I just need to pull up the ARPA schedule.
So on your big book here,
On the big book?
there's a tab for ARPA funds.
For what?
Is it on page 407?
ARPA. Whew.
Is everyone there? Yeah. So you'll see what you have in red, those are the projects that came in short, where we had savings. And if you recall, these are the funds that we transferred over to capital project,
Right.
so there's no time restrictions on these particular projects. It's just that we reallocated, we met with the departments and we reallocated these funds towards the project that are listed below for mainly for the playground, the South Sunset Ridge Park West, they're the bottom for the 141, 100K, 75K, and 125K. So you'll see those on the CIP as well. So it's just like Monica says, those are just reallocations.
So when all these are spent, we have $0. We're done.
Yeah, I mean, we have,
No,
everything will be committed.
no, I know. Well, no, actually, the way we did it, we didn't have to.
And then, but you never know, at the end of the project, we may have some savings, we may have to do additional allocations. So,
And these are unrestricted funds. So if funds are
Right.
left over, we can
Right.
reallocate them. Remember, there's a bucket of restricted. We can't, that has to be used for the purpose it was used for. It can be reallocated.
So the casino elevator upgrades, because I know one's not working right now, I think, right? That almost seems like another thing that. I did it, okay, 16. Okay,
I think, Madam Mayor.
okay, Ms. May and then Ms. Malega.
My question is about the recreation list, and actually, Tiana, this might be you. Sunset Park multipurpose field resod and Howard Park multipurpose field resod. Do we want to resod, or do we want to consider a synthetic turf?
Hi. The resodding is kind of like our park superintendent describes it as, it would be really nice to have right now, but it's not absolutely essential if there's other projects you're looking into. And also, if you'd like us to look into potentially doing the turf, then we can also look into that and costs and expenses. And
Well, I mean, the armadillo probably wouldn't ruin the turf.
you heard about the Caddyshack experience we're having?
The armadillo.
Yes, the armadillo. You heard about that?
You told me.
Yes, so we do have an armadillo currently at the park. We're working on that thanks to our parks team at the Memorial Field. Yeah, it's actually
football playing
it's a
armadillo.
family, but to stay on track, the resod would be nice. However, we can look into turf if that's the direction the commission would like us to go.
But we don't need to do it now.
We do not need to do it now. It's nice to have, but we can wait if we need to.
Okay, I just wanted to see, because it looks like it's funded, so I don't want to fund something. Well, some of it's funded.
It's a recommendation, so we could leave it funded and look at what the cost would be for resod, or we could unfund it and just hold the funds in the ARPA bucket for whatever
we're gonna do for those
Yes.
fields. I think we should make a plan for our playing fields citywide before we start messing with it.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Ms. Malega?
Thank you, Miss Tiana. Don't go so far. Any of these qualify for FERDAP grant applications?
I can look into that. Yes.
Yeah, if we can put as many in as possible for FERDAP when it comes to our playgrounds and our fields.
We do have the field 5 lighting upgrades. That's currently a placeholder because we did put that one in for a FERDAP. So that's actually a placeholder. But we can look into that if you'd like.
What about, any of the playgrounds or any equipment like that?
I don't have the deadlines for that or how soon we could get those applications in. I'll have to speak with Jerry about that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Ms. May?
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
And then you see the last two for the gym and the fitness, those are funded by grants. So are you okay with us reallocating the funds and then except for the 75, you would like us to hold off on the 75,000 and hold that?
Well, no, because there's 3 fields.
Right.
So hold the entire bucket of funds.
Just for the fields, just to see if that's
the
what we want to
resod.
do or not. For the resods.
Mark, don't spend the money on something else.
Right, exactly. Don't spend it on something else, but like,
Okay.
let's make sure, don't start buying grass.
Let's build the armadillo family up.
We are sending them to an armadillo sanctuary,
Oh.
hopefully.
Oh, I did have one more question. I've had some complaints about there's a monument that's built at where the Fannie Mae mural is. at the
Okay.
South end of Bryant Park. It's a tall monument that's got hands and was put together by the community. It's sinking.
Yeah.
I've reported this a couple times to staff. Is there any way that you can look at lifting that up out of the ground and putting it on new concrete or something?
Okay.
It is sinking greatly.
We could have it as
It's
a
like-
tourist attraction.
It's right behind, where the pavilion is. And so it's just to the south of the pavilion by
Okay.
the bathroom.
Okay, we can look into that.
And that was those were tiles from an old project, the old playground that we put together years ago. No, it's not.
Okay.
Take pictures.
I will say that there was Bryant Park Neighborhood Association had looked into, I think it was right on the corner of that vacant lot that the city owns. It's Federal and Fifth or Sixth, not Sixth. Trying to south. It's the obelisk that we're talking about. They're trying to relocate that obelisk to another location. Well, we didn't, because we looked at it. We try to move that thing, it's going to crumble. Like it can't be. Well, yeah, because it's shaped like obelisk, like the same structure we're talking about with the hands and stuff on it.
It's all tiles.
We're talking about the shape. It's just obelisk.
The one in Bryant Park.
Yeah, South Bryant by the like south of the.
You think it'll
Bethlehem.
crumble if we try to?
So we were trying to how to delicately address that without the thing kind of just falling apart. Yeah.
Let it go. Okay, anything else? Oh, Mr. Sager, sorry.
So in Bryant Park, most of the, I don't know what we'd call them, pergolas or little shade areas with benches, the roofs, the tile roofs are in severe disrepair. Is that anywhere in here?
Yeah, facilities is addressing that.
Okay, so that's gonna be in the facility.
Yeah, they had already, the one right there by the boat ramp. They had made some repairs to the roof tiles that were like cracked and stuff like that. So there's more spot repairs. But yeah, facilities handle that out of their operational budget.
And the 125,000 for exercise equipment in Bryant Park, is that replacing all the exercise equipment and doing new sunshades and everything? I remember we had some talk about that. There was.
Yes, so that is last year, we were currently funded for the 75,000. In the package, you'll see there is an enhanced fitness center that we're looking at creating. The pictures really don't do it justice. It's absolutely beautiful. It's from the National Fitness Court, and they do have one in Deerfield Beach that's actually being utilized a lot, and it has a public art component to it as well. And so it will not have a sales shade to it, but it will be much more enhanced. And what was the word you used for the pieces? They're stationary for the fitness. So they'll last longer. The fitness equipment will last much longer.
There are no moving parts on them.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to replace that are super expensive. It's all pretty much stationary, a lot of functional, like high intensity training equipment, almost like CrossFit type stuff, boxes, stationary. Exactly.
And we'll have a art component where which will be very Lake Worth Beach. Okay, so that's the additional 125. And my last question was the Royal Point Sienna, that was approved. Improvements, we're looking at doing some improvements. We'll consult with the community. Our futsal court has lots of wear and tear, and our goal is to consult with the community and create something that would be a little less maintenance at that park. So we could.
D Street. Oh, the one from a couple that started a couple of years ago, the new one. Yeah, I wondered about that.
So why
would what?
why are we putting $180,000 into something adults destroyed?
So we're looking at maybe exploring new options that would be less maintenance. So maybe there's going to be like an element of some sort of skate or something that's less maintenance for.
What's in there now?
So there's futsal courts, but it's just Public Works has been regularly going back to that park.
A lot of the balls flying on people's roofs into people's yards from the futsal.
All the
court.
fencing's already been taken down, the netting's been destroyed. I mean, it looks
been
like.
it's constant
This
maintenance.
is why we can't have nice
nightmare.
things.
But if we move to a more of a passive type thing, stuff that's more concrete and hard, that
Like a
is more difficult
chat
to.
Table, something boring.
I don't think they're gonna.
No, we didn't look at chess.
We will consult. We will for the public.
To put into a park that was just destroyed.
Right, and it's a brand new park. I mean,
It's like rewarding bad behavior.
I mean, it's like.
It's not the neighbors, it's outside sources, grown adults who are coming in from Green Acres and using it as a soccer field. That were leaving hundreds of beer bottles behind, and they destroyed the entire futsal area.
So what happens when PBSO's called?
They've been called, they've been arrested, they've done this, but now we have to fix the destroyed park.
And not everyone.
So they're not returning as of now?
Well, that's because we're not doing futsal anymore.
Got it.
Mr. Mavoy, Mr. Segro.
I didn't know.
Mr. Mavoy,
That's okay.
Mr. Segro.
I would just encourage that as we think about moving forward, do a lot of cultural connection, language connection to the
Mhm.
area and try to figure out empirically what might work well in the long run, especially if we're going to spend 180.
I think that's a lot of money for a park that, how many residents
It
in
does
that area
get used.
actual use? I don't know. I mean,
It
none
gets
of us are sitting there watching it.
It gets used, but let's do as much coordinating to with the community, try to figure out what might in fact work for them.
We will absolutely do that. We also do have our open space and recreation plan where we did do a lot of surveys and things about what the community wants, in addition to doing specific outreach for that. So
Mr. Segridge.
Given the success of the new pickleball courts, any thoughts? No?
Different area.
No, not for there. I was talking about in Bryant Park where the horseshoe bays or whatever they are
Court.
called horseshoe courts.
Are they're still used, right? Yeah.
pits, they're pits. They are still used. We do have our seasonal members that do come down from Canada.
Bocce courts anymore, but we still do have
Yes.
horseshoes.
And we also do have our open space recreation plan that is going to be coming forward. That does have plans for Bryant Park for all of you to review. And so you can look into that as well.
Thank you. Mel, I'm sorry, Ms. Malega.
I'd like to make a motion to fund the $175,000 for field number 5 lighting upgrades out of ARPA funds. Given that we do have a major event coming for Major League Baseball and the run, pitch, hit, run, hit, one of those orders. And lighting is a safety issue.
But when is
So-
that happening? Or that's happening?
In September.
That's
Yeah,
happening
so, I
in
mean,
September.
Are we gonna have lights in $175,000 worth of lights in by September?
No, I'm just saying that we're getting activities, we're getting events now at that park.
And field 5 is across the street, the north side of,
Yes.
Northwest.
yeah,
I mean, lighting is a safety issue.
are we using, because we just had that interaction with the new baseball group and everything. Is 5 used that much to warrant $175,000 worth of lighting?
It's currently not used as much due to it not having as great of infrastructure as the other fields. So kind of, for lack of a better word, if we build it, they will come.
They're market for it?
So, well, that's our goal. Our goal is really to increase the usage of our fields. We'd like to start marketing more tournaments from outside, maybe from the north in the future. We are really going to be working with the Sports Commission, tourism. That's big on our budget. In our communications plan is really to start marketing the city to bring more play and
'Cause that's
quality of
so-
life programs.
Spent $600,000 on the lighting
On the other-
before.
across the
and-
street.
And the ball, and the dugouts and stuff, and the fencing, we have to do that to get more events.
I realize that. The other thing I've been trying to get for years to talk about is girls beach volleyball. I mean, they're still looking for a place to land.
And that is also in the open space and recreation plan. There's some suggestions for some different options.
There's
for things.
apparently a big market. They're looking for a home. They lost their home.
Do I have a second for my motion?
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. We
What?
can't make motions at a workshop. You
Yeah,
can
we're-
have consensus.
Consensus?
We're just
Consensus?
Yeah. Yeah.
To the ARPA to the lighting upgrades. Yes.
Mr.
Yes.
McVoy? Yeah, Mr. McVoy?
Just clarification, as we're looking to expand the baseball and so on, is that looking to expand it? And is there already demand within the community, or is this to bring in folks from outside? And then I have a follow-up.
I think it's a little bit of both. There is a demand in the community, but I think it's growing the program as well. I can speak to the recreation team and get back to you.
Because my understanding is that most of it, and it's informal understanding, so I don't know how accurate it is, but what I hear is most of it is from outside. I remember that we had some contract with maybe the school board or somebody or other, and it was like, I don't know, 30 or 60,000 a year or something. So if we're thinking about things we have to recover our costs,
Mm-hmm.
we already put 600,000 in the lighting.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna be a long time recovering that cost, either outside or inside. So I'm a little hesitant to, unless we really know that the fields that we've already put a lot of work into is not enough,
Mm-hmm.
and that we have a plan of how we're financing it, I'm a little reluctant to put another 175.
We do have a new baseball provider that we're going to be working with, so I could follow up with you on the demand if you'd like.
I'd be inclined for us to get that information before we commit, but that's just me.
Um,
I like baseball, but
because I know we just had the email from the father of that was looking to have why there was a change and stuff. I mean, there is a market for it, and that he lives in Lake Worth, and I think it's a lot of Lake Worth kids get serviced by that.
We do.
Because if they
yes.
don't, I mean, that's where that's where they go.
Yeah, we do pull from different communities, and the better services we provide in our recreation programming, the more children will come from other cities to come.
Okay, so as of now, I think we have consensus to go with the 75.
Can I make a recommendation that we cover beach and golf while Director McKay is up here, and then we come back to, I should have, we just have very small
Yeah.
things, so I just figured we could cover those couple and then come back to, if that's okay with everyone, street and building. Okay, so beach fund, it's towards the bottom, the William Lockhart Pier Engineering. There's 200,000 in a request, and it is funded using fund balance from beach as a recommendation, and I will pause. I see there's some lights on.
Mr. Segrich was on first.
Just on the beach fund, at some point, didn't we allocate funds from penny sales tax towards the pool for the beach? Wasn't there an allocation at some point? Did that disappear, or
Still have that.
Would
There's a
that-
separate allocation.
should that be appearing on our capital stuff?
It's not, but it's already been allocated, so we don't put things that are previously allocated. It's current year and future years. But we have it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
409.
So it sounds like there's consent, and that's just to make sure that the pier is safe. Hello, Mina. We'll give you a chance.
Good afternoon. Mina Taldros, Assistant Director of Public Works. The $200,000 for the pier, this is for WGI to provide design and construction administration for structural repair for the pier.
So it's a
including-
study.
It's not a study, it's a design. It's they will provide the plans that we can go out and basically get a contractor and say, here's what needs to be done. So it's going to be above water and below water. They're going to have divers there. They're going to assess the whole thing and then provide documents, construction documents for the repair of the pier.
The pilings.
The pilings and all the concrete, basically. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Legan?
Thank you. I have a question. And you need to educate me.
Yeah.
So if we're doing a beach study with Sokovich, and we're trying to decide how much of our beachfront Palm Beach really owns, why are we gonna go out and spend $200,000 on the pier with WGI and design if we're in the process of these other two things? Because the pier may need to get bigger depending on what we want to do, or longer depending on what we want to do with the beach. And we also want to talk about trying to get some of that money reimbursed from Palm Beach if they claim they own whatever they own of the pier. So just walk me through why we're doing this.
They don't own the pier. We own the pier.
So they're not even responsible for one of their pylons if it's on their property.
They don't own the pier. We own the pier.
Okay.
As far as the Zaskovich, at some point in time, because we do have repairs that need to be done on the pylons. You have people that fish off there, you have a restaurant on there, you have all these things going on. So being responsible, we shouldn't just kind of hang on the side and say, well, at some point in time in the future, someone might come along and want to do something with this. We need to make sure that we're addressing anything, especially from a safety standpoint, that needs to be done. And this is just a matter of just making sure that they're doing all the proper, they're putting out the plan set, basically. Whether it ends up being us paying for these repairs is a different
So
question.
this is just a design.
This is
plan
design.
process.
Correct.
So are we gonna widen it or is there any intention?
Just repair. It's just assessing what we have.
Repairing.
Existing piers.
So then there's no design.
Well, yeah.
No, there is design for the repair. So
So
it's
more of engineering.
exactly
It's all structural. It's all
structural.
Yeah, but we're not adding anything that's not currently there.
Right.
Okay, so when I heard design, I'm like, are we going wider? Are we going
No.
longer? So this is just the engineering.
Engineering of the repair itself. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
If only we had the money to do it.
I remember when the pier was twice as long and had a T at the end. It was almost a T. They went out to a T. You could walk around it. It was fabulous. And then insurance, when the last time it got knocked over, insurance would replace it to where it had been. So, okay, so we're gonna do that, 200,000
Consensus to do that.
consensus to
Okay.
do that.
Thank you.
Golf course
And-
irrigation we talked about.
Golf we talked about. There's several other projects, currently, all the other projects except for the golf course redevelopment planning, which was that item that moved from operating to, CIP, have been moved to 27. It looks like they can hold off on them. And then that golf course redevelopment planning, again, looking for direction, if you would like us to fund that.
I would say, given what we've got hopefully on the horizon with triple P projects, we would. What? You don't fund it, is that what you said? Okay, yeah. Mr. Segrich was first. Okay, Mr. McBoy?
Yeah, I would hold off on the golf course redevelopment also, because I'm hearing a lot that there is interest from the commission to look at this P3 Horizon Copper Line proposal.
Or any, now, please don't do that. It's not just Horizon, it's a triple P in general. Let's just be,
Okay.
that message has to be
Horizon.
really clear. That's all I'm saying.
I'm a little confused about the golf course irrigation system for $1.2 million. Have we approved to move forward with that?
No, that's just, it's unfunded. So all these projects are unfunded. Again, we have to put them on the CIP. It's the staff's recommendation of what we know is coming in the future, to keep them on our mind. And also if there's grant funding, this
Yeah.
will allow us to apply for grant funding. So we put everything that we know of.
So it'll stay unfunded.
Yes,
Okay.
currently, yes.
Okay.
Thank you. We're gonna come back up to, sorry to skip around, back up to street maintenance, I believe is what we skipped over. It's right
Real
under
quick,
rec-
Monica, I'm sorry, Commissioner, what you're saying, if you look at that second to last column that says total funded, that's what we're actually showing as funded.
Right.
So you've got the 26 forecast in the green column, which is the second from the left column, which shows everything and all of the numbers. If it shows in that total funded column on the far left, that's what we're actually showing that's being funded. If there's nothing there, and that's like when the vice mayor had asked to do the field 5 lighting, you'll see the 175 that's
Right.
showing on there. That 175 is not showing in the total funded column. So she was asking for consensus to move that into that column. Just for clarity, because he
Yeah,
had
that
asked
hel- that's
about
helpful. No, that's
whether it was
helpful.
funded or not. So
Thank you.
Okay, so street maintenance,
Oh,
go.
no, I have
Oh,
a
Mr.
question real
Liger.
quick. So the money that we were just told that we need to invest in the golf for the irrigation system of 1.2. And I'm looking at the golf fund has only an available balance of $723,000.
Fund balance, or are you
Yeah.
looking at the surplus for this year?
I'm looking at this sheet, whatever you want to call this.
Just take a look.
I see 723, 578, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So where, my finance professionals, would you advise us to get funds to fix the irrigation system? Crickets, I hear crickets.
We didn't fund it.
I know that's what this process is to figure out where to fund it from.
Talk briefly about borrowing potentially, but, or P3s. P3s are borrowing. Mhm.
Hi, we put that on there as a recommendation as what could be an issue, as we mentioned. The suggestion might be maybe a P3 we look into funding it or something like that.
Didn't our pro just tell us that we need this?
It's about to
We're
explode.
going to look into it and find out how bad it
Okay.
is. We need to find out a proper assessment of it.
Okay.
This is a concern. However, if we put it in the ground and then we change the golf course, we've
Right.
just now put a lot of
No,
money
yeah,
into the
right.
ground. So we really need to find out what we're dealing
Maybe
with.
we can spend
10% of that and, or 20%
All of
and
them.
do some.
Nurses.
Maybe
good
there's more
repairs.
Band-Aids that we can do, maybe, but we
Some
need to get a
gauze.
proper assessment before we dig up the golf course and do all the things.
And
'cause
that's we talked about having the presentation
Okay.
done before.
Just want to make sure we don't forget it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, back to
dispatch.
street maintenance. You see there are several projects, the Gulf Stream Site Work Zone 1 for 572,258, and that is currently
Not
unfunded.
necessary for this year. No. So what this is basically for the Gulf Stream, we had broken, this goes back years back to when, I guess the Gills had first come on board, but we had broken into 4 zones. Zone 1 was Second Avenue North to Lucerne. Zone 2 was, between Lucerne and Lake. Zone 3 was actually Lake to First Avenue South, adjacent to the actual Gulf Stream Hotel itself. And then Zone 4 was from First to Second South. So we've already got funding for zones 2, 3, and 4. This we didn't have funding for, but again, it's just between Second and Lucerne, so it's not as pertinent. And what we're going to do is, as the Gulf Stream is getting closer, and once they're done with all the crane, all the heavy equipment they're going to need, that's when we would address that portion adjacent. in
Okay,
Bryant
after
Park.
the damage from the crane.
Correct, because we're going to have to look
Yeah.
at a different layout and different parking. And here comes William. I see.
Mr.
Strutting down the
Waterman.
aisle.
William Waters, Community Sustainability Director, just so that the public is clear and so that I'm clear, there will be cranes coming again once the restoration of the existing building is done sometime early first quarter next year. And sometime within 6 to 9 months after that, we'll be starting on the new building. And that could be corrected by Amy and Emmerich Gill later. And there'll be all kinds of new cranes and stuff happening. That's along South Lakeside Drive, Lucerne and First Avenue. We might want to check with them to see what their expectations were for what was going to be improved on the Golf View side in anticipation of opening of the historic hotel.
Okay.
Okay.
You're talking to them, right? Okay.
Next item.
$2 million annual roadway infrastructure.
Actually, before that is the roadway assessment management for 292,000. It's currently unfunded.
What is that?
That's the new technology that
Right, well, let's have,
I think that we approved the other day.
I believe. Because we had already funded out of this year's budget that was on last Tuesday night, the RMT item. I'm gonna find it.
I don't remember how much.
roadway assessment
There you go.
management.
On page 13.
Yeah, this was on Tuesday night.
The one that we postponed from last, you think?
No, it wasn't postponed. So this was, yeah. We can, scratch this one off.
We've already
Scratch this one off.
addressed it, I think.
Yeah, this was because what we were doing initially, and my fault for not updating this. We ended up, if you recall from Tuesday night's meeting, we ended up piggybacking the Dunedin for their roadway maintenance program, that whole RMT item, where we're going to be updating all of our PCI pavement condition index and everything else. Having to not go through our own process and everything and piggybacking off someone else and kind of already doing something that's already in place, we're able to kind of negate this. So luckily we were able to
But
find.
do we have
solutions
the
for them.
funding for that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's built into the operational budget for this upcoming year. Streets.
And then annual roadway infrastructure, master plan projects. Another unfunded important thing, Mr. Segrich.
So I know we have $2 million a year, but we have a lot of deferred maintenance.
It's not funded.
It's just total funded 2 million.
No.
Yes,
Funded?
it's 2 million funded.
Oh, it is
We're
funded.
recommending from discretionary sales tax.
That's, oh, sales tax?
We'll keep it. So that year 5, when we were doing the 5 years, $1 million every single year, this was the last year for that. FY25 was the
Oh,
last
this
year.
is still the last for sales tax money.
Correct. So we're bumping it to 2 million, still not enough, but we're doubling what we had.
Is
in our
that the
current
end of the
fiscal year.
sales tax money then?
Sales tax for what was allocated for roadway, that is over this year at FY 25.
So this is new money.
So do we have anywhere in the budget where we can increase this? Because this is one of the major concerns of the residents, starting to chip away at this. And every year that we wait, the problem actually gets exponentially worse. It's not like we missed $2 million this year. It's just, we can take care of $2 million 5 years down the road. That becomes a $10 million problem. So I would like us to consider bumping that up to 3 million and try to figure out how to fund that. And maybe 3 million is not enough. I'm looking to you for an advice on.
Well, the big thing is going to be this whole, when we redo all of our roadway piece of our entire network, which is what we just approved on Tuesday night, that's going to allow us to update our master plan in coordination with utilities, which is going to give us a better sense of what we need to be budgeting on an annual basis based on today's numbers as far as material costs and everything, and what it's going to cost to actually get us up to where we need to be as far as the average PCI citywide.
So,
and how long that'll take. So that'll give us a better idea what we need to budget each year. And also keep in mind next year going into the budget for FY 27, we're going to be picking up that additional 7 million-ish for every single year
We're going
moving
to spend
forward
that 75.
because of the contributions that are almost fully funded for police and fire. So that is that's a game changer for us.
It really is.
Because all of this struggling from budget to budget to budget, year to year to year, that's about to change.
Gonna lighten up.
That's going to give us the ability to now actually properly fund some of the things that have been deferred for such a long time. So to answer your question, once we get further into the study in FY 27 and start updating our master plan, that'll give us a better idea of exactly what we need for funding. But yeah, like I had mentioned to you before, you could give me $6 million right now. We're going to blow through that.
Right.
Over the next year easily.
Would it be better? And I know we also have an issue with the storm drains or sewer lines where they're causing the sinkholes.
Oh, for the ones who can't be
pipelining
lined. Yep.
that can be lined. Would the money be better spent, let's say, there, and hold off until we have this study that'll tell us better on how to budget for fixing the roads? Or
Well, keep in mind. So we're talking general fund versus enterprise too. So you would want to pull that money from utility, from the enterprise fund for any type of lining work, and not pull money from the general fund to do anything that's water, sewer, electric, storm,
understood.
related.
So would it make sense to increase this for fiscal year 2026? I know you can use it.
We can always use it.
Would it make a dent?
So, if you turn on the budget book on page 409. Let's see. This is the update 409. It's in the back. This is the update. Sorry for the typo. It's supposed to be July 2025, but this is the updated description sales tax balance. We've earned almost 30 million up to date. And we have allocated so far 24 million. So we have about 7 point something million available that we could this is where we're going to get the $2 million from. So we could add $1 million to it.
So I have seen that, and that's where the pool is. I mean,
exactly. That's what
I would ask my colleagues, do we want to try to take a big bite out of our road problems and pull that out of that pool fund?
Well, no, I don't want to touch it.
Why wouldn't we touch it if we're considering potentially doing a P3?
Because it's potential.
Is the reason because people will be angry?
Beg your pardon?
What's that?
What?
Is the reason because people will be angry, or like what is the reason for keeping the pool fund?
Can I just clarify that 6 million is already there and we have an additional 7 million? We have a separate.
Yes,
7
that's an
million.
additional.
Yes.
That's an additional.
So
That's
you
already,
don't
that's already
necessarily-
accounted.
You could use
Okay.
from the 7 million if you'd like. I'm just making a
Okay.
clarification.
I just think that every year we wait on taking a big bite out of the condition of our roads, it gets worse and worse. And if we've got money to spend on it, what's the point of holding it when we know we're going to spend it later? on it. You know, it's not like this assessment's going to come back and say our roads are great. And there's not $5 million a year, $7 million a year of road work to be done.
I think that it's gonna tell you at least which are the most needy roads, but I assume if you drive down it, you can tell.
Well, it's coordination with the utilities and everything else like that, but.
It is a master plan.
Yeah,
basically. So
yeah.
we know the sequence. what
But we
need.
can,
always-
Yannick can always come back and do a budget adjustment.
Right.
Amendment
To,
to the road fund if we wanted to move more from penny sales tax over.
yes.
See how
but
far
for-
2 million goes.
but for- So for now, you just want 2 million?
Yeah,
Okay.
until we get the study back. I'm just saying we can always come back and do
In the
more.
meantime,
We could add to it.
we'll
fine.
spend 2 million.
Yep, the
Yeah.
study's coming back in 2027.
We can come back before that.
Yeah, the study is, we're updating the master, but, as you mentioned, like,
CPI already.
what's that?
Don't you already have a CPI?
We have all the pavement condition and the PCIs, we have all
PCI,
that
that's
together, and we have everything set.
Yeah.
We do need to do another update with water, sewer and storm. Based on some of the projects they have coming up and some of the pipes and deep in line that have kind of come to light. Which kind of swap around the order a little bit.
Yeah.
But we can't just base it off of worst first and go off PCI alone.
Right,
We have to
because of the
coordinate. Correct.
utilities. That makes sense.
Correct.
Right.
So yes, that is coming together in FY 27, but to your credit, you could allocate $10 million this year,
So
next year, and the year
I
after.
would, I would like to see what the appetite is of the commission to allocating a significant amount to this budget, be that an extra 2 million for next year or 3 million. I really think we need to start fixing our roads.
We can do quite a bit with $2 million, correct?
Okay, well, let's
Let me,
see
I'm
who has
asking the
consensus.
question. I get to talk to. For $2 million, how long will it take you to spend $2 million?
45 seconds.
Day and a half, 2 weeks?
Pretty quickly. So to give you an idea, one block, if you are doing complete reconstruction, not just a mill and resurface, but this includes your subgrade and your base, 2 layers of asphalt, usually 1.5 inch asphalt, sidewalks as well, along with F curbs. You have a curb and gutter. You're looking between $400,000 and $500,000
Per block.
per block. So again, but that's a complete reconstruction. You can save some if you're able to mill and resurface some things. Unfortunately, in our city, a lot of our roads have gotten to a point where
Yeah,
the
nobody.
base
would
is
do-
shot. You can't. So we can blow through those funds very quickly, which is why it's very important that you have an updated master plan. So we're hitting some of these roads,
Mhm.
especially coordinating with utilities and the right sequence, because you don't want to just kind of redo some roads that, and
And-
I get it. We get the calls all the time. You feel your road is horrible, but there are some that are
Oh,
even worse.
so bad.
Let me ask the question. I think it's First Avenue South from the park to Federal, which is a highly used road because people are coming in and out of Bryant Park.
Gulfstream.
Well, no, I'm talking about First Avenue South.
Yeah, First
From
Avenue South. but-
Gulfstream to.
Good,
yeah,
but that'll be as part of the Gulfstream project.
Up to,
that's part-
up to Federal Highway, because I mean, it was bad before there was a Gulfstream project.
Zone.
Well, there'll be that last block, so basically Lakeside to Gulfview. We wouldn't touch that because that's going to be part of.
Okay. But Gulfview to, I mean, it's, and that's where they bring their boats going that way. It's really heavily, it's like, this is the street that most people see when they come to the city and use our park. And it's just sad. It looks very third world. And I was just curious how that didn't get to the top of the pile because it is so bad.
It's I'm only laughing because we get these questions all the time because it's like, well, how did this road get done but not ours? Again, you have to keep in mind the utility portion of this as well. The last thing we want to do, before I got here, there were a lot of roads that got done that got torn up a year
Right.
later
But
because
I
the
mean, is
utilities
that
had to
is
come
that
through.
the answer for like first, like you said?
I would have to look at that
Okay.
particular road and see what the actual
Is it-
PCIs are. Because again, some of these roadways that look terrible, the actual base and subgrade is actually good.
All right.
And some of them is a complete reconstruction. So it really
Mm.
depends on the road itself. So
Yeah, I'm
I'll-
really
we'll-
curious.
we'll
That's
pull-
that
pull the
particular
PCI on
block
that.
just makes me crazy.
Yeah, we'll
Okay.
pull the PCI on that.
All right, Mr. McBoy and then Ms. Malega.
Trying to remember.
Ms. Malega. You'll come back. to-
I hear what you're saying, Commissioner Segrich, but we have a whole nother page that we haven't even looked at. So before we put any more funds aside for roadways, the Public Works Fleet and Operations Garage needs to have more funding to get complete. I mean, there's other things that we need to look at. So I hear what you're saying, and I'm not saying that I don't want to put more money into roads, but we have a whole nother page on the other side of things that need to be done too. Like water and sewer. And so I think that we should say, yes, we want to put more into it, but let's look at everything as a collective before we make that decision. Because that's a big chunk of money. We're not talking like 50,000. So thank you.
We all very well know that it needs to be done.
So we
Okay.
have consensus for the 2 million for discretionary, and then we'll come
Yeah.
back to it. Okay. Building permit fund. We're on to the 1900 building.
Oh, I turned the page.
We're,
Here's the dump truck. I apologize. The 216. Yes, 216,000. That is currently unfunded, I believe. Yes.
The dump truck?
Yes, it's currently unfunded. So I don't know if you'd like to fund that or revisit it.
Well, is it a must have, maybe, don't need yet?
I will say we haven't had, this would allow us to do more work in-house. And it would be very beneficial for our in-house street staff, which will allow us to again do more of this work in-house, and which is cheaper, obviously. So not having the proper equipment to do some of this stuff means we have to outsource more.
Could we use the excessive fund balance for that?
Thank you, Ms. Malega.
Sorry.
Yes.
That's only 216,000. Yes.
What? So
You would like to
I
fund
would,
it with fund balance. then?
sure, can't make a motion, but I would suggest,
Yes.
Rather than,
Consensus.
yeah,
oh,
because we have
it's not funded at
we
this
have
point.
2.04 in that account. So, I mean, if we need 216, that would be my,
Okay, so we will fund that with fund balance if we have consensus on that one. Do
Think
we
so,
have
yep.
consensus? Thank you. All right, now.
did
we're
have
on-
my light on.
I'm so
Mr. McBoy?
sorry.
I was just gonna ask, I hear the comment on being able to do things in-house, that it's often cheaper. But if we're doing road stuff, we don't just need a dump truck, we would need a bunch of equipment for that. Do we have all the other things? Is the dump truck the one missing thing? I mean, I support it, but
Yeah, it allows us to do more. Now, again, given our size of crew and everything, we're never going to be paving blocks at a time. And we
Right.
don't have an asphalt paver. We don't have a miller. We don't have a lot of the large
Right.
equipment. We are able to do larger intersections. We are able to do larger sections and larger patches. So we don't have to outsource all that.
So the
this
dump truck
this
is,
allows us to do more of that.
the dump truck is a
Correct.
missing piece.
Correct.
Okay.
But again,
I
we
mean-
will never be unless we were
No.
really staffing up and putting millions into equipment, which we don't want to do.
No,
No.
because then what do we
Um,
do when we fix everything with all this equipment?
Breaks.
Trust me.
It's a never ending.
I'd love to have that
That would
problem
be
when
great.
you said when we fix
We fix
everything.
it.
That would be a great problem.
Sometime. We'll have our moments.
I'm always
Okay.
positive, unless there's dumping.
Or anyway, street maintenance fund, so that's that.
Okay, so we're on to the building permit fund and that 1900 building, currently at 1.7 for 2026, and it's currently unfunded. Pause.
stay that way.
Can you give a quick summary, William, while we're looking at it?
All right. I don't want to go back too far because we are short on time, but the department itself has over doubled in staff size since 2011 when I got here. This is our third attempt to do some major renovations in 1900. We have air conditioning issues, electrical issues, plumbing issues. We have security issues that have been identified twice under a threat assessment that was undertaken by No, well, that's one. And then the lady that she used to work for me, Therese, who's our risk manager. The goal was to create a space that we could also get all of our archival materials out of offsite storage, provide a secure environment for our customer service interface, which is all our staff behind a locked permanent wall versus just being out in the open. We did expand the project some from the initial proposal 3.5 years ago. And then we came to you and you all approved the money to work with Song and Associates to do construction documents that included at the time finishing a partial second floor for storage of materials and to add space for our ability to grow a little bit. The design includes 2 separate lobbies. One is very small. It's secure that can serve the electric utility side. However, if leisure services were to come over there at some point, the parking division, customer service division or something, that lobby could serve for their needs. It's not going to be completely finished, but it will be provided there that could be built out through a break in the wall, through a back of a closet. And then we're making more space and making the men's room in our current lobby smaller. The other lobby is much larger. It has an interface where we can have a kiosk. We can have a customer service desk with telephones. It has 6 stations for our customer service interface, but we're also adding over 1,400 square feet so that we have the comparable office space for all the staff that we have, plus the possibility to throw a couple more staff people. We have people at desks that are sitting in the middle of a room. We have people who are in what was formerly a closet. We have problems with our HVAC to the point we have one thermostat. So in the same space of people, like today, people are freezing cold and have their heaters on, and other ones are burning hot. We have a condensation problem in the roof. Jamie's team replaced a bunch of roof tiles, ceiling tiles earlier this week. The very next day, they're all stained again. We have a lot of remedial issues that we did not realize we would need to fix when we got into all this, because we are breaking through some walls. It will create a rated core at the middle where our entrance is, and the addition will be, whereas none of that building is rated right now.
Rated for
Hurricanes. And the price, as you can imagine, since we started this project 3.5 years ago with Young Song and Associates, has exponentially gotten more expensive, and it has had scope creep, not only because of the remediation work that needs to be done to the building, but also we have had more staff added to our department. So we looked at that and tried to figure out where we could save some costs, like outside storage for P&Z and planning and zoning, preservation documents, code compliance documents, and other sundry things that our department does.
Mr. Brown.
And this is where kind of like a facilities master plan comes in, and we'll be kind of getting into that more into 27. But what you're going to see, this is not a unique situation either at 1900. Obviously, you see what's going on with the annex. We just have a lot of older facilities. Public Works, obviously, we're having to do another building for that too. So we've got issues in the building we're in right now. We just have a lot of old infrastructure when it comes to facilities. So this is something we're going to be seeing, just to give everyone the heads up, to get buildings and staff that are currently working in certain conditions into proper facilities. We're going to have to start investing into our own city facilities and infrastructure as well. But I did want to say that if we do move forward with this, as part of a budget amendment at some point during 27, we would be looking, since you're going to have to address portions of the roof, that roof over there is in desperate need of repair. So that is not something that's currently in the CIP, but we would be looking to, as part of this project, redo the entire roof at 1900. So we can address a lot of these issues with leaks, and it's just been.
Well, it's not just the roof, it's also the gutter system.
So that's included in the 1.7, the roof and everything.
No, this is the.
It's about maybe 25 to 35% of the existing roof will be coming off that middle part where it sort of looks like it's 2 stories, but it really isn't. So we will be having to do some roof repair with this project, but it does not include replacing the entire roof of the entire building.
Okay, so this 1.7.
It also includes temporary space for the staff who have to move out of the building while the renovation work is being done. And we've got that budgeted, I think, for 15 months.
But it includes the HVAC and it includes the repair to the roof that we need, or not?
No.
So where's the money for the roof? We haven't heard about that.
That's what I'm saying. If this was something that you guys wanted to move forward with, we'd have to look at a budget amendment further into the year, because we'd be looking at doing the entire roof for 1900, which exceeds this renovation he's looking at doing. But for better it all at once, like you don't want to just address this 25, 30% of a roof when the rest of it needs to be done as well, for just continuity, and it's just smart, one mob, you want one company to come and do this all in one shot, not try to break it up. So again, it would be something that we currently don't have cost out and haven't gotten estimates for the entire thing. We got an estimate a couple of years ago, but obviously it's,
But you're saying this
Also,
does
the-
not include a roof. The 1.7 does not include a roof.
this is only
A
for the
partial roof.
renovation.
And what he's describing to also there are HVAC issues in the whole building because none of the attic space is really insulated the way it should be. So putting the new roof on the whole building will help deal with HVAC issues that are in other parts of the building.
But you still need new HVAC, or do you?
We do.
Okay, so but that's part of the 1.7.
That covers part of the building, yes.
Because of course, my solution to all of this is the new city hall we have to get across the street, but that's off for a few years.
That's a P3.
That's a P3, absolutely. Well, folks, what do you want to do? I see a couple lights on, Ms. Malega, then Mr. McBoy, then Mr. Segridge.
Thank you. I'm not pivoting and turning. I kind of am for a minute. So at the last budget hearing, Commissioner Segridge had inquired into regards what capital project funds was for, what Park of Commerce funds were for. Those two funds are extremely healthy. And I don't know if you guys ever did research to come back and let us know why that money is just sitting there. Capital project funds. What does that mean? What capital projects?
Oh, those are the capital project that been approved from the previous years that just been rolled over.
So the money's just sitting there waiting for the projects to be done?
Yes, to be completed.
So
Now,
those
the-
projects are still on.
Yeah, they're still ongoing.
Well,
Still
I
ongoing.
asked this question last year about the water tower and then we made a bit different decision.
Right.
So what about the one below that for the Park of Commerce?
That has been completed.
So there is not $5 million there.
No, there is.
So that's extra money.
That's extra money. But, Jenny, I think it was mentioned about a third phase apparently.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about, possible addition of a stoplight at 7th Avenue North and Boutwell, and some other improvements. I know the county they still have not done the intersection at 10th Avenue North and Boutwell, which I don't believe, I'm not sure what our portion of that whole thing was.
We have no portion that we did our part. Part of the infrastructure improvement for Park of Commerce was that we took over Boutwell, which was a county road because the county was lollygagging, doing nothing. And we did it at a lower level of service than what was originally designed because we did not have the money.
Okay.
The ultimate long-term goal was to have another north-south connector, more than likely Barnett Drive, to be greatly improved at the intersection, as well as coming south to Second Avenue to provide a relief to get to not only the Tri-Rail station, but also get people up to 95 from the ever-growing number of people who are going to be living on Lake Worth Road and that general area.
Okay. And
We
I
do need to do
understand.
some planning work for that, though.
Okay, but my question is that money's just been sitting
Yeah.
there and we're not doing anything with Park of Commerce. Is there any law or is there any rules or is that grant money that we can't be using that money for capital improvements as a whole in the city? No.
Not
So-
that I know of.
Well, with that being said, then if we're looking at this, why can't we just look at funds and take funds from the capital or Park of Commerce, which is 5.75 million, to fund some of these much needed things that we need? If this money's been sitting there for years.
And is it restricted?
It's not, that's what you
No,
just said.
it's not restricted.
So I would like to say, let's fund what we need for the building fund out of this Park of Commerce 5.7.
The 1.7,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. McBoy?
That's an interesting thought. Affects my thinking a little bit. A question just sort of structurally, I would have thought that one would want to, on 1900, work on the roof and fix the whole roof before you did anything inside, if you know that you have roof problems. I understand that part of the 1.7 million contemplated there is a partial raise and a partial change of some of the roof. But I think you just mentioned to the community
Right.
that you kind of want to, if you're going to get the roof, do anything on the roof, do the whole thing at once. So shouldn't we prioritize that part?
Correct. So again, this would be one of those things, and this has been a multi-year thing that they've been trying to get this done. And what we've been doing is we've been addressing all these different areas of roof patches and other forms of trying to stop the
I'll
issue.
tell you some.
But we still need a new roof.
Yes.
And do we have any money for it?
It is
How
cor-
much
it-
it's gonna be?
No, again, we have not, we got an estimate years ago for this and
Do
we've
we
just kind
have-
of been,
Do we have any
Band-Aiding.
ballpark idea on it? And
I
then,
I don't, we'd have to get it updated. I mean, the prices have obviously,
Gone
But
down.
obviously the electric department would kick in for part of that. roof.
hopefully,
Well, no, they have to. That's where their house.
It's allocated. So I agree with you. I think the roof is where you start.
but if
Changing the building.
this is changing the entrance for 1900 though, so it's going to change the actual layout of the roof.
could you not do the roofy part of that? That's a technical term. The roofy part of this uplifting and changing. And do that first and then do all the interior changing and whatnot.
Well, it would become part of this project. So you're saying do the roof before we did this project or what?
So the footprint's gonna change, the actual where we're gonna, what we have to roof
Yes.
is gonna change?
Yes.
Just seems like the roof, even though I understand the building is changing somewhat. And unless it's, I don't know, it seems like the roof needs to be pretty integrated into this.
It would
the
be,
whole
and
roof.
that would be the whole point. It's like, if we're gonna move forward with this, we need to make sure that the new roof is integrated in this whole process.
But that is
So
not the
that's-
case with the 1.7 million.
That is correct. That is separate from redoing the entire roof of the building, because all he was allocating, all that's in this 1.7 is the amount to basically fix the new footprint of where his.
The new footprint that's being added on,
The
as
HVAC.
well as if you look at our building now, you have an entrance and it's a tall piece of metal that has a pyramidal roof. That roof is a disaster. That whole piece is going to get replaced. And there's an addition onto the building on the front and on the side, out in front.
You're expanding,
So it's
you're
not,
expanding. the-
yeah.
It just seems like,
Is it, from the patches that you've done, is it leaking right now? Can you
Yeah.
live with it?
We can live with it, but it's leaking.
Okay, but so I mean, I understand what you're saying. It's like.
let's do the
well,
whole
I mean,
roof.
there's- Yeah, but we can't do the whole roof because we don't know the footprint of the, so I guess what kind of we're thinking about is. Do the roof of the existing building, and when you build a new thing, just put a roof on that thing, on the new.
But our addition affects where the two made, the building is shaped like an L. And at the corner of the L is our entrance that has a piece that has a pyramidal roof that's almost 2 stories. That whole middle piece is coming out. And then we're adding on to it to the west and we're adding it to the south.
Right.
So there will be 2 pieces of the existing roof that are just going to sit there. And then we're going to tie in a new roof. That's included in our price, but we're not replacing the existing 2 other pieces, the 2 legs of the L of the roof.
You're not,
No, why would we?
well. I
those
thought they were
needed work.
leaking. I thought they were-
Because the building fund can't pay for putting a roof on the warehouse.
Please don't get
Okay.
frustrated with me. We're just
Because I
asking
guess I'm
questions.
tired and it's 4
We're all
o'clock. but this-
tired. We've all been here since 9 o'clock.
So I made a recommendation
What's your, just to do what now?
to take the 1.7 million out of the
Yeah.
Park of Commerce.
Okay, Mr. McBoy, has you been speaking? Let's.
My other one was so that the mayor made the point. If we are thinking of concentrating, which we've all thought about for quite a while, concentrating all of city stuff in a new, more central location, does it make sense to do all this?
Yeah, yes. We've already-
Okay.
Yeah. Ms. May, Ms. Edwards, it's now, we have 20 minutes to finish this. This Ms. May is leading.
So we've got staff scattered all over the place. We've got staff in high value rental property at 120, all over. I
We're about
think
to knock down
this
7
building,
buildings out there.
we really have to consider buy versus build versus repair in this case, and really just put together a plan that not only solves Williams Department's problems, but a lot of the resource and housing of our staff problems. And I think just looking at this as a in and on its own, outside the greater picture of we need to consolidate where staff is and address it, we're throwing good money after bad in this building.
No,
But that's, we've changed, we've changed direction just because we've
There
made
might
a
be-
decision. May I speak? Just because we've made a decision in the past doesn't mean it's the right direction, knowing what we know today moving forward. To me, it sounds like this particular building, we might be better off either buying a structure or building a structure that's going to be new, that's going to last. There's, when you start tearing out a building, reshaping it, changing this, changing that, not changing part of the other building, leaving the old parts over there, you end up with a hodgepodge that in 5 years, 10 years, we're going to have similar problems. And it's for me, it's just because we have the money to do it with it, is it the right thing? And I think we need to revisit, is there something that we could do? Maybe it's the same spot. Maybe it's just expanding this particular project, using this as the catalyst, giving everything that William needs to him, but also addressing some of these other issues. And we'll, it doesn't have to come out of the building fund. We can find alternative sources for the funding, like Commissioner Malega said. But I am very much against just going ahead and approving this just because we made a decision in the past. It doesn't make it the right decision today moving forward. So I would rather see some sort of a plan that addresses a lot more than just this one particular building and these particular employees, when we have an obvious need throughout the entire city to fix a greater problem.
Thank you, Ms. May.
Actually, was gonna say the exact same thing.
Well,
I think that, and we have homeless people in leisure services very soon, right? You guys are gonna be homeless, nowhere to go. And I feel uncomfortable. It's gonna end up looking like my house, which was built in all these different decades. And it kind of goes together, but it doesn't really. Like, if we're gonna do this, let's do it right. Let's take the people out of the promenade. Let's take the leisure services people. Let's get everybody together and do it right.
which I think is the point of getting a new city hall, but there's still, Ed has people that will always still need to be out there. And I think we'll always find a use for whatever building we have.
As part of the, and I saw that coming up, I was already ahead of you. As part of the overall facilities master plan, what you guys are going to see, come in, utilities are looking at that, the current pole yard, which is behind that in the far back corner. It's kind of like an L-shaped building, but that would be a facility that could also house a portion of leisure services, edge utility, basically the parts of the operation that are not forward facing and that don't require customer interaction. Parking, some other areas can then move to 1900. So we have a plan together about how all this would work out, and basically putting the forward facing customer heavy areas and departments in a certain location, 1900. Those, your engineering core, the people that don't really interface with the public, toward the back of the this is all part of the process we're talking through. Again, I don't have that plan in front of me to show it to you guys.
Right, but is
now.
this 1.7 part of this plan, or then I don't feel comfortable going forward with it.
Because William would still be housed in 1900. He's not going to be in any other facility.
We have 15 minutes and I don't want to run out of time. I'm just wondering, how would you like to move forward?
I also have to give you notice is that we did an RFP. We have bids that were submitted in March. The bids on this renovation go bad September 30th. If we do not make a decision, which is up to your policy direction, we have to go out for new bids or cancel the project. And we've already spent about $275,000 getting to this point. In reference to the overall plan, our design incorporated the other entrance so that if, in fact, customer service interface for Ed wanted to move to 1900, they could. The parking division could move to that. That's why that second entrance was provided initially. And we actually expanded it a little bit. So there are two entrances so that customer service interface for the entire city could be at 1900 at some point. We tried to look long-term and not just look at our own particular personal needs for DCS, but also some other opportunities for 1900.
And building a new building is a lot more than $2 million. Yes.
With the goal of eventually getting out of the promenade and not renting space. So we're looking forward, trying to make sure we're not going to be leasing properties for city functions moving into the near future.
Okay. So where are we? 1.7, and we have some differing opinions. I think that, in the future, I think even if we do have a new city hall we're always going to have a use for that building for 1900. And if we get it in working order, We can, if we don't need it for planning and zoning now because they're in the new city hall, we'll use it for community centers. There's always going to be a need for more enclosed space. It's never going to be a problem.
Just, and I hate to, we do have almost 600 residential units coming within a quarter of a mile of that location.
That's right.
How would you like to move forward?
How would you like to move forward? So, well, so somebody, Mr. Segrish?
Does it take into account 10-year growth of the departments, the design?
Our goal has always been to become as much more efficient electronically, not to have to grow the staff much more. So our new ERP system, additional training for staff. This does allow us to grow our staff by about 2 or 3 positions, but also pulls a lot of things out of off-site storage so that it's actually centralized in one place.
Around 28,000 square feet? How many square feet is it?
Well, we don't have the whole building. We only have maybe
A section of it.
But
the whole building?
35% of it.
The whole building is around
Yeah.
28,000?
Yeah.
So, but my recommendation is to table it until we can have the presentation that shows us the plan. And shows us why it's warranted.
So we get consensus.
I tend to lean similarly, but I'm concerned with what I heard from William about the bids going bad.
Yeah.
We've
Is
already
that
asked
end of
them and they've
September
extended
or-
them they've extended them already for 60 days and they will go bad the end of this month. Our goal based on
End
your
of
policy,
August or end of
September. We were scheduled that we could not bring it to you no later than September 16th. The contract to get started. If you want to delay it and put it off, we can rebid the whole thing. Valentine and I love bidding things.
It costs nothing in staff
And,
time.
and,
redo
and
the
I
bid,
can,
right?
I can assure you that the price will go up.
I believe you.
I don't see why we own the building. It needs that much improvement. We can always use it.
Why can't we see the plans relatively quickly and then make a decision?
We have, Mr. Waters and his team, the whole team, have worked on this plan, have worked on this. I understand you were just elected, but we've been working on this for a year and a half.
It's been.
So I don't know why we.
But I'm being asked to vote on something I haven't seen the plan for. I don't think it's unreasonable to say, here's the
I don't think we
plan.
need to micromanage. I think we need to have a good, solid.
You
building
will
to
see
work
the
on.
plan on the 16th for the contract. And if you decide to choose that you don't really, through your vote, that you don't like the contract or the plan, then we will start over.
That plan prior to, do you? have-
It'll be part of the backup.
But can you
Well-
send it out to them after this meeting so you can?
Yeah.
So do I have consensus for my
What-
recommendation?
Can you remind us what it was?
My recommendation.
It's been a
It
while.
seems like 17 hours ago, was to take the 1.7 million out of the Park of Commerce, which has 5.7 in it.
Do we have consensus for that?
I agree with that.
I'm down with it.
Yeah. You're not, and you, okay, so it's
So
three, so we have
do have
consensus.
Okay, so.
And Mr. Waters, you'll send us all the plans and such.
Yes, okay.
Get us as much backup.
There's a whole PowerPoint presentation
Right.
that you all saw. I'll show it again. Okay.
It's to you.
Thank you.
Okay,
All right, thank you very much.
so we are on to the garage fleet maintenance fund.
We flipped over. I assume?
Yes,
Yeah.
page 2. And there is a 267,000 ask for annual vehicle replacement budget. That's pay-go, that's already incorporated in the garage budget, so that's already funded, if you're okay with that.
Where are we at?
Do we
I
have
think we
consensus
kind of
on
need
that?
to do that.
Where,
Do we have consensus on that one? We have consensus on that one?
Yeah.
Okay. The fuel storage tanks
Oh, here it is.
construction, 770,000.
Didn't we just fix those last
That's
year or
what I was
something?
gonna say. $1 million we did one of those.
Didn't
Or
we
two.
just do that, Jamie? Your fuel people, your fuel tank or something?
I thought
Okay, we'll double check it. Is it?
I thought we did an ARPA one for about $1 million at one
Yeah.
We'll
point.
update this.
all right, so update them. Nothing.
Are you only, you're 2.3 million short for the garage?
Okay, this is funded. I will update that one.
Okay, never mind.
And then the 2.3 for the operational facilities.
At the max. As of right now, unless something else happens, out of our control at a national level.
Thing.
So hopefully it won't be this much, but I didn't want to have to come back again and again and again.
What's the
So-
ETA for, you think, completion project, starting the project?
So-
I feel like we've been talking about this for 5
Mina,
years.
did we get that update from CPZ yet? I know we're through the lead commissioning process. That's done. They have gone through, they basically updated everything to be updated with the plans. This is when we moved from the architect who went on business to the new one. So we're almost at the point where we're almost ready to bid, correct?
Yes, we just requested an update from the architect on record. They said they're working through the process. They'll be able to give us like an update for the estimate and the kind of a design schedule update in the next few weeks. We're still waiting on that.
I told him next week, so.
Yeah.
I know you said a few weeks, but.
Yeah.
It said, but the 2.3 million is not funded.
It's currently not funded. It's not in that column.
And do we know where that might come out of?
There's not enough in the garage fund.
No, we don't.
Do we have any ideas?
Big sale.
No, I believe that this is 2.3, is that an increase in addition to what was already?
Yes,
the
that's
8 point something million? I don't know what that- what is it?
So again, I'm gonna recommend that we use the Park of Commerce funds if we're not doing anything further with the Park of Commerce. This is something that needs to be done, but let's wait until we get the real actual number in to know what the garage is gonna cost.
Yeah, and keep in mind, this is still just the estimate. Who knows what's gonna happen when we get to that point, but this is Public Works admin, fleet facility, as well as the new EMC.
It
This
is
would be a
the-
hardened
Yeah.
Cat 5 building, which is beyond necessary here in the city for reasons that we all know.
Well, be careful, beyond necessary, you mean that is highly necessary, not, yeah, just so people are clear.
Highly necessary.
Yeah,
And the whole building to do that is only 2.3. No.
No, this is additional.
The additional, so, okay.
Additional, correct.
Yeah, we asked for funds for that. We didn't get it right last year.
yeah, I think the.
Yeah, we had been awarded through Frankel's office, and remember, no one who got those awards actually got the
Got the
funding.
awards, right.
So, yeah.
Yeah, excuse me, one
Fine,
last thing. For the 770 for the fuel tank, that was the extra construction cost
I'm
based.
sorry, okay.
Yes. Because what went on Tuesday, that was the design for Macros for the design effort. So that number is
Right,
based
so
on
that
the
is
last
separate
estimate
stuff.
that we got from the consultant on what's the actual numbers we're looking at for construction. So we need that money to actually do the construction of the project.
Thank you.
Mr. Segrich?
I would agree with Commissioner Malega. We probably should wait until we get the actual numbers back and make an amendment.
And then, but possibly use the Park of Commerce money for it. Okay, I have no problem with that. You
So
all,
what are we doing with the 770? Do we need to do something?
Yeah, so the fuel tanks, we are now beyond 30 years per our risk. Our insurance carrier has reached a point where we're almost at that where they will not be covering us anymore.
Didn't we do
Due
one with
to the-
ARPA for about $1 million a few years ago? This is a second one or a different one? or
We've
what?
got two 10,000-gallon tanks just at Public Works alone. There's a storage tank like back at utilities and something, but these are the actual dispenser pumps that we utilize for all of our fleet.
I have a question.
Ms. Malega?
Okay, so I'm gonna assume that all of the departments come get fuel from these tanks. Is that correct? So when we do these capital improvements, and this is just from my own knowledge, when we do these capital improvements, I know it's coming out of the garage fleet maintenance, but is that then divvied up between all the other departments to reimburse? Because if we're holding fuel, and don't kill me, all you other departments about, they're listening. If I'm holding fuel
You're going.
for electric, water, sewer, and every other department in these, then shouldn't we split the cost between them?
And there's currently a cost allocation for vehicles, so that is
Correct.
something that's.
So wouldn't that be the same thing for the fuel?
Look into that.
I don't know why that should be just in the garage fund. That should be, to me, should be split
Because it's
between.
easy to find out who's using,
I mean, again, this is just me saying,
But they all contribute to the garage fund, just like the fleet facility. You've got a certain portion.
I
coming
understand
from
that, but
solid waste, from electric, from water.
but is that
sewer.
calculating in these expenses as well, not just maintenance and the fleet and the trucks? Are we calculating in these hard costs of capital improvements into that equation?
Well, as far
That's
as,
more for, I guess, Yannick or whoever does the.
yeah, 'cause as far as fuel, this, again, these tanks are over 30 years old now, so we typically don't have capital improvements for the fuel.
Right, so I'm saying, could we do that?
I think that's something.
you mean take the cost of
Allocation,
capital
that's a
improvement
cost allocation.
allocated
out
for
of
the
the
Right,
department.
allocate it to all the departments evenly, since it's holding fuel for all the departments.
Yeah, but each department doesn't use the same amount.
Yeah, we'll do a cost allocation.
You don't get gas from there?
We do.
But, okay, put that over there. If we're holding fuel for all the departments and they're using them, whatever departments are getting fuel, I think that we should be able to allocate that and spread that cost through the departments that are using it, in my opinion.
Well, but the 770 for the tank, that's the 770.
Can we work on that and bring it back to you?
That would have to change the whole allocation. I mean, if we do 770 across the departments, then their budget, their operating budget is also going to be updated. So it's a whole,
And if it's coming from the fund, the Park Commerce Fund anyway, it's, it's.
I
that
had
was a-
mentioned the
that
Park
was another
Commerce Fund for
suggestion,
this.
yes.
I was mentioning, I use the Park
So
of
if we take
Commerce.
it out of the garage, that mean whichever department, I guess, will have to come up with some allocation. Not sure if we're gonna have enough time for that, but it would affect all the departments. Their budget, everything will have to change. And then
It's a schedule and it takes.
unless we come back with a budget amendment.
Yeah, we could do a budget amendment.
I'm just trying to
Because
think
this,
outside the
I
box,
understand, I
guys.
understand.
I-
No, I appreciate,
I would recommend we deal with it through like a budget amendment further,
Okay.
because again, we just approved the actual design work.
Okay.
So this isn't something we wouldn't be utilizing these funds
Right now,
quickly
anyway.
in the next month or two.
Okay.
So we can bring that back at a later
Okay.
time as part of the budget amendment.
And then
And
in the
just for,
meantime, we'll shake our trees and see if we can find more.
yeah,
money.
and for clarification, what was done already, as far as the gas is concerned, it was all the dispensers. We got brand new dispensers, that whole software, key fobs, everything, when people actually go and get all their gas, all that had to be done prior to this being done.
Okay.
So I think there was some confusion as far as people thinking the tanks were done.
Okay, I was just trying to be creative.
Okay, so for the 770, we'll come back with an amendment. How
Yep.
about the 2.3, just so I have clarification? What
We're
are-
gonna wait until
We're gonna
the
wait.
bids come back
Okay.
and then possibly take it out of Park of Commerce.
Got it. We'll come back with that one as well. Okay, thank you. We're on to the IT fund. They have about 200,000 based on network infrastructure upgrades and security upgrades. They already have that in their operating budget. There's a transfer into capital projects. If you're okay, okay, consensus to move forward with the IT?
Yeah.
Okay. The next area is electric. Most of theirs are funded. We know we just got the 2025 bond. Besides the power plant modular offices for 300,000.
You got that whole big building.
Yeah, we do. We are not shutting down the power plant. We did retire 2 steam units, and which means we don't need much of that space. So the thought here is, because we are hiring more people for grant, and as we build buildings or build spaces or renovate spaces around the city, we need flex space to put the employees into when that work takes place. So we were originally going to go with trailers, and the team came up with a really great idea. I wish it was mine, but it's actually their idea. It's a pretty good idea. Was let's build some space inside the power plant on what we call the turbine deck floor. And this has been done. I've seen this done in other power plants. So we can clean it up, paint the area, and then build some office space in there to house people rather than putting them into trailers. In order to do that, we rebuild the break room, which is quite old, and the 2 restrooms that have a proper men's room, proper ladies' room. And this will serve as space for the electric utility to flex into as we staff up for grant purposes, and also for any other department that will need space. So it's a good use of an existing building. It's pretty strong, has the biggest steel beams anywhere in the city, and it's held up pretty well. We don't want the building to just fall apart and just turn into a crumbling mess. So it's a good use of an old building. But
Sure.
Interested, Mr. Liberty, in using PAYGO because you have 2 million excess, or you're going to come back and request or provide an option for funding. I don't know.
I would say that PAYGO is probably okay. I think.
I have a question about his fund balance. The negative 29 million, that has got to be the grant. I'm hoping.
Yeah, I'm not aware of a negative.
That's their deficit to reach the goal, the 50%, the target. In 2031, currently they're like $29 million deficit.
Oh, that's the gap between
The gap between the-
between current fund balance and where we want to get to over 5 years.
How did that happen? Please tell me that's the grant money we're waiting on. So what is the available fund balance right now? Since I don't have it on this sheet.
Somewhere in the range of 3 to 5 million.
How much? Yeah, then why would you use PAYGO? Why wouldn't you just use fund balance? It's $300,000.
They can do that as well.
Yeah, I would rather just get it done. Get it done. Pay the cash, take it out of fund balance. Instead of PAYGO. Especially since you're not 29 million in the hole like I thought you were. Credit card.
Well, the reason why we were suggesting PAYGO is because they have excess revenues
From the bond?
Just from this
the
year.
operating.
They have 2 million.
6 point something million.
Our operating income, our net income this year is looking favorable enough to cover this.
So yeah.
So it's not really PAYGO.
We've had a good year. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. Now at this point, I think we're looking at our 10 actual plus 2 forecasted, our non-GAAP pro forma would indicate that we should be able to cover this
Go for it.
All right, moving on to, thank you, consensus. The next one is being covered by the 39,515. That's all related to the current bond, and that's all funded.
Okay.
And then we're moving on to water, and that is the dual zone monitoring well.
Oh, right.
For fiscal year 26, they have 2 million, fiscal year 27, 2.8. And that is currently funded by borrowing. And I will let 2 million is funded by borrowing, and then there's 2 million unfunded. And I see Mr. King has joined us, so I'll let him comment.
So that dual zone monitoring well, we have one currently. It's an older well. It needs some work. It's in some sad state. There's new parameters on the distance that the zones can be at. And so our current one has given us erroneous readings. So we need to put this new well in so that we can get accurate information on where we are with our wells.
Did we get some money from the state?
Get
I thought we got
appropriations.
I will have to, I
Yeah.
thought we had something in a dual zone monitoring well, but I will defer to my life, 750,000, yes. To Alicia. Alicia is my lifeline.
Hi, Alicia Nemord Juarez from budget manager from water utilities. Yes, we do have, we got $1 million. So far, we've used 289,000 out of it. And we also have 2.2 million from the borrowing. So
from borrowing?
Yes.
So what does that mean then?
So I would like to, the appropriations aren't on here, so that I think we should have seen
Prior
that.
year though, when did
Yes,
you?
that's
Yes,
prior.
yeah, it's because it's in the prior year. That's
All
why
right,
you see it on this.
we've already started the project.
You started that project.
Yes.
So this is a second.
The designing and.
An engineering for it, design, okay.
That's already started.
So it's
Okay.
funded, is the $2 million is funded through
Yes.
through borrowing and the
Borrowing.
700,000.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay,
All right, great, thank you.
go forth.
All right, so we're on to the water distribution mains, kind of the same duct. We have 3.4 in borrowing. And actually this one is fully covered. You can see that there's some projected costs over time in 27, 28, 29.
And these figures were included with Stantec's modeling out.
They do have
On
a
the
capital.
increase?
Confirm that they have all of the.
I was to
yes.
make sure that where we have anything in here,
Yes.
this is funded, that they included
I'll
that.
confirm that they have all of the CIP included, but I did see the most recent one. Okay. Same thing for, then we have the water treatment plant supply and compliance, asked for fiscal year 26 is 4.9, and that's also funded via borrowing.
So we haven't borrowed it yet. We're gonna be borrowing.
It's already borrowed. It's already,
Oh,
it's in the box. It's in the box.
Yes.
Right, just
Yes.
continue on.
Yes, all right, local sewer, we have the collection systems improvements, 1.8 borrowing. So that one is funded, and then the local sewer pump station improvements, 450,000 for fiscal year 26, and that's also funded through borrowing. Okay, stormwater collection and conveyance project, 2.7 million, that's funded through borrowing as well. Then we're on to sanitation fund, refuse, the solid waste heavy equipment truck replacement.
I feel like we buy one of these every single year. Doesn't it seem like we buy a lot of trucks from Mr. Brown's fleet? He likes
We do.
Men like trucks, okay?
We
every
do.
year, $500,000.
No, well, the whole point was to span this out, so we only typically have to buy one a year, and we don't have a year, we have to get 3 or 4. Like you set your schedule up, your replacement schedule up, so
He wants
kinda
3
span
or
everything
4,
out.
but he'll settle for 1.
I think I need to come check
So-
out the garage and see what's really sitting over there.
in some years, we're able to push that off because it all comes down to how much money you're putting into maintenance of that truck for that particular year. So if you get to a point where you're spending too much, you have to cycle it out, but we try to get at least 7.
I'm just
out of each
busting your
truck, so.
chops.
So we have consensus on that one.
Yes.
Use fund balance, thank you. All right, regional sewer pipelining replacement and upgrades, we have 1.5 for fiscal year 26, and that
That's
is.
borrowed.
No.
Fund balance.
unfunded.
Fund balance is the recommendation, but that's
Oh.
again, regional sewer, and that budget has already
Oh,
been
perfect.
passed, yes.
Great. Thank you.
So we have completed the CIP. Wow, I'm
Wow.
amazing. You
And it's
all
only
did an amazing job.
510,
Amazing, you're amazing.
and it's only
Mr.
510.
Segridge would like to ask a question.
So with the pipelining, do we, I think this is in a similar category as our road condition. Do we know if this is enough?
I just asked Jan, I guess.
Because I think in our last session, when we asked it, the answer was no, not even close.
Just going to grab,
Sure, Brian, because I know that there are a good amount of stormwater pipes, for example, that are not in a condition where they can even be aligned. And it's a complete replacement project. Oh, I'm sorry, wrong sewer.
I mean, I think what you're saying is true. But
Yeah, I really need
Brian.
Brian in here, because I'm not sure how many linear feet they're talking about for this upcoming year. Because that'd be very beneficial, you know?
Yeah, and I don't,
To answer your question as to whether that 1.5 is, now it is showing us currently funded. I just needed to know exactly how many linear foot we're talking about.
Yeah.
right, and I think that they're, the way Vaughn has it, she's doing certain pipes, throughout the city by year, knowing which one is more, needed. I know we also have a few amounts set aside for anything, any emergency that comes up, that pops up while we're trying to deal with the ones that we need to.
Yeah.
Brian?
Brian, on the regional sewer for the pipeline, she was saying, is that systematically set up so we're addressing certain connections throughout the city as we kind of progress along? And Commissioner Segwich is asking, is this 1.5 enough for this upcoming fiscal year?
No, that 1.5 is not enough. But yes, we are strategically finding out where would we best utilize that money to line those systems. But at the end of the day, no, it's not enough.
Around where, how big is our problem?
I mean, we're not leaking. But the infrastructure is older. There are some cracks in it. You'll find out, obviously, when you get sinkholes and stuff, we'll find out, hey, we have some cracking. So, I mean, ideally, you would love to, line the entire system. That might be a little outrageous. So we're, as much as we can, little by little. That's the plan. Could we increase that? Could we be more aggressive? Sure. We just got to find the funding for it.
So I know we said when we're on the other side of the paper, once we got through all the other stuff, we'd reconsider the roads budget. I would like us to reconsider the roads budget of 2 million, and I'd like us to reconsider this budget of 1.5 and add something to it. Take it from Park of Commerce.
Keep in mind, the two different funds though. So for the roads, you have general fund, this is enterprise.
Sewer has a separate, they have completely separate budget, so we could connect with, part of that. Can you check?
For the regional,
So
yeah,
the
the
ECR
regional
is-
is.
Regional, yeah, that's totally
That's
different
separate.
because we have to actually go through the partners to say how much they can afford for that year and then come to the budget.
Exactly. Yeah, that's right. The regional sewer, that isn't our sewer in the town. That's our connections to the other,
Got it.
whatever it is, 7 communities.
ECR.
Goes to
that we-
ECR too.
Or out to the ECR, right? You both ways.
So then revisiting the roads fund.
Well,
The lining, if you're talking about lining, that's local sewer, isn't it?
That's local sewer. That's not regional.
Yeah.
It's different.
But, you know,
Well,
we
it
did
says
one
line
T
two,
and I believe we spent, we lined one T and it was what, $100,000
Right.
for one T to be lined. So
Well, just so we're all clear here. So you've got the local sewer, which we already went through. And all we had on that was the collection system improvements in the sewer pump station. Under regional sewer, which is ECR, that's where the pipelining replacement's listed. So that is regional. I think someone just said it was local.
Okay.
I just want to make sure we're talking that it's regional, not local.
yeah, anything with regional's got to go through
Correct.
all parties to agree.
Well, I mean, I guess my two concerns were so take just as an example, I don't know exactly where it fits in here, but if you look on like Lakeside or on Fifth Avenue South, there are sinkholes that get patched periodically, maybe every 2 months or so. There's definitely something leaking there and it should be lined. Whatever that is, it doesn't seem like we've funded enough to get ahead of that problem. And I'd like us to consider funding that as well as additional for the road infrastructure.
Nothing on what costing on the CIP.
But I 100% agree with Mr. Segedson was going to ask the city manager. We've talked about the connection between water underneath the roads. Where that's a concern is that water's distribution lines that leak, or is that stormwater that leaks, or is that local sewer that leaks, or all of the above? Because I agree that the two things, at least in some places, go hand in hand.
That's typically a storm.
It's
that we're
typically
seeing.
storm. Yes, that's typically what it is a stormwater. That's why a lot of
That's the
municipalities are
one that-
lining the stormwater pipes. That's why that's one of our things in stormwater was to get some lining for stormwater.
And
pipes.
that's one of the reasons why we've said we need to bump up the stormwater fund. That's a wise investment, not just for sea level rise, but also for our roads.
In your CIP, is there something in your CIP for the?
You have stormwater in here. Yeah, I mean, it's, you know,
Are we doing enough to answer Commissioner Segret's question? Should we be?
it's what,
funding that?
2.7, is it? I'll defer to the budget, 2.7. Yeah,
So it's 1.1 a year.
well, 2.7 for 26,
2.7 for 26.
correct.
I guess the
But, you
question
know-
is, do we have confidence that that is enough to be well preventative to keep our roads in shape as well
Yes.
as our stormwater? I don't.
No, like we did one T and that was just over $100,000 to do one cross, you know, four
Could we
way
bump
T.
that up?
We'd line that one. I mean,
This is borrowed money.
This is borrowed
this
money.
is borrowed money.
Should we borrowed and have you guys figured out this is how much we can spend a year based on what we borrowed? Not a credit card that we're just going.
So we borrowed so we borrowed the 2.7 and that's for projects that we have slated for 26.
Identified. They're already
Yes, identified and what's need to start.
Okay.
Yes.
Maybe you could find out what they are. Is there
We
like a
could-
chart that
yeah,
says what
we
that
have-
2.7 million?
we
That
could-
would be helpful for us, I think.
That would be very helpful.
Yeah, if you could get that to us, I think that would help.
Sure.
And then coordinate it with whoever keeps an eye on sinkholes in the roads.
So hopefully they'll match up.
That's part of that overall.
That's what I'm hoping for.
In the updated piece out.
Okay, But no, that would be great to get kind of that.
Yeah, we'll send you
That
them, yeah.
roadmap, for lack of a better word.
can send it
to everybody.
Yeah, but at some point, we can also look at a master plan we have for buildings, a master plan for our water, our sewer distribution, those sorts of things. That's infrastructure that we're gonna have to take a look at longer term, 10 or 15 years down the line. How do we do these things and keep them moving forward, right?
So the second half of that was,
Yeah.
the second half of that was asking my colleagues whether or not we have the appetite to increase the funding for fixing the roads above 2 million. And then if so, how much?
I
And the-
would be okay with another million coming from ARPA right now, since we don't have a plan. I don't want to say 4 or 5 million and then all of a sudden we have a plan and we have no money. That's my concern.
Understood. You say $1 million from ARPA?
Yeah.
No, I don't think we.
We don't.
I mean,
Oh,
penny
no,
sales
no,
tax.
Penny sales tax.
Penny sales tax, I'm sorry.
Penny sales tax.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Do we have
So another
consensus?
million,
Yeah.
so that would
So-
go to what?
To the roads.
Roads.
So under the
Right.
annual roadway infrastructure,
So we
master
could-
plan projects, it would go from 2 million to 3.
To 3 million from pennies, the extra million from penny sales tax.
Okay, for
I would be
20
okay with that. I just I don't want to put more because
No,
we
I
may
would-
need it. I know, but I would rather see the report
Right, that's
and
what I'm
know,
saying, yeah.
and the public knows more importantly. Because a lot of times when we have these bonds and we do this stuff, the public's like, where'd all that money go?
Right.
So if we can show, here's the master plan, here's where the money's gonna go. But in the meantime, we need to fix sinkholes and potholes and every type of hole that there is in the city.
Thank you. Okay, so we have consensus on that one. I just want to confirm consensus for all these supplementals that were.
Consenting.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I wanted to thank my team. They worked really
Yeah,
hard
your
these last
team,
couple
this
weeks.
is amazing to
And
put
thank
this
you all
together.
and the departments. Thank you.
I must be
And Shona
cross-eyed.
and Sylvia. Oh my gosh, Miss Shona and Sylvia from our department. So thank you.
Thank you
and,
very much.
we will
Motion
come back
to-
on the 11th.
Motion
All right.
to adjourn?
No motion.
No motion, don't need a motion.
We can consent to adjourn.
Go home,
Go home.
go home.
Is this your one or this my one?
I think that's.
Bye, thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.